On a stormy night, a 14-year-old beggar boy blocked the path of the CEO's luxury car. "Please," he said, pulling a worn booklet from his soaked pocket and handing it to her. "Before my grandfather passed away, he said if I ever went hungry, I could come find you, Haruka." However, when the CEO skeptically snatched the booklet and flipped it open, the two characters' marriage contract made her pupils dilate in instant shock. What made it even more unbelievable was that her name was clearly written on it. At the end of the contract, the handwritten note was an eyesore. Granddaughter Haruka Kujo and grandson Kaito joined in holy matrimony, forever in harmony. Haruka Kujo gripped the booklet, her fingers tightening. She looked up at you, her expression freezing. "Kaito? Is your name Kaito?" You nodded blankly. "Yes." Haruka Kujo laughed in anger, her chest heaving violently. That old man. He'd been dead for almost a year, and in this day and age he still wanted to disgust her with something as absurd as an arranged marriage? A wave of intense nausea made her stomach churn. She squeezed 3 words through her gritted teeth. "Name your price. How much money will it take for you to take this thing and get lost? Don't ever appear in front of me again." You shook your head. "I don't want money. Grandfather said I must stay here until I'm an adult. I have nowhere else to go." Haruka Kujo stared at you intently, trying to find traces of deception on your face, but all she saw in your eyes was a stillness and bewilderment that didn't match your age. She turned and walked briskly back to her luxury car, slamming the door hard. Inside the car, she grabbed her phone, her repressed rage finally exploding. "Dad, you'd better give me an explanation. What is the deal with this beggar at my door holding a marriage contract?" A weary male voice came from the other end of the line. As he spoke, Haruka Kujo's expression became increasingly grim. "I don't care. This was Grandpa's decision alone. Why should I be the one to bear the consequences? Tell him to get lost. He can go wherever he wants." She roared at the phone, causing the expensive sedan to vibrate. However, the voice on the other end remained gentle and stubborn, leaving her with nowhere to vent her fury. A few minutes later, Haruka Kujo hung up and slammed the phone onto the passenger seat. She closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. When she opened them again, her gaze was nothing but indifferent. She pushed open the door and walked back to you. Cold rain lashed down upon you. She spat out only 2 words, "Get in!" Clutching your woven bag, you followed her hesitatingly. Your shoes left a trail of muddy prints on the villa's pristine marble floors. Haruka Kujo's scolding voice rang out, her eyes overflowing with disgust. She tossed a pair of slippers and a towel from the cabinet at you. "Put those on. You'd better remember a few rules while you're in my house." You took the towel, wiped your face and hair frantically, and listened with your head bowed. Haruka Kujo crossed her arms, her voice cold and sharp. "First, this villa has 3 floors. The second floor is my private domain. You are not allowed up there without my permission. Second, you are not allowed to use those disgusting terms of address for me. Call me Ms. Kujo. Third, and most importantly, to anyone else, you are just the child of a distant relative of my father's, here in Kun City for a stay. If you dare to say 1 word about the truth outside, I will kick you out, and you can go back to sleeping on the streets." You nodded silently. "I understand, Ms. Kujo." Haruka Kujo led you through the vast, luxurious living room and stopped in front of an inconspicuous small door under the stairs. She pulled it open. It was a cramped storage closet, piled high with various odds and ends. The air was thick with the scent of dust and mildew. Haruka Kujo pointed at the only patch of empty space inside, her tone devoid of warmth. "You'll live here. There's no bed, no bedding, just the cold floor." You looked at the narrow, dark space, but you looked up and gave her a faint smile. "Thank you, Miss Kujo." To you, having a place to shelter from the wind and rain was enough. That smile stung Haruka Kujo's heart, causing an inexplicable irritation to swell within her. What were you thanking her for? For shoving you into a closet like trash? Or were you mocking her in this way? That fleeting sense of guilt was quickly extinguished. She was the victim here. Bang! She slammed the door shut, locking you and your smile away into the endless dark. In the middle of the night, the rain stopped. You were curled up on the cold floor, soaking wet, unable to stop shivering. The chattering of your teeth was faint but audible upstairs. Haruka Kujo, tossing and turning in bed, sat up abruptly, her face full of irritation. She grabbed her hair, got out of bed, dragged an old quilt from the bottom of the closet, and marched downstairs. With an annoyed exclamation, she jerked open the storage room door. You woke up with a start, eyes opening in a daze. Haruka Kujo didn't say a word, she just threw the quilt over your head. Cover yourself. You're too noisy. Without looking back, she slammed the door shut again. Haruka Kujo woke up with a splitting headache. Only one thought was in her mind. She needed to set more rules to make you so miserable you'd leave on your own. Fuming with anger, she walked downstairs, her face a mask of frost, but halfway down, her footsteps faltered. A strange, delicious aroma of rice was wafting from the kitchen, aggressively drilling into her nostrils. Her stomach, empty all night, let out an ill-timed growl. Haruka Kujo followed the scent to the dining room. She stopped. The kitchen, which she had expected to be a disaster, was not. The marble counters were pristine, and the sink was spotless. You were wearing her obviously oversized spare apron, standing in front of the stove, busy at work. Hearing the commotion, you turned around, holding a plate of crystal-clear rice noodle rolls. Miss Kujo. Her gaze cut through you like a knife, then swept over the bamboo steamer of pink shrimp dumplings, the rabbit-shaped custard buns, and the pot of steaming white porridge boiled until the grains bloomed. She recognized the ingredients. Her fridge only had some shrimp nearing its expiration date, leftover rice, and a bag of flour. You had actually used these scraps to create this. The anger she had been preparing was blocked in her throat by the intoxicating aroma. Who gave you permission to touch my fridge? Her voice remained cold, though it lacked some of its previous conviction. You lowered your hands, looking a bit flustered. I saw those ingredients were about to go bad, you whispered. It felt like a waste to throw them away, so I thought I'd make breakfast. Haruka Kujo couldn't find a reason to argue, and her expression grew colder. She pulled out a chair and sat at the corner of the table furthest from you. You immediately ladled a bowl of porridge and placed it gently in front of her. She didn't look at you and simply picked up a spoon. As the first bite of porridge entered her mouth, her movements froze for an instant. The incredible fragrance of the rice instantly soothed her empty stomach. Damn it, it's actually really good. She remained expressionless, but she immediately took a second bite. Just then, a loud thump came from upstairs. What's that smell? It's so good. I'm starving. A woman with hair like a bird's nest rushed down like a gust of wind and lunged at the table. It was Haruka Kujo's best friend, Emi, a fitness trainer suffering from a hangover. Her eyes widened as she looked at the table full of breakfast food. Oh my God, Haruka, have you had a change of heart? Are you finally taking care of me? Did you prepare this loving breakfast for me? She reached out to grab a shrimp dumpling, but after a sharp glare from Haruka Kujo, she quietly retracted her hand. Only then did she notice you standing on the side. She looked you up and down, then suddenly grinned. Hey, handsome! Are you the new hourly cleaner? Your skills are great. I like you. She reached out as if to pinch your cheek, and you shrank back in alarm. Haruka Kujo finally lost her patience. Emi, go wash up. All right, I get it, Emi said, waving her hand dismissively, though her gaze remained glued to you. She winked at you. Handsome, wait for me! Your big sister will be down soon to enjoy your cooking. A few minutes later, a refreshed Emi rushed back to the table, completely losing her composure. Wow, this shrimp dumpling is delicious. Oh my God, what kind of divine flavor is this porridge? And these little rabbit buns are so cute, how can I eat them? So good. The entire dining room was filled with her exaggerated praise. Emi devoured most of the food and finally let out a satisfied belch. She leaned over to you, draping an arm around your shoulder like a buddy. Handsome, what's your name? How old are you? Do you have a girlfriend? You blushed deeply at her enthusiastic gesture, your body stiffening. My name is Kaito. I'm 14. Emi's eyes lit up. Hey, Haruka, where did you find such a treasure? Haruka Kujo shot her a cold glare. If you're done eating, go to work. Don't be so cold, Emi said, leaning over to Haruka Kujo and lowering her voice. This is pretty good, Boss Haruka. Look at him. He's so cute and well-behaved, and his skills are on par with a Michelin chef. You're truly blessed and don't even know it. Shut up. Haruka Kujo spat through gritted teeth. Emi made a face at her and turned back to you. Kaito, from now on, Big Sister will protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, tell me. After cleaning up the breakfast, you put on a faded canvas backpack. You spoke in a low voice. Ms. Kujo, I'm heading to school to register. Emi, having just changed into a tight sports outfit, was preparing to leave. Which school? Aikun High? It's on my way, I'll drop you off. You shook your head and stepped back slightly. No need. It's not far, I can walk. After saying that, you bowed to both of them and turned to walk out of the luxury villa. Haruka Kujo stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching your thin, small back gradually fade into the distance. She remembered her grandfather gripping her hand on his deathbed, his cloudy eyes flashing with intensity. Haruka, he had said, the debt of the Kaito family must be repaid. You must take good care of Kaito. If he suffers even the slightest grievance, I won't let you off, even from the afterlife. Damn it, Haruka Kujo muttered in frustration, grabbing her car keys and storming out. Outside the gates of Aikun High, you looked at the impressive entrance, feeling that your old clothes were completely out of place. Just as you gathered the courage to walk inside, a stern shout blocked your path. Hey! Stop right there! A middle-aged security guard looked you up and down with intense impatience, his eyes filled with disdain. What do you think you're doing? This is a school, not a place for trash collectors. You quickly and politely explained. Sir, I'm a new student here to register. The guard let out a scoff. A new student? With that look? Let me see your admission letter. You hurriedly opened your backpack and began to dig through it. He became impatient, reaching out and giving you a rough shove. Quit fumbling around. Get out of the way and don't block the path for others. You lost your footing and stumbled back 2 steps. Rip! The already fragile strap of your bag snapped and it hit the ground hard. Inside, your belongings scattered everywhere. A worn-out book with curled corners, a few pens that were almost out of ink, and the admission letter, neatly folded. The whispering and sneering from the surrounding students felt like needles piercing your skin. Your face turned beet red as you crouched down in embarrassment to gather your things. Just then, a black Porsche pulled slowly to a stop at the school gate. The rear window rolled down silently, revealing a cold, stunningly beautiful face. Her gaze scanned the farce at the gate from behind her glasses, and a sickly, sweet voice drifted out through the half-open window. Oh my, Mr. Zhang, why such a temper? The aggressive security guard's expression shifted instantly upon hearing that voice, his face crumpling into a fawning smile. Ms. Yan, why are you here? I'm here to pick up a friend. The woman, known as Ms. Yan, took off her glasses, revealing a face full of allure. Her eyes flickered. This little brother must be a student at your school, right? Look, he isn't even wearing his uniform. He must be a new student. How can you be so mean to him? The security guard's face paled. I just saw his ragged clothes. What are you afraid of? Akari Yanagi chuckled, her voice still sweet, but the meaning behind her words was indisputable. He's here to study. You blocked him at the door and scattered his things everywhere. That's not very nice, is it? I don't think that's the school spirit of Aiken High, is it? The guard broke into a cold sweat. Ms. Yan was the daughter of one of the school's board members. One word from her could cost him his job. He quickly bent down and scrambled to help you pick up your things. I'm so sorry, student. I had eyes but failed to recognize a person of status. You were bewildered by the sudden turn of events, only able to clutch your retrieved bag and stare blankly at the black Porsche. Akari Yanagi gave you a playful wink, put her glasses back on, and the car window rolled up. Let's go. The car slid silently into the campus and disappeared around the corner. By the time you returned to the villa in the evening, the living room was a mess, littered with clothes Emi had changed out of and leftover snack wrappers. The air was heavy with a sense of laziness. You didn't say a word, silently retreating into the storage room to change into that old apron before starting to clean. You collected the trash, wiped the coffee table until it was spotless, and arranged the cushions on the sofa. Finally, you grabbed a rag and crouched on the floor, wiping the marble tiles inch by inch, erasing all the muddy footprints left during the day. When the living room was restored to order, the villa door opened. Emi walked in with another woman. It was Akari Yanagi, who had helped you at the school gate that morning. Wow, Emi exclaimed dramatically. My goodness, the little helper has been here. Akari Yanagi's gaze landed directly on you. still holding the rag. A playful smile curled at the corners of her lips. "Little brother, did you do this? How capable?" When you saw her, your cheeks flushed slightly. You nodded. "Hello. Is he the one you were talking about?" Imi whispered into Akari Yanagi's ear. Akari Yanagi smiled without answering and walked straight up to you, looking you over with interest. "My name is Akari Yanagi. You can call me Big Sister Ruyan." Her voice turned into that sweet, sticky tone again, with a hook at the end of every sentence. Your face turned even redder, and you kept your head down, your fingers nervously twisting the corner of your apron. "Speak up!" Akari Yanagi leaned in close to you. "Call me Big Sister, and I'll give you a candy." Emi laughed heartily beside her, joining in. "And me! Call me Big Sister Amy!" Just then, Haruka Kujo walked down from the second floor in a silk bathrobe. Seeing this scene in the living room, her brows knitted together instantly. Emi and Akari Yanagi were surrounding you on both sides, as if they had discovered a new toy. Emi even reached out to pinch your chubby cheeks, shouting, "Wow, it feels so good!" You were like a startled rabbit, wanting to hide but not daring to, your face bright red. Haruka Kujo watched with a deep frown, a nameless fire burning in her chest. You were supposed to be her burden, but now you were being gawked at and teased like a pet by her friends. She stomped down the stairs and set her water glass on the coffee table with a loud clack. "Have you played enough?" Akari Yanagi and Imi froze. Akari Yanagi gave Haruka Kujo a suggestive wink. "Haruka, this little brother of yours is too much fun. Can we play with him for a couple of days?" "Shut up." Haruka Kujo's face turned icy in an instant. She pulled a bank card from her wallet and threw it at your feet. The crisp sound of the card hitting the floor made the living room fall into silence. "Take it," Haruka Kujo said, looking down at you with utter loathing. "Go buy some decent clothes. Stop dressing like this every day. It's embarrassing." You looked down at the card on the floor but didn't move. After a few seconds of silence, you looked up to meet her gaze. Your voice was soft but firm. "Thank you, Miss Kujo, but I cannot accept this. I will find a way myself. I can find work." Haruka Kujo actually laughed in disbelief. Were you putting on a show to gain sympathy? She hated this posture, outwardly fragile, but inwardly calculating. "Working your way through? Spare me your pathetic act. It makes me sick." She turned and headed upstairs without looking back, slamming the bedroom door shut. Yet, as if nothing had happened, you were busy in the kitchen at dinner time. Soon, a rich aroma filled the entire villa. Sweet and sour pork, steamed sea bass, stir-fried green beans, and a pot of mushroom chicken soup. Emi looked at the feast and nearly drooled. "Kaito, you're an absolute godsend!" Akari Yanagi immediately grabbed her phone to photograph the table. She smiled at you. "Kaito, from now on, you're in charge of my meals. How does that sound?" Haruka Kujo changed clothes and came downstairs to see this scene of harmony. Her two best friends were calling that boy she despised so much by his nickname, acting as if they were a happy family, while you were quietly ladling soup for them. Instantly, fury and an inexplicable feeling of being left out rushed to Haruka Kujo's head. "Come and eat," Imi waved at her. "It's incredible!" Haruka Kujo walked to the dining table with a cold face but didn't sit down. She took out her phone and said coldly, "I'm not hungry, I ordered takeout." With that, she turned and went back upstairs. Half an hour later, the delivery arrived. A greasy bowl of fried rice and a bland seaweed soup. Haruka Kujo sat on the carpet in her room, facing the inedible meal, but after one bite she couldn't swallow another. From downstairs came the faint, exaggerated praise and laughter of Imi and Akari Yanagi, which felt like needles pricking her heart. She pushed the takeout away in irritation. She tried to open her laptop to work, but she couldn't process a single word. Late into the night, a sharp, twisting pain came from her stomach. Lying in bed, Haruka Kujo's mind began to uncontrollably conjure images of the sweet, soft rice porridge from the morning and the fragrant chicken soup from the evening. "Damn it!" She sat up abruptly, struggled for a few seconds in the darkness, and finally surrendered to her stomach. There should be leftovers downstairs. She walked barefoot like a thief, silently opening her bedroom door and creeping downstairs. The living room was pitch black, with only moonlight spilling in from the floor-to-ceiling windows. She navigated by memory to the kitchen, reaching out to pull the fridge door open. As the fridge door opened, a gentle light spilled out, illuminating a small area and a dark shadow sitting at the dining table. Haruka Kujo's heart skipped a beat as she froze in place. You were sitting in the dark, and your eyes met hers. In the weak, warm light of the fridge, the air instantly solidified. Haruka Kujo's face showed panic she couldn't hide. Her throat went dry, and her mind raced, trying to reclaim the arrogance of a homeowner. "I came down for water," she said, feigning calm, though her voice was 3 parts weaker than usual. You didn't call her out, your eyes lingering for a second on her hand, which was pressed against her stomach. "Is your stomach bothering you?" Haruka Kujo's face flushed hot. She felt so ashamed she wanted to run, but the twisting pain in her stomach kept her rooted to the spot. "You didn't ask further?" You silently stood up and headed to the kitchen. The sound of running water played, followed by the soft click of the gas stove. A flicker of blue flame danced in the darkness. Haruka Kujo remained frozen where she was, unsure whether to leave or stay. You worked like a veteran chef, chopping green onions with crisp precision, beating an egg with gentle expertise. In less than 10 minutes, the aroma of scallion oil and wheat noodles filled the air. The scent was like a hook, scratching at Haruka Kujo's stomach until it hurt even more. You brought out a bowl of simple noodles in clear broth, the onions bright green, with a golden, runny-yolked poached egg nestled in the middle. Simple, yet incredibly tempting. "Ms. Kujo, eating something will help," you said in a low voice, then retreated into the shadows. Her arrogance crumbled before the agony of a stomachache and the lure of the food. She pulled out a chair, picked up the noodles, blew on them, and took a bite. The noodles were smooth and chewy, coated in a fresh, light broth. A warm wave instantly rushed into her stomach, soothing the sharp pain. She took a sip of the soup, and the ultimate flavor exploded on her tongue. She didn't say a word, eating mouthful after mouthful, and soon the bowl was wiped clean. She even drank all the soup. Her stomach finally felt warm, and her entire body relaxed. Putting down her bowl and chopsticks, she finally truly looked at you. She looked at your thin, small, 14-year-old frame, yet your skills were better than a Michelin chef. Despite being a burden living under her roof, you had seen through her distress in the middle of the night and silently cooked her a bowl of noodles to save her pride. As she was lost in thought, you walked over to clear the dishes. The kitchen light shone from behind you, falling right onto her hand on the table. "Ms. Kujo, what happened to your hand?" She looked where you were pointing and noticed a red burn on the back of her right hand. "Accidentally burned it," she replied dismissively. You frowned. "Wait here." When you returned from the storage room, you were holding a rough ceramic jar. You twisted off the lid, and the scent of cooling herbs drifted out. "Let me apply some ointment." "No need. It's a minor issue." Haruka Kujo subconsciously wanted to reject this unnecessary concern. You didn't listen. You used a clean finger to scoop out a bit of dark green ointment and reached for her hand. Haruka Kujo recoiled as if electrocuted. She hated unnecessary physical contact with men. Your hand stopped in mid-air. If you don't treat it, it will blister by tomorrow and might leave a scar. Haruka Kujo looked up and saw your clear, focused eyes, filled only with concern and curiosity. The words of rejection stuck in her throat. Almost instinctively, she extended her hand. You lowered your head, focused on applying the ointment. Haruka Kujo felt the stinging sensation instantly replaced by comfort. She watched the shadows cast by your long eyelashes, and her heart skipped a beat. All done. You finished, closed the jar, and the tension in the kitchen finally dissipated. "Where did you learn all these things?" Haruka Kujo asked, pointing at the jar. "The head of the orphanage taught me." You answered softly. "Cooking too. She said the more skills I have, the less likely I am to go hungry when I'm out in the world." Haruka Kujo was struck. "And your parents?" "I've never met them," you replied calmly. "I was left at the door of the orphanage, and the director found me. Later, when grandfather's business grew, he found me and brought me out. You didn't complain, nor did you try to sell your tragedy. You simply stated a past that would have made anyone else cry with such indifference." Haruka Kujo looked at you, and the deep-seated loathing she had felt began to fade away, replaced by complex emotions. This child was indeed pathetic, but still a massive burden. She shook away the messy thoughts in her mind and stood up. "It's late, go to sleep." She threw that sentence out and ran upstairs as if fleeing. The next morning, Haruka Kujo woke up feeling remarkably refreshed. Her stomach felt great, as if the pain from the night before had been a hallucination. She looked at the back of her hand. The red burn was now just a faint pink mark, That folk remedy is surprisingly effective. She walked to the window to pull back the curtains, but the sight that met her eyes made her stare in disbelief. You were standing in the yard with a large plastic tub full of soap bubbles, hand-washing clothes. Haruka Kujo's silk shirt was draped over the side of the tub. What made Haruka Kujo truly freeze was that you were currently scrubbing something black with lace trim. A wave of heat rushed to the top of her head. The subtle, complicated pity she had felt for you the night before was shattered. She was left only with boundless shame and towering rage. Haruka Kujo didn't think twice. She threw open her bedroom door and stormed downstairs like a gust of wind. She kicked open the back door and marched straight up to you. "Kaito!" Her voice trembled with extreme anger and shame. "What are you doing? You!" You were startled by her sudden arrival and outburst, clutching the black lace fabric covered in foam, frozen in place. Looking at her face, which was burning red, you opened your mouth in confusion. I saw clothes in the laundry basket, so I thought I'd wash them together." "Who told you to touch those?" Haruka Kujo snatched the clothing that made her feel so humiliated, gripping it tightly in her hand. "Who gave you permission to move my things?" You shrank back, stung by the disgust in her eyes, and lowered your head. Your eyes dimmed. You just wanted to do more things so she wouldn't dislike you so much. It seemed the more you did, the more you messed up. "What are you yelling about so early in the morning?" Emi walked out of the room, yawning and bleary-eyed, followed by Akari Yanagi, who had also been woken up. "Haruka! Are you crazy?" Emi saw the scene in the yard and instantly woke up. "Kaito is being kind enough to help you wash clothes. Why are you yelling at him?" She walked over and saw the tub of foam beside you, as well as the shirts hung on the clothesline. "My God, you even washed my sports bra?" Emi shouted. "Kaito, you're too good." Akari Sanagi leaned against the doorframe, her gaze oscillating between your hurt expression and Haruka Kujo's flushed face. She smiled slyly. "Oh, our boss Haruka. Why such a temper early in the morning?" Her voice was sweet and teasing. "Could it be that you're shy?" "Shut up!" Haruka Kujo felt her cheeks burning even hotter. With her two best friends singing in harmony, all her fury hit a wall of cotton, leaving her only with nowhere to put her embarrassment. She glared at you fiercely. "Don't you ever touch my things again!" With that, she clutched the wet clothing and turned, running back into the villa as if fleeing. Bang! The bathroom door was slammed shut. Inside Eikunhai, you were sitting in the corner of the classroom, as quiet as an invisible person. But your face was overly clean and strikingly handsome. As soon as the bell rang, just as you pulled out your worn-out pencil case to do homework, a bottle of chilled mineral water was quietly placed on the corner of your desk. "Kaito," a gentle female voice called out. You looked up and saw Ren Shizuku from the class smiling at you. "I noticed you didn't have a water bottle, so this is for you." She pushed the water toward you. "Take it. Consider us friends." Before you could refuse, she ran off, her face turning red. You looked at the water on your desk, feeling a sense of confusion in your heart. However, you didn't notice the pairs of malicious eyes staring at you from the back of the classroom. One gaze in particular was especially dark. After school, just as you reached the corner of the alley, several figures blocked your path. "Hey, new kid!" The speaker was Kenji Tsubasa, the school bully you had seen at the back of the classroom earlier. He brought two lackeys with him, walking up to you with a swagger, and forcefully patted your face. "Kid, you're pretty good at this, aren't you? You just arrived, and you're already hooking up with Ren Shizuku?" You tightened your grip on your backpack strap and stepped back, pursing your lips. "I didn't." At this moment, another lackey gave you a hard shove. "Still talking back? You enjoyed that water she gave you, didn't you?" "I didn't mean to cause any trouble," you said in a low voice, thinking to yourself that you didn't want to bring any problems to Haruka Kujo. "It's not about whether you want to cause trouble or not," Kenji Tsubasa sneered. He snatched your bag and dumped everything inside onto the ground. "It's that I don't like looking at you." Your old, tattered iron pencil case hit the floor with a jarring sound, making your knuckles turn white. You looked up at Kenji Tsubasa, your eyes showing not a trace of fear, only a profound stillness. He was taken aback by your gaze, then grew annoyed and ashamed. "What are you looking at?" He swung a punch straight at you. The sky was already dark when you returned to the villa. You slipped quietly into the storage room and dug out a long-sleeved undershirt, washed until it was faded, from your old woven bag. You put it on to perfectly cover the glaring bruises and scrapes on your arms. Then, you walked into the kitchen and skillfully tied on your apron to prepare dinner. The sounds of chopping, hot oil sizzling, and stir-frying echoed back and forth. Watching the food sizzle in the hot oil, your heart slowly began to calm down. Soon, the aroma of the meal filled the entire villa. At the dining table, Emmy was clutching her phone, drooling over the pictures Akari Yanagi had taken. This boiled spicy meat is incredible. Kaito is truly a kitchen god in disguise. Haruka Kujo sat at the head of the table with an expressionless face, though her occasional lapses in focus revealed that she was still feeling awkward about the morning's events. You walked out carrying the final soup dish and placed it on the table. Dinner is served. Here we go! Emi immediately dropped her phone and grabbed her chopsticks. Akari Yanagi, however, didn't move. Her expressive eyes were fixed directly on you. Her lazy voice carried a hint of strangeness. Why have you been using your left hand to carry things all day today? Your body stiffened slightly. No, I haven't. Instinctively, you hid your right hand behind your back to try and cover it up. Is that so? Akari Yanagi smiled, though the smile didn't reach her eyes. Let big sister have a look. She stood up, walked around the table, and grabbed your right arm. Don't. You wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. With a nimble pull, Akari Yanagi twisted your loose sleeve up to your elbow. A shocking dark purple bruise appeared on your forearm, surrounded by several startling scratches where the skin had been broken. The laughter and chatter at the dining table came to an abrupt halt. Emi's chopsticks dropped onto the table. What the hell? Who did this? She stood up so abruptly that her chair was knocked over with a loud crash. Her face flushed red with sudden violent rage. Kaito, tell me! Who beat you up like this? Big sister is going to go destroy them right now. The coquettish smile on Akari Yanagi's face completely vanished, and her eyes turned dark. She gently touched the bruise and asked in a cold voice, Were you bullied at school? Being stared at by all three of them at once, you panicked and subconsciously looked toward Haruka Kujo. Haruka Kujo had been silent the whole time. Her gaze shifted slowly from the glaring injuries to your face. You saw her catch your evasive look and noticed the nearly invisible shallow scratch on your cheek. Her brows furrowed tightly. The entire dining room became terrifyingly quiet. What happened? Haruka Kujo finally spoke. Her voice was low and icy. Not a question, but an interrogation filled with immense pressure. You felt unable to breathe under the weight of the atmosphere. Looking at Haruka Kujo's expressionless face, the memory of her anger from the morning resurfaced. You couldn't bring her any more trouble. Nothing. Nothing at all. You tried hard to pull your arm back. I was just careless and fell down the stairs. Emi and Akari Yanagi looked at you as if you were an idiot. Haruka Kujo stared at you without a word. The room was deathly silent. You felt your scalp tingle under her gaze and could only bury your head lower. Clumsy. You fall and get like this? Haruka Kujo spat out the words coldly, her eyes landing on the tiny scratch on your cheek. Did you fall on your face too? Oh no, I'm about to be found out. Your heart skipped a beat, and you instinctively wanted to back away. You hadn't figured out how to complete your lie yet. To your surprise, Emi exploded first. Fell? Do you think your big sister is an idiot? She pulled you behind her and glared at Haruka Kujo. Emi pointed at your arm, absolutely furious. Look at this arm. Can stair railings turn into a fish shape? Can a fall cause such a huge bruise? This is clearly someone beating him up. Akari Yanagi watched your evasive eyes, her voice still sweet but very direct. Kaito, lying is not for good children. Tell big sisters, who bullied you? You looked at Haruka Kujo for help, but she only watched you coldly, with no discernible emotion on her face. This indifference made you even more afraid than Emi's outburst. You could only bite the bullet and repeat, No, really, no, it was just an accident. Seeing you like this, Emi was even more furious, and Harris instantly turned to Haruka Kujo at the head of the table. Are you just going to watch? He lives in your house and eats your food. Even if he were a pet, you should protect him a little, right? Now he's been bullied like this, and you just dismiss it with, clumsy? Haruka Kujo's expression darkened instantly. She hated people telling her what to do. Her voice grew colder. He said he fell himself. Am I supposed to press his head down and make him admit he was beaten? You. Amy's chest heaved with anger. "Is your heart made of stone, woman?" Haruka Kujo ignored her. With a soft clack, she set down her bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and walked up the stairs expressionlessly, leaving the dining room with only a stiff, cold back. In the master bedroom on the second floor, the door slammed shut with a bang. Haruka Kujo leaned against the door panel, her mind filled with the glaring purple bruises on your arm and your panicked, stubborn face when you lied. Damn it. She paced the room restlessly twice. This feeling of being forced to take responsibility felt like a thorn pricking her, making her uncomfortable all over. Yet the image of your injuries remained branded in her mind, impossible to shake off. She stopped, picked up her phone, and scrolled through the screen until she stopped on a contact named Uncle Zhang. She made the call, her voice returning to its usual coldness and decisiveness. "Uncle Zhang? It's me. There's a new student at Aikun High named Kaito. Did something happen today?" A few sentences of explanation came from the other end. Haruka Kujo listened quietly, her expression growing darker by the second. Her voice dropped, carrying a hint of danger. "I don't care who his father is, and I don't care what kind of background the other party has. I'll tell you one thing. This person is currently living in my house. I don't want to hear about him accidentally falling at school tomorrow. How you handle it is your business, but you know the consequences if you don't handle it well." She didn't give the other person a chance to speak further and hung up. The room fell silent again. Haruka Kujo stared at the phone screen. What a massive piece of trouble that old man threw at me. The next day, you walked into the school campus, wanting only to lower your head and dash into the classroom. Who would have guessed that at the corner of the hallway you would run into the person you wanted to see the least? Kenji Tsubasa and his two lackeys. Your heart instantly jumped to your throat, and you instinctively tried to hug the wall and go around them. However, to your surprise, as soon as Kenji Tsubasa saw you, his arrogant face changed instantly. The expression was as if he'd seen a ghost, filled with horror and disbelief. He grabbed his companions and practically fled in panic, turning into another hallway, not daring to look at you for even a second. You stood there frozen. What on earth was going on? You thought about it all the way, finally attributing it to Emi's influence. Only she had been furious for you yesterday, and since she looked so tough, she must have had a way. In the evening, when you returned to the villa, your mood was significantly better, and even the aroma of dinner was particularly enticing. Emi was chatting and laughing with Akari Yanagi when a golden, glistening chicken leg gently landed in her bowl. Emi froze and turned to look at you. You blushed slightly and whispered, "Thank you, big sister Emi." Emi was even more confused. "What are you thanking me for?" You looked at her very seriously. "About the school matter. I've heard everything. Thank you for helping me." Emi was completely stunned. She had been too busy being angry yesterday and had gone straight to sleep when she got to her room. She hadn't done anything at all. But looking at your sparkling eyes filled with gratitude, she instantly straightened her chest, putting on a heroic, "it was nothing" attitude. "Yeah, as long as you know." She patted your shoulder proudly. "If anything happens in the future, just tell Big Sister. Come here, Big Sister will accept this chicken leg." After saying that, she began to chew on the chicken leg with peace of mind. Haruka Kujo, sitting at the head of the table, watched this scene silently. Her chopsticks poked at the rice in her bowl. Watching you reveal a grateful and dependent smile toward Emi, an inexplicable feeling of sourness surged in her heart. "I was the one who made that call, you idiot. You don't even know who to thank." She chewed a mouthful of rice hard and swallowed it silently. After you finished washing the dishes after dinner, Haruka Kujo came downstairs carrying several luxury brand bags. She tossed them aside, the rustling sound breaking the calm in the house. You peeked out from the kitchen while wiping your hands, only to see her gesture toward the sofa with her chin, her tone stiff. "Samples sent by a client. The size is too small. It'd be a waste to throw them away." This excuse was so flimsy even she couldn't stand to hear it. However, Emi and Akari Yanagi had already swarmed over as if they'd discovered a new toy. "Wow! K-brand new casual pants, L-brand shirt!" Emi exclaimed. "Haruka, did you rob the store?" Akari Yanagi picked up the shirt and held it against your body, smiling with her eyes curved. "Go try it on! Let Big Sisters see!" Without letting you refuse, the two of them pushed you straight into the bathroom. 2.5 minutes later, when you walked out, the living room fell into a silence so deep you could hear a pin drop. Wearing a well-tailored, pure white shirt on top and light khaki casual pants on the bottom, the fitted clothes perfectly outlined your youthful spirit. Your clean temperament was highlighted to the extreme, and your already cute, well-behaved face seemed to glow under the lights. You looked exactly like a young master from a wealthy family who had never seen the harshness of the world. Wow, Emi gave an exaggerated whistle. Kaito, if you walked out like this, how many girls would be chasing you for your contact info? Akari Yanagi's eyes sparkled. She quickly pulled out her phone and opened a live stream. This face value can't be wasted. Come here, Kaito. Let's start a live stream called The Young Master's Secret Home Cooking. I guarantee you'll be an overnight sensation. No! A cold, stern voice directly interrupted Akari Yanagi's plan. Everyone looked at Haruka Kujo. She was crossing her arms, her face cold as frost. What kind of nonsense is this? Her gaze swept over Akari Yanagi and finally landed on you, who looked somewhat at a loss. He still has to study. Her tone was indisputable, carrying a strong protective urge that even she herself hadn't realized. The atmosphere in the living room became subtle. Just then, Haruka Kujo's phone rang inopportunely. She frowned even tighter when she saw the caller ID. It was a call from the old family estate. Haruka Kujo walked to the balcony, her voice cold but respectful. After listening to a few words from the other end, her expression sank. A family banquet? I don't have time. However, after hearing something else from the other end, her expression became extremely grim. Her gaze passed through the glass door and landed on you, looking brand new in the living room. I have to bring him? Her voice was very low, but the irritation and resistance couldn't be hidden at all. I understand. She hung up, her fingers gripping the phone so hard they turned white. Having to bring you to the family gathering this weekend was a disaster she could already foresee. At this moment, you sat quietly in the passenger seat, the brand new white shirt making you look like a sheltered young master. As the streetscape outside the window flew backward, your profile looked clean and soft. Yet Haruka Kujo, sitting beside you, gripped the steering wheel tightly. She hated this feeling. She felt like she was escorting a piece of trouble. She finally spoke, her voice ice cold. When we get there, keep your mouth shut. Just eat the food, and don't cause me any trouble. You turned your head when you heard her, your eyes clear. I understand, Miss Kujo. Your well-behaved response didn't make her feel any better. Instead, it only added to her frustration. The old family estate was brightly lit. When Haruka Kujo stepped into the banquet hall holding your hand, all eyes focused on you, and whispers erupted all around. Who is that guy with Haruka? Looks very unfamiliar. Is that the engagement the old man settled before he passed away? Shh, lower your voice. Look at Haruka's expression. Gazes of investigation, disdain, and schadenfreude fell upon you. You subconsciously straightened your posture. Haruka Kujo felt the slight trembling in the hand she was holding. She looked straight ahead, walked directly to a corner food station, picked up a glass of champagne from a waiter's tray, and coldly tossed out 2 words. Eat something. Following that, she didn't look back and merged into the crowd of hypocritical socializing. You stood there alone, looking at the dazzling array of food but feeling no appetite. Though surrounded by the boisterous crowd, you felt completely out of place. Cousin, you're finally here. At this moment, a delicate voice sounded with deliberate warmth. It was Miyuki Shirakawa, the daughter of Haruka Kujo's second uncle. She walked over holding a glass of red wine. Her gaze scanned Haruka Kujo like a radar before finally sticking to you. She dragged out her tone and asked with a face full of mockery, "Is this the fiancé Grandpa mentioned?" Haruka Kujo glared at her and said nothing. Miyuki Shirakawa didn't care. She walked in front of you and pretended to be curious, looking you up and down. You look quite clean, but you look a bit too young. Are you even 18 yet? You pursed your lips and, subconsciously, took a small step back. Oops! Miyuki Shirakawa suddenly slipped, and her body swayed violently. Before you could react, the tall glass in her hand tilted. A line of crimson wine spilled, landing squarely on your pure white shirt. A large, glaring red stain on your chest was shocking to behold. You froze completely. How do you walk, you person? Miyuki Shirakawa's sharp cry pierced the noise of the banquet hall, instantly attracting the attention of the entire room. She pointed at a nearly invisible drop of wine on her own dress, shouting at you with a face full of fury. Don't you have eyes? This is a high-end dress I just had air-freighted from France. Can you afford to pay if you dirty it? What's wrong with this child? Clumsy, clearly hasn't seen the world, Doesn't even know how to walk, one relative said. Haruka, where did you find this person? No breeding at all. The surrounding relatives immediately swarmed in, and you instantly became the target of everyone. Seeing that everyone was joining in, Miyuki Shirakawa's momentum grew even stronger. She pointed directly at your nose and ordered, "What's the point of just apologizing? Kneel down and apologize to me." The gaze of the entire banquet hall fell on you like a knife. Ridicule, schadenfreude, all negative emotions completely surrounded you. Your face flushed red, and your fists were clenched tightly at your sides. You looked up, your sight passing through the crowd to Haruka Kujo not far away. She stood there holding a wine glass, her face expressionless, but her eyes were filled with chill. You understood in your heart that you couldn't make things difficult for her. This was her home, and these were her relatives. Thus, you slowly loosened your clenched fists, took a step forward, and bowed your head toward Miyuki Shirakawa. "I am sorry. It was an accident." Your voice was too soft, nearly drowned out by the surrounding mockery. As you spoke, you bent down to pick up a napkin from the floor. "That's more like it," someone said. "People from the countryside should act like people from the countryside. Hurry up and kneel. What are you stalling for?" "Yangsha, don't lower yourself to this person's level. It's an eyesore." The mocking laughter grew louder, trampling your last shred of dignity. Your body trembled slightly, and your knees slowly began to bend. Just as you were about to kneel, a hand grabbed your arm and pulled you back a step. You stumbled as you stood steady and looked up in a daze. You saw Haruka Kujo, who had arrived in front of you at some unknown time. Her tall figure was like an insurmountable barrier, instantly blocking all the malice and ridicule directed at you. All the mocking laughter in the banquet hall ceased abruptly. Haruka Kujo didn't look at anyone. She slowly raised her hand and poured the champagne from her glass, without spilling a single drop, over Miyuki Shirakawa's head. The golden liquid flowed down Miyuki Shirakawa's curled hair, crossing her stunned, stiff face, and instantly soaked her expensive dress. Miyuki Shirakawa let out a shrill scream. The entire room went silent. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Haruka Kujo casually set her wine glass on a waiter's tray, creating a crisp collision sound. Her gaze swept coldly over everyone present and finally fixed on Miyuki Shirakawa, who was soaked through and in a pathetic state. She finally spoke, each word clear. "Is my fiancé someone you have the right to lecture?" Haruka Kujo's second uncle, Shinji Shirakawa, walked over with a livid face, suppressing his anger as he lowered his voice. "Haruka, what are you doing?" Haruka Kujo didn't even glance at him. Her gaze was like a knife, nailed firmly into Miyuki Shirakawa's terrified and humiliated face. She said word for word, "Apologize to him." Miyuki Shirakawa screamed instantly. "Why? Haruka, are you crazy? It was he who dirtied my dress." Haruka Kujo's voice grew colder. "I'll say it again. Apologize to him." Miyuki Shirakawa felt a chill as she looked at her. She subconsciously hid behind her father. "Dad, look at her!" Shinji Shirakawa met Haruka Kujo's gaze. His heart sank. He knew his niece's methods better than anyone. She had inherited all the decisiveness and ruthlessness of the old man. She would never give up until she settled the score today. Weighing the pros and cons, Shinji Shirakawa sighed and pushed the daughter behind him. "Shakuya, apologize to your cousin-in-law." "Dad!" Miyuki Shirakawa was in disbelief. "Apologize!" Shinji Shirakawa raised his voice. Miyuki Shirakawa's fingernails nearly embedded into her flesh. She stared at you as if she wanted to eat you alive. Finally, she squeezed 3 words through her gritted teeth. "I'm sorry." Haruka Kujo didn't give her an extra glance. She grabbed your wrist and turned to leave. The crisp, clean sound of high heels struck everyone's face like a slap. She dragged you through the stunned crowd and walked out of the banquet hall without looking back. The car sped through the night. The car was terrifyingly quiet. You kept your head down, looking at the glaring wine stain on your chest, not daring to take a full breath. "It's over. I've ruined her family banquet. She must be furious." This oppressive atmosphere made you feel like you were suffocating. You gripped your hem tightly and finally gathered the courage to tremble as you spoke. "I'm sorry, Miss Kujo. I've embarrassed you." Screech! The piercing sound of brakes shattered the night sky. The massive inertia sent you lunging forward, only to be dragged back hard by the seatbelt. You looked over, shaken. Under the streetlight, the fingers Haruka Kujo held the steering wheel with were white from the pressure. Your heart instantly sank to rock bottom. She really is angry. You opened your mouth, wanting to explain something, but she turned her head slowly. Her eyes were complex. There was irritation, anger, and something you couldn't understand. She spoke hoarsely. "Do you think it was your fault?" You were stunned, not knowing how to answer, looking at you in your dazed and aggrieved state. The fire in her eyes slowly extinguished, replaced by a strange emotion. The next second, she actually raised her hand, her movement somewhat stiff, pausing for a moment in midair. Then, she let it fall gently onto your head. Her palm was cool and carried a trace of an imperceptible tremor. She ruffled your hair messily and said softly, "It wasn't your fault." These words made your entire body freeze. You smelled the light, cool fragrance on her and felt the clumsy chill of her palm. Your eyes instantly grew hot. By the time you returned to the villa, it was already late at night. Haruka Kujo kicked off her high heels and headed straight for the medicine cabinet, searching for something. You followed behind her cautiously, like a child who had done something wrong. "Come here," she commanded without looking up. You walked over, and Haruka Kujo pulled a bottle of safflower oil from the medicine cabinet. As she twisted the cap off, a pungent smell instantly diffused into the air. She grabbed your wrist, the one with a circle of red marks from where she had pulled you so hard earlier. She poured the medicinal oil and began to rub it into your wrist with a rough movement. You gasped in pain on the spot. "Endure it," she said in an icy tone, though her strength subconsciously lightened. You kept your head down, looking at her focused profile and those eyes that were always covered in ice. At this moment, there was actually a hint of seriousness. The stinging pain in your wrist didn't seem so unbearable anymore. Click! The villa door was suddenly pushed open. "Damn it, I'm exhausted!" Emi rushed in boisterously. As soon as she and Akari Yanagi entered the door, they saw this strange yet warm scene in the living room. Haruka Kujo, half crouching in front of you, head down while applying medicine, while you sat obediently, letting her do as she pleased. Emi's mouth dropped into an O shape. Akari Yanagi leaned against the doorframe, watching with great interest and smiling with a playful expression. Yo, Emi finally found her voice. "The sun is rising in the west? Our noble and cold boss Haruka is actually applying medicine for someone?" She leaned in closer and sniffed exaggeratedly. "What is this I smell? Is it the sour smell of love?" Haruka Kujo suddenly let go and slammed the medicine bottle onto the coffee table. "Shut up!" A thin layer of red spread across her cheeks at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly reaching her earlobes. Akari Yanagi smiled and added a cutting remark. "You're blushing." "Kaito, it seems Big Sister doesn't have to worry about you being bullied anymore now that we have Boss Haruka protecting you." Haruka Kujo, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, stood up abruptly. After dropping this, she ran up to the second floor as if fleeing. Bang! The master bedroom door was slammed shut. Leaning against the cold door panel, she felt her heart beating so fast it felt like it was going to pop out of her throat. Her cheeks were burning, and her mind was filled with the sounds of Emi and Akari Yanagi's teasing laughter, along with your clean, somewhat dazed eyes. She reached up to touch her own face. Crazy. She must be crazy. She was actually starting to think that a piece of trouble like you was a little cute. You were still standing downstairs, looking in the direction where Haruka Kujo had disappeared, feeling dazed. Emi leaned over and draped an arm around your shoulder. "Not bad, Kaito. Melting our big ice mountains so quickly." Your face flushed bright red instantly, and you didn't know what to say. You hurried back to your storage room and slammed the door. Yet in the tiny space, the pungent smell of the medicine oil mixed with her cool fragrance on your wrist felt even more distinct. You pulled out your backpack to take out your homework notebook when a folded slip of paper slid out from the pages. You only took one look at it before folding it back up and stuffing it into the innermost compartment of your bag. It was the parent-teacher meeting notice from your homeroom teacher earlier that afternoon. The scene from the evening's banquet appeared in your mind. Haruka Kujo had gone as far as to break ties with all her relatives. You must never bring her any more trouble. When you left the next morning, Emi was singing while sweating away on the treadmill. Akari Yanagi was lying on the sofa with a face mask on, scrolling through her phone. Haruka Kujo had already left. No one mentioned the parent-teacher meeting, and you would certainly never bring it up. The school was filled with parents and students walking together. Ren Shizuku held her mother's hand, and Kenji Tsubasa followed his father. You were the only one alone, walking silently along the edge of the crowd like an outlier. You walked silently to your seat in the corner. The chair beside you was empty. In a classroom full of people, that vacancy appeared particularly glaring. The homeroom teacher, Ujo-san, cleared her throat. The parent-teacher meeting begins officially. You couldn't hear a single word because you could feel Ujo-san's gaze sweeping frequently over the empty chair beside you. The whispering of the surrounding parents felt like needles pricking your back. Just then, Ujo-san's tone shifted, and her voice rose sharply. But there is a small portion of students who are loose in their behavior and weak in discipline. What does this explain? Her gaze was like a sharp sword, locked directly onto you. It explains that there is a problem with the family education. Some parents only care about giving birth, but not about teaching. They throw their children to the school and wash their hands of it. Now, all the parents in the class focused their gazes on you, and the murmurs erupted instantly. You had become the focus and the joke of the entire scene. Your cheeks burned instantly, and you could only bury your head lower, your fingers pinching the seams of your uniform pants, wishing you could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But just then, a rough voice pushed the humiliation in the classroom to its peak. Ujo-san, you've said exactly what's on my mind. The person speaking was Kenji Tsubasa's father, who was wearing a thick gold chain. He leaned back in his chair, legs splayed, and pointed at your direction with his chin. My son has complained that the new kid in the class dresses so raggedly. It's clear he doesn't come from a good family. He's gloomy all day and will bring down the class atmosphere. His voice was loud and harsh, as if he were afraid others wouldn't hear. My Kenji Tsubasa is aiming for the city's key school. If he gets dragged down, can you take responsibility for that? Once he opened his mouth, it was like igniting a powder keg. Other parents immediately responded in an uproar. That's right, Ujo-san. The learning environment is very important. How can a student of unknown origin be in the same class as our children? Right, I suggest moving him to the ordinary class. Wave after wave of denunciations poured over your head. You felt like even breathing was becoming difficult. You had clearly promised Emmy you would tell her if anything happened. But you had still hidden that notice. You didn't want to bring any more trouble to anyone, especially Haruka Kujo. You must never let her face any finger-pointing because of you. For this reason, you clutched your palms tightly, using the pain to keep your mind clear. Ujo-san pushed up her glasses, her gaze piercing you like a sword. She brought an air of judgment from on high, her voice cutting through the noise. Kaito, stand up. Your body stiffened instantly. Dozens of eyes in the classroom were nailed to you. You used every ounce of your strength to slowly stand up from your seat. Tell everyone, Ujo-san's voice carried unconcealed mockery, why your parents didn't come. Are they too busy with work to come? Your lips moved, but your throat was too dry to make a sound. I can't say it. I can't say I don't have parents. Even more, I can't say the house owner I'm living with doesn't even know about this meeting. That would only make them a laughingstock in the mouths of others. You looked up and met Ujo-san's cold eyes, your voice weak. They are very busy. This answer instantly brought about a suppressed burst of laughter. Ujo-san laughed too. Her laughter was sharp and petty. Busy? I think it's because they don't dare to come. What kind of child can a family that doesn't even dare to attend a parent-teacher meeting raise? What future can they have? As soon as she finished speaking, echoes erupted from all sides. If they don't dare to come, don't read in the key class. Get out. Humiliation and mockery drowned you. Everything turned black before your eyes. You gripped your fists so hard your nails sank into your flesh. Just as you were about to collapse, boom! With a massive bang, the back door of the classroom was kicked open and hit the wall hard. The entire classroom fell instantly silent. All mockery and discussion stopped abruptly. Everyone stared toward the door in astonishment. A crisp, rhythmic sound of high heels came from the doorway, carrying an intense presence. Click-clack, click-clack. Each step struck everyone's heart. A tall figure appeared against the light. She was in a sharp-cut black suit, her long hair pinned up, with no expression on her face. Her entire body radiated a coldness that kept people at a distance. It was Haruka Kujo. Her gaze swept over the entire room, finally landing precisely on the teacher's face on the podium. Her cold voice resonated throughout the classroom. Who said I didn't dare to come? Haruka Kujo's voice wasn't loud, but it instantly suppressed the chaos in the classroom. The whole world went quiet. Haruka, wait for me! A panting voice broke the silence. Emi was wearing a tight-fitting tracksuit, leaning against the doorframe and gasping for breath. She formed a sharp contrast to Haruka, yet no one dared to even glance at her. The mockery on Ujo-san's face froze completely. She watched Haruka approach step by step, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Haruka didn't even look at her. Her gaze passed through the crowd, landed directly on you in the corner, and she walked toward you as if no one else existed. You felt like you were suffocating and kept your head tightly bowed, not daring to look at her. You were afraid of seeing the disappointment and disgust in her eyes. You had caused trouble for her again. Unexpectedly, a cool hand suddenly reached out. It didn't hit you or push you. Instead, it gently straightened your crooked collar. This action made your whole body shudder. You suddenly raised your head and crashed straight into Haruka Kujo's eyes. Her gaze was still icy, but there seemed to be something different deep within it. Haruka! President Kujo? A stuttering voice, filled with both sycophancy and terror, finally broke the eerie silence. It was the homeroom teacher, Ujo-san. She recognized Haruka Kujo, the young and famous female entrepreneur of the city's business world, the CEO of the Kujo Group. Her photo had just appeared on the cover of a finance magazine last month. Ujo-san's face drained of color, turning as pale as paper. Her voice was trembling. Why are you here? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? The surrounding parents also erupted in an uproar. President Kujo? Which President Kujo? Which one could it be? The Ice Queen of the Kujo Group, obviously. My God, why is she here? Is this kid actually... Whispers broke out again, but this time, they were filled with awe and fear, but Haruka acted as if she hadn't heard them, not even bothering to give Ujo-san another glance. The next second, her gaze moved past everyone and locked directly onto the man wearing the thick gold chain. She spoke slowly. Her voice wasn't loud, but the sense of oppression was overwhelming. Who was it just now? Who said he should be moved to a different class? The man, Kenji Tsubasa's father, froze on the spot. The arrogance on his face vanished instantly, and cold sweat poured down his face. He hurriedly waved his hands. I didn't. You didn't? A crisp female voice suddenly cut in. Emi had squeezed to the front at some point, shaking her phone with the look of someone ready to watch a good show. Ujo-san, Mr. Du, you were chatting so loudly just now. I heard every word clearly from the hallway. After saying that, she pressed the play button. The next second, those mean, vicious words echoed throughout the classroom. Dressed in rags, clearly not from a good family, will ruin the class atmosphere. What kind of child can a family that doesn't even dare to attend a parent-teacher meeting raise? Get out. Once the recording finished, you could hear a pin drop in the classroom. Ujo-san was shaking like a leaf, and Kenji Tsubasa's father's face had turned the color of liver. Haruka Kujo smiled. The smile was shallow, yet it sent a chill down everyone's spines. She stared at the wobbling Ujo-san on the podium. Is this how you educate as a teacher? Relying on wild guesses to judge a child's future? The school spirit of Aikun Second High is ruined by people like you. Her gaze then turned to Kenji Tsubasa's father. And you? Your son forms cliques at school. Is this the great upbringing you are so proud of? Haruka Kujo's gaze swept across the room, looking at the parents who had instantly fallen silent. Her voice turned sharply cold. Your children are precious and can't be touched. So is my person just a stone on the side of the road, to be stepped on and scolded at your will? The words, my person, slammed heavily into your heart. Haruka Kujo withdrew her gaze, took out her phone, and dialed a number without even looking at it. The moment the call connected, Ujo-san's legs gave out, and she slumped into her chair. You heard Haruka speak calmly. Principal Jang, it's me, Haruka Kujo. Her voice held no ripples, yet every word carried weight. Starting tomorrow, I don't want to see Wang Ping at Second High, and as for the school, I need an explanation. We can talk about it slowly at the board meeting at the end of the year. After saying that, she hung up immediately, without a word of nonsense. Silence filled the classroom, but Haruka didn't even look at those who were deathly pale. She turned around and looked at you again. That icy expression actually softened when it met your gaze. She only said one word, "Let's go." She reached out to you. This time, she didn't grab your wrist, but opened her palm and waited for you quietly. You stared blankly at that hand. After only a second of hesitation, you placed your own trembling hand into hers. Her palm was very cool and soft. Haruka Kujo held your hand like that, turned and walked toward the door. Wherever she went, the crowd automatically stepped back, until the heavy door closed, shutting out all the panic. Emi followed behind, making a face and humming triumphantly as they passed Kenji Tsubasa and his father. The sunlight in the hallway was warm, and the immense sense of security instantly collapsed your tense nerves. You looked at her tall back and at your hands clasped together. Your eyes grew red without warning, and a scalding tear hit the floor. Suddenly, Haruka Kujo's footsteps stopped abruptly. She turned around, meeting your red, teary eyes and your stubborn, silently weeping face. A very light sigh escaped her lips. That sigh held helplessness, irritation, and a trace of heartache she herself hadn't realized. The next second, she actually stooped down slightly in the hallway to be at your eye level. She raised her other hand and clumsily wiped the dampness from the corners of your eyes with her thumb. "Enough. It's no big deal." But as she looked at your water-misted eyes, her voice lowered involuntarily. "From now on, if you are wronged outside, just use my name." She stared into your eyes. "Remember, you are the younger brother of Haruka Kujo. There is no shame in that." In the car, you gripped your seatbelt tightly and finally gathered the courage to say, "I'm sorry, I caused you trouble again." However, Haruka Kujo kept her eyes on the road, her fingers tightening on the steering wheel. "Shut up. I'm not doing this for you. I'm just protecting the Kujo family's face." The words made your heart sink to the bottom. You lowered your head and said nothing more. "Of course, that's it." But unexpectedly, the car's speed slowed down. At the next intersection, she didn't head toward the villa, but turned toward the city center, eventually stopping in front of a high-end French restaurant you couldn't have imagined. After getting out, Haruka threw out 2 words and walked straight in, her heels clicking on the pavement. You followed along, feeling awkward. Your new school uniform seemed so out of place here. You sat stiffly across from her, not knowing where to put your hands. When the waiter brought the steak, you tried to copy her use of the knife and fork, but ended up making a harsh grating sound. Clumsy. Haruka Kujo finally couldn't help but frown. However, she put down her own cutlery, walked around the table to your side, and said, "Give me your hand." You stretched out your hand blankly. The next second, her cool, delicate fingers gripped yours and guided the knife and fork into your hand. The moment your fingertips touched, you flinched and pulled back. You saw that her expression was also somewhat unnatural, and she quickly returned to her seat. "Learn it yourself," she said, then sat back down and picked up her water glass, trying to hide her erratic heartbeat. Your cheeks were burning as you focused on clumsily cutting your steak. Just then, a flippant male voice suddenly sounded from nearby. "Oh, isn't this President Kujo?" A man in a floral shirt approached with a wine glass, smiling with malice. It was Haruka's business rival, Muto Jinjo. His gaze swept over you with unconcealed contempt. "President Kujo, your taste is truly unique lately. You like this kind of child who hasn't even been weaned yet?" Hearing this, your grip on the knife and fork tightened. You thought Haruka would lash out in retaliation. But instead, she smiled and reached out, naturally fixing your collar. Then, she looked up at Muto Jinjo, showing you off like a treasure. "President Muto, watch your tongue. This is my younger brother. I brought him out to see the world. Is that a problem?" Muto Jinjo's smile froze. He had been full of mockery but was rendered speechless by those words. It felt like punching a piece of cotton. In the end, he could only stomp away in a rage, his face red. Haruka turned back and saw you looking at her in a daze. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "What are you looking at?" You ate the rest of the meal absent-mindedly. The words, "my younger brother," sent ripples through your heart. By the time you returned to the villa, it was almost 10 o'clock. Amy and Yoruya were waiting with dishes ready, a celebration feast. Amy proudly placed a plate of boiled, spicy meat on the table. "To celebrate our little guy standing tall at school!" Yoruya smiled and put down the sweet and sour ribs. "And to celebrate our President Kujo for playing the hero," the The two of them finished speaking but noticed something off. Emi sniffed the air and looked at you suspiciously. Why do you two smell like black pepper? Yuria smiled mischievously. Looks like our celebration was a waste of time. Someone went out on a secret date, huh? That made Haruka's face turn red instantly. If you're so full of energy, go do 200 squats upstairs? She threw that sentence out, hurried up the stairs, and slammed her bedroom door. In the living room, you looked at the table of food, filled with guilt. Emi waved a hand, throwing an arm around your shoulder. She won't eat, so we will. Come on, let's have another round with sister. Haruka stood in the dark hallway, watching downstairs through the railing. She saw Emi and Yuria surrounding you, one serving ribs and the other soup. When you finished, you silently cleaned up the dishes and went into the kitchen. Finally, you bowed to the two sisters and walked into that tiny, cramped storage room under the stairs, closing the door softly behind you. This scene made Haruka frown tightly. At school, she had said you were her person. At the restaurant, she had called you her younger brother. Yet, her brother lived in a storage room filled with clutter, without even a bed. Thinking of this made her irritable. It was a disgrace to her reputation if this got out. In the dead of night, the villa was silent. Suddenly, Haruka walked out of her room. You were just preparing to sleep when a knock came at the storage room door. You opened the door, bleary-eyed. Haruka was standing there. She didn't look at you, but gazed past your shoulder at the cramped, dark space behind you. She said coldly, "Starting tomorrow, move into the guest room on the second floor." You were stunned, thinking you had misheard. Before you could react, she added coldly, "I don't want anyone outside saying I abuse you." After that, she turned and walked away, her back decisive. You were left in a daze, holding a set of cold keys in your hand. You took your old woven bag and climbed the stairs you had previously been forbidden to touch. You found the guest room she mentioned, right next to her master bedroom. You inserted the key into the lock. The door opened, and air filled with the scent of sunshine rushed out. A soft, large bed and floor-to-ceiling windows. It was a completely different world from your dark storage room. You put down your bag and walked inside, your fingers gently touching the soft sheets. You understood that this was all for the sake of her image. But a warmth you couldn't control rose in your heart. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. Emi and Yuria rushed in noisily. "Housewarming, little guy. Wow, Haruka is really generous. This room has the best view." Yuria's gaze fell on the new clothes. She picked a shirt from a shopping bag and held it against you. "Hee hee hee hee. Haruka's taste is so conservative." She shook her head, threw the shirt back in the bag, and said, "Little guy, come over. Sister will teach you how a boy should dress to make the girls scream." Emi joined in excitedly. "Exactly. This khaki pair of pants is good. Match it with a flashy t-shirt and a baseball cap, and it'll be perfect." They insisted on treating you like a dress-up doll, putting piece after piece of new clothing on you. You were blushing, wanting to hide but not daring to. Yuria pressed on your shoulders and leaned in close, whispering in a sickeningly sweet voice, "Let sister take a good look. It would be a waste not to show off these collarbones." She reached out to undo the first button of your shirt. A cold, piercing voice came from the doorway. The three of you froze instantly. Haruka stood there with her arms crossed, her expression extremely ugly. Her gaze swept over the pile of scattered clothes. Finally, her eyes fixed on Yuria's hand, which was stopping at your chest. An inexplicable anger rushed to her head. "Haruka," Emi said, trying to smooth things over with a cheeky smile. "Why so fierce? We're just helping him cultivate his fashion sense." "He doesn't need your teaching," Haruka said, her voice icy. Yuria looked at her possessive behavior and blinked playfully. Got it. We won't touch your treasure. Get out!" Haruka squeezed the words through her teeth. After they left, the room became silent. You stood there, feeling awkward. Haruka walked in, said nothing, and bent over to refold the clothes that had been thrown on the bed. Then she left, throwing out one sentence. "Lock the door from now on." Late at night, Haruka lay in bed, tossing and turning. Her mind was filled with everything from today, and that strange sense of possessiveness. Just then, a faint, clean herbal scent drifted in through the door gap. It was the smell of the ointment you used to treat her burn. Haruka's heart skipped a beat. What is that guy next door doing so late? She threw off the covers and opened the door silently, barefoot. She didn't knock on your door, but instead went downstairs, using thirst as an excuse. But as soon as she reached the first floor, she froze. A dim light was on in the kitchen. You were standing in front of the stove, busy with something. She coughed lightly. You were startled and turned around in a hurry. "Ms. Haruka?" You looked panicked. Why are you down here?" "I'm thirsty," Haruka said, walking over while her gaze drifted toward the small pot bubbling in front of you. You were afraid she would misunderstand and whispered, "I couldn't sleep, so I wanted to cook something to eat." You hesitated, then picked up a clean bowl and asked, "Would you like to try some? Sweet fermented rice balls with osmanthus. It's very gentle on the stomach." Haruka didn't answer, which you took as consent. You served 2 bowls and handed one to her. She took the warm ceramic bowl and scooped up a spoonful. The sweetness of the rice and the fragrance of the osmanthus comforted her irritable stomach. She ate the whole bowl, bite by bite. When you looked at her, you noticed a faint smile on her face. "Miss Haruka, don't move," you suddenly said. Haruka frowned subconsciously, looking up at you. The next second, Haruka's eyes widened as she watched you reach out and gently wipe away a bit of sugar from the corner of her mouth with your warm finger. The air froze. This usually cold female CEO had forgotten to dodge, allowing you to wipe away the insignificant bit of sugar. The sensation on your fingertip caused her breathing to stop. You withdrew your hand and waved the sugar scrap at her, smiling innocently like a good younger brother. Haruka's face turned bright red. She didn't dare to look at you, threw down the bowl, and rushed up the stairs. She slammed her door shut and leaned against the door panel, gasping for air. The kitchen went quiet. You looked in the direction of her frantic escape. The melancholy in your eyes faded, replaced by a calm smile. As if possessed, you raised the finger that had touched her lips and licked it lightly. It was very sweet. You looked toward the second floor. In the moonlight, a very different smile appeared on your face, one that was usually full of pity and obedience. The next morning, you were already in the kitchen wearing an apron. Since you couldn't repay her otherwise, you would conquer their stomachs with your best skills. "Whoa, what's that smell?" Amy rushed down with messy hair, following the scent. Her mouth watered at the sight of the table full of Cantonese morning tea. Amy shouted about dieting, but her hands honestly stuffed a shrimp dumpling into her mouth. "So good! To hell with the diet! Little guy, sister loves you." Yuruya leaned lazily against the stairs with a face mask on, her voice filled with sleepy charm. "Little brother, you're quite scheming, aren't you? Trying to make sisters dependent on you like pigs?" You blushed slightly. Just as you put the last bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge on the table, those familiar footsteps came down the stairs. Haruka had changed into a professional skirt suit and came down with a cold face. Although her expression was calm, she couldn't help but pause for a second when she smelled the aroma. "Ms. Haruka, have some porridge." You served her a bowl and placed it in front of her. Just then, Yuria patted the empty seat next to her, her voice sickeningly sweet. "Little guy, come sit by sister. Should I feed you chicken feet?" Your face turned bright red. Amy shouted that you were going to be snatched away by a fox spirit. Haruka's grip on her spoon tightened. She looked up and glared coldly at the giggling Yuruya. Then, her gaze locked onto you, and she gestured pointedly at the seat next to her. You didn't hesitate. You obediently sat down next to Haruka under her unquestionable command. At this moment, the seductive smile on Yuruya's face froze. Amy started a sarcastic whistle. Haruka ignored everyone and expressionlessly picked up a shrimp dumpling and dropped it into your bowl. "Eat your food." The tone was cold, as if she were scolding a disobedient puppy, but the protective meaning interaction was obvious to everyone. You kept your head down and ate, your ears burning. Only when the school bus horn sounded outside did you feel a reprieve. I'm off to school." Just as you were about to escape, Amy stuffed a carton of yogurt into your hand. "To supplement protein." Yura leaned in and handed you a wet wipe, looking at you intently. "Remember to wipe your mouth. Be a clean, handsome little brother." Soon, you disappeared onto the school bus. What you didn't know was that the moment you disappeared, a coldness rose in Haruka's eyes. She stared in the direction the bus left, her mind filled with those chattering schoolgirls. The next second, she dialed a phone. "Check out Iku's second high and see if there are any unruly girls bothering him." After hanging up, her eyes were filled with possessiveness. At school, you felt the atmosphere was off the moment you entered the classroom. The other students looked at you with awe and curiosity. Before you could sit down, a tall figure loomed over you. You tensed your muscles, expecting to be beaten. But the school bully looked as if he had been constipated for 3 days. After holding it in for a long time, he pulled a pink envelope from his chest, slammed it onto your desk, and walked away without looking back. The whole class gasped. You stared at the envelope that smelled of cheap perfume, confused. You opened it. "Hello, Haruka. I'm Ren Shizuku." It was a love letter. Before you could finish, the bell rang, and you had to put the letter away. You were on pins and needles all day, feeling Ren Shizuku's fiery gaze burning a hole in your back. When school finally ended, you just wanted to run away, but you were blocked by a group of delinquent girls on a quiet path near the gate. The leader, wearing smoky makeup, looked at you fiercely. "Are you Haruka?" You instinctively retreated. It was you who made Shiyu cry, right? Looking all innocent, turns out you're a scumbag. Don't think about leaving without apologizing. You were forced back against a cold wall, realizing for the first time that fierce girls are scarier than anyone. Just as you tried to explain, the girl grabbed your collar. At that critical moment, a sleek black Maybach slid silently to the side of the road. The dark rear window lowered, revealing Haruka Kujo's flawless but ice-cold face. She didn't look at you, but her gaze, which could freeze the air, locked onto the girl with smoky makeup. The car was dark, and her expression was unclear, but her cold, chilling voice exploded in the sudden silence. "Do you not want your hand anymore?" The Maybach was like a silent black giant, swallowing the shadows of the street corner. The girls trembled, looking terrified. Haruka looked at you and said again, "Get in the car." You felt a reprieve, opened the door, and scrambled inside. The car was suffocatingly quiet. You kept your head down, holding your knees, not daring to even breathe, let alone look at Haruka. You could clearly feel the low pressure she radiated was more chilling than ever before. Just then, plop, that pink envelope fell out of your washed-out school uniform pocket onto the mat. Your body stiffened instantly, your blood seemingly freezing. Haruka's gaze swept over, and the temperature in the car dropped to absolute 0. She stared at the glaring pink envelope and suddenly smiled, her voice full of undisguised mockery. "You've gained some skills, haven't you? As soon as you have someone protecting you, you learn to attract bees and butterflies. Is this how you repay us for taking you in?" Your face went pale as paper. You bent down in a panic, grabbing the envelope like it was a hot bomb. "No, Ms. Haruka." Your voice trembled as you tried to explain. It was someone who shoved it on me. I didn't want it." Haruka raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion. "You seem to treasure it quite a bit, keeping it with you all day." "I didn't!" You were so anxious you were about to cry. Looking at the envelope, then at Haruka's icy face, panic took over. The next second, you used all your strength and rip. The pink envelope was shredded into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the love letter turned into a pile of scraps that could never be put back together. You gripped the pieces tightly, looking up at Haruka with red eyes. "I've handled it." Watching you like a puppy desperately wagging its tail to prove loyalty, the nameless fire in Haruka's heart vanished inexplicably. A sense of pleasure she hadn't realized was there quietly emerged. She withdrew her gaze and coldly spat out, "Go to the supermarket." In a high-end imported supermarket, Haruka pushed the cart in front with an expressionless face. You followed behind like a little tail in your school uniform. "We're out of milk at home," she said, stopping at the cold storage as if it were a casual remark. You immediately stepped forward and skillfully took the brand she usually drinks from the top shelf, placing it into the cart. She walked toward the fresh food section. You hurriedly followed, picked up the tongs, and started picking out produce seriously. You pressed and smelled them before being satisfied enough to bag them. The auntie nearby watched in amazement. "My young man, your technique is more professional than ours. Not many boys know how to cook nowadays. Your mother is truly blessed." You turned bright red, embarrassed and wanting to explain, "No ma'am, this is my..." Before you could finish, Haruka calmly interrupted. "He's just used to doing housework at home." Haruka Kujo's voice wasn't loud, but it instantly drew the lady's attention to her. "Oh my, so that's your sister." "Your younger brother is so capable and handsome. You're truly blessed." Hearing this, Haruka's expression remained calm. but inside she felt like she had just taken a spoonful of honey. Her lips curled upward almost imperceptibly as she turned to you and said, "Kaito, let's buy fish." Arriving at the seafood section, a fishy smell washed over you. You pointed to the most active catfish in the tank. "Please catch that one." "Could you clean the black membrane from inside the belly and remove the scales?" "Her stomach is sensitive," you said. "She can't handle the fishiness." A few steps away, Haruka, who had been pretending to browse the seafood, suddenly froze. Her stomach was sensitive? Even her best friend only knew that she had an irregular diet. No one ever knew about her chronic stomach condition. How did you know? The softest part of her heart was suddenly struck hard by something. Returning to the villa, you ducked into the kitchen before anyone could stir, and the sounds of pots and pans immediately began to play. Haruka sat in the living room trying to process emails. But the scent of food mixed with the herbal fragrance was like a hook, snagging her soul. Before long, you walked out with a tray. "Miss Kujo, dinner is ready." Haruka sat down and took a sip of the soup. A warm current rose from her stomach, instantly dispelling the fatigue and chill she had accumulated all day. Finishing the meal, she felt warm all over, letting out a breath of pure comfort. You quietly cleaned up the dishes, but the corner of your eye was always fixed on her. Watching her get up to return to her room, that craving in your heart suddenly grew wildly like weeds. As she reached the stairs, you took 2 quick steps, giving her no chance to turn back, and gently wrapped your arms around her slender waist from behind. Haruka's body instantly tensed up, like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Just as she was about to lash out, you leaned your head gently against her back. With that youthful, clean scent unique to you, you whispered against her ear. "Miss Kujo, let me be in charge of your stomach from now on. How about it?" This warm breath brushed against her earlobe, carrying a numbing electric current. Haruka pushed your hand away, leaving it hanging in midair as her heart hammered erratically in her chest. "Kaito, let go." Her voice was dry and carried an almost imperceptible tremor. You didn't move. Instead, you tightened your grip. How insolent. Those 2 words were cold and hard as iron, finally snapping you back to reality. You hesitated for a moment, then finally let go, albeit unwillingly. Haruka walked upstairs quickly, not looking back at you once. The next day, the villa's dining table was in an uproar. Emi held up her phone, smiling like a fox who had stolen a chicken. "Girls, look! My new video went viral. The first love little chef. 2 million likes in one night." Yuruya swallowed a custard bun, her eyes widening in disbelief. "What? 2 million?" On the screen was your side profile as you worked in the kitchen. The light outlined your jawline, and the focused atmosphere was absolutely top tier. You had just walked out of the kitchen with the porridge and froze, your face flushing bright red to the roots of your ears. "Emi-san, Emi winked at you triumphantly. "Oh, little Kaito, you're famous. Don't you think your sister has a good eye?" Just then, the sound of high heels echoed on the stairs. Haruka walked down with a cold face, her gaze sweeping over the phone screen. The air pressure around her plummeted. "Delete it." Emi's smile stiffened. "Kujo, it's several million in traffic." "I'll say it again. Delete it." Haruka's voice was as cold as icicles. Under her piercing stare, Emi felt a chill in her heart and had no choice but to press the delete button right there. However, it was too late when you arrived at the gate of Aikun Second High School. With your school bag, the scene before you made you think you had traveled to a celebrity meet and greet. Girls from other schools were holding up their phones in anticipation. The crowd erupted the moment they saw you. "It's the little chef! My God, he's even cuter in person than in the video. Little brother, look at me! I'll buy you candy!" Camera flashes were going off frantically, and screams followed one after another. You were like a frightened rabbit, overwhelmed by the sudden enthusiasm, and finally had to be escorted by security guards into the school gate in a disheveled state. You felt like you were sitting on pins and needles all day. Your desk was inexplicably filled with snacks and love letters, and there were always girls peeking through the window. You didn't feel like a person anymore, but like a product being exhibited in a storefront window. Meanwhile, at the top floor office of the Kujo group, Secretary Zhang entered with a grave expression. Although the source video was deleted, the first love little chef Tag has already hit the top 10 trending list. Haruka looked at the data on the screen, her expression darkening. What is the PR department doing? She leaned back against her chair, took out her private phone, and dialed Imi's number directly. Imi! Imi on the other end was still mourning the lost traffic. What is it, Kujo? I already deleted it. What do you think of him? Haruka's voice was terrifyingly calm, making the other end of the line go silent instantly. As a tool to grow your follower count, I just thought he was so great that more people should know about him. Whether he is good or not is not for you to announce to the world. Haruka's voice was ice cold, carrying an undeniable dominance. From now on, regarding everything about him, without my permission, you are not allowed to post a single word. Otherwise, I don't mind making your beauty studio disappear from Cone City entirely. The phone went quiet for a few seconds before Imi gave a muffled, "Oh." After hanging up, Haruka rubbed her aching temples, but the fire in her heart wouldn't die down. It was a violent irritability that her private property had been peered at, leaving her unable to sit still for a moment. She grabbed her car keys and rushed out of the office. At the same time, on the rooftop of the teaching building, you sat there all alone, letting the wind mess up your hair. The noise from downstairs made you feel suffocated. Just then, the iron door of the rooftop creaked open. The sound of Haruka's high heels tapping on the ground moved from far to near. She walked to your side and watched the hustle and bustle of the city in the distance with you, saying nothing. You lowered your head even further, your voice as small as a mosquito's hum. "I'm sorry, I caused you trouble again. Isn't it just a few people looking at you?" Haruka's voice was stiff, revealing no emotion. What is there to hide from? You pressed your lips together, clutching the corner of your clothes, not daring to reply. Watching you looking so dejected, the irritation in her heart intensified. She suddenly reached into her pocket and pulled out a candy, unwrapping it. She shoved the candy directly into your mouth. It was a lemon-flavored hard candy. You were stunned, raising your head blankly. Haruka turned to look at you. "My biggest trouble is that you hide everything from me." Seeing your clear eyes widened in surprise, she instinctively extended her little finger. Her voice was very soft but carried an absolute command. "From now on, you are not allowed to bear things alone." You stared blankly at that slender, fair finger. After a moment of hesitation, you finally reached out and hooked your finger around hers. "Pinky promise." At this moment, two fingers hooked tightly together, making a promise that was both childish and incredibly solemn. Little did you know, as you were immersed in this warmth, a cold telephoto lens was trained tightly on you from a nondescript black sedan at the street corner. On the weekend, at a banquet for business elites, Haruka brought you along. She even announced quite openly to everyone that you were her younger brother. In the blink of an eye, you became prey in the eyes of others. A group of socialites surrounded you. "Your brother is so handsome. Is he entering the entertainment industry?" Hearing this, Haruka frowned slightly. She didn't like others looking at you with this scrutinizing, commodity-like gaze, so she found an excuse to pull you to a quiet corner. "Wait for me here. Don't run around," she said, then turned to deal with clients. However, you, a piece of monk's meat mixed into a pack of wolves, were still targeted. A woman with a hot figure walked over gracefully, holding a wine glass. Suddenly she stumbled, falling toward you on purpose. Oops! Half a glass of red wine spilled directly onto your white suit. "Little brother, I'm so sorry." The woman apologized, but her eyes were full of hooks. As she spoke, her hand rested on your chest, rubbing against the wine stain suggestively. "Look, it's all wet. Let sister take you upstairs to change into something clean, shall we?" Your body went stiff. You reflexively wanted to pull back, but her hand gripped you even tighter. Just then, a light, icy laugh sounded behind you. "Ms. Zhang." Haruka strode over, her gaze landing only on the glaring wine stain on your chest. "You dare to touch my property?" The woman's face turned pale instantly, and she hurriedly withdrew her hand. "President Kujo, I didn't mean to. Was it an accident?" Haruka curled her lips, but there was no smile in her eyes. "Did you sprain your ankle or break your hand? You can't even hold a wine glass? Do you need me to call you an ambulance?" Haruka asked each question, and the woman's face paled further with every word. "Since you aren't sick," Haruka's tone dropped, "then get lost. The woman, full of humiliation, shrieked, "Haruka, don't be too excessive!" Excessive? Haruka found it funny. She took out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, President Jang? Your daughter is drunk here and making a scene. Oh, by the way, our legal team will be reevaluating the partnership proposal for the land in the south of the city tomorrow." After hanging up, Haruka didn't even look at the pale woman again. "Security, please escort Ms. Zhang out to sober up." The next second, Haruka grabbed your wrist and walked toward the lounge. Once the door closed, blocking out all the noise, you were still standing there in shock, at a loss. Haruka's voice sounded again. "What are you standing there for? Take it off." Hearing this, your cheeks burned. Your fingers fumbled with the buttons, but you couldn't undo them. Clumsy, Haruka couldn't watch anymore. She stepped forward. Her cool fingertips brushed your skin, and you shuddered. The buttons were undone one by one, and the suit and shirt were removed, revealing your lean upper body. But her gaze paused on your arm. The bruises from the fight last time were still there. Her fingers traced over that patch of skin subconsciously, making your breathing hitch. Haruka snapped back to reality and withdrew her hand as if electrocuted. She took a spare white shirt from a hanger nearby and threw it at you. You put it on in a panic, but got stuck again when trying to button the top one. Haruka sighed and had no choice but to step forward again. This time, the distance between the two of you was even closer. You could almost feel the heat of her breath brushing against your chin. Your face was red enough to drip blood. Haruka finally buttoned it up, quickly stepped back and distanced herself. "Let's go." The return ride was deathly silent. You looked at the neon lights flying past the window, your heart in a jumble. You finally spoke softly, "Thank you." Haruka looked ahead, her voice plain. "I said, you are my person." But her next sentence instantly extinguished the warmth that had just risen in your heart. "Although I still think that marriage contract is ridiculous." As she spoke, your heart went cold. However, as the car passed an intersection, her tone shifted abruptly in the darkness. "But I don't dislike you." Hearing this, you turned your head to look at her abruptly. Haruka spoke in a very low voice about that past. When the Kujo family was on the verge of bankruptcy, it was your grandfather who sold all his businesses to pull the Kujo family back from the cliff. This marriage contract was the only condition he proposed at the time. He said he was worried about his only grandson, so do you understand? No matter how much I loathe this relationship, I have a responsibility to protect your safety. Haruka attributed everything to responsibility, but from her knuckles, which were white from gripping the steering wheel, you could see her current tension. Another weekend. Before the sun rose, you were already in the kitchen. When Haruka came downstairs, she smelled a rich, domineering aroma of meat. On the dining table sat a pot of bright red braised pork. "Don't touch it!" You blocked Yoruya, protecting the food. "This is for Grandpa Kujo." On the way to the old estate, you held the thermal container, feeling nervous. "I heard Grandpa Kujo loves braised pork the most. My grandfather used to make it for him often." At the Kujo old estate, Grandpa Kujo sat in a master's chair, listless. But when that pot of braised pork was placed in front of him, his murky eyes brightened. He picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece. The meat melted in his mouth, fatty but not greasy. The old man's hands began to tremble slightly. His voice was hoarse, and his eyes instantly reddened. "It's the taste of old fool." After dinner, the old man asked you to go walk in the courtyard, leaving Haruka behind. The old man grabbed her hand, his aged hand surprisingly strong. He stared at Haruka. "This child? Do you still think he's a burden?" Haruka pressed her lips together, saying nothing. The old man emphasized his tone. "This braised pork," his grandfather taught him personally, "this sincerity is more valuable than anything." He patted the back of Haruka's hand. "I'll say it today. If you don't want him, there are plenty of people lining up to snatch him. Think about it yourself." Leaving the old estate, the atmosphere in the car was incredibly oppressive. Haruka gripped the steering wheel tightly. Grandpa's words stabbed at her heart. She couldn't help but look at you in the passenger seat. You were sitting quietly, holding the now empty thermal container. You noticed her gaze and turned your head, your eyes filled with inquiry. Haruka snatched her gaze back, coldly spitting out two words. "Sit properly." However, late at night, Haruka tossed and turned in bed. She couldn't sleep at all. The taste of that braised pork and Grandpa's eyes that saw through everything wouldn't leave her mind. She sat up irritably and got out of bed. But when she walked to the kitchen, she noticed a sliver of light coming from the refrigerator. She saw a shadow crouching before the fridge, as if sneaking something. Haruka recognized the figure and walked over. "Yuruya, what are you doing?" "Ah." Yuruya was so startled she dropped the tin cookie box on the floor. "Kujo, why are you up too?" "Can't sleep," Haruka replied concisely, her eyes on the cookies you had baked that afternoon. Yuruya patted her chest and swallowed the cookie in her mouth. "My dreams are filled with Kaito's cooking." Woke up hungry, Yuruya picked up the cookie box, suddenly shifting the subject. "Kujo, what do you really think?" Haruka leaned against the counter, saying nothing. "I'll be honest with you." Yuruya stuffed another cookie into her mouth, her voice slightly distorted by the food. "I can't take it anymore." Haruka's brow twitched. "I used to think he was just a kid with good craftsmanship, and it was fun to tease him." Yuruya's voice lost its usual boisterousness. "But now, he remembers I can't drink cold things. He remembers Imi needs to diet. He even specifically uses less pepper in the pork tripe soup because your stomach is bad. He's not just cooking, he's taking care of us in his own quiet way." Yuruya's voice grew lower. "Kujo, I'm being spoiled by him. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll ignore any sister-brother dating rules or that he's my best friend's fiancé and just snatch him away." She stared at Haruka. "You lock him in a storage room, then move him to the second floor. You protect him outside but give him a cold face at home." "Haruka, what exactly do you consider him? A burden Grandpa forced on you, or your exclusive toy? If you don't want him, let him go early." After she finished, Yuruya popped the last cookie into her mouth and turned to leave. "I'm full. Think it over." In the kitchen, Haruka was left alone. She looked at the half-empty cookie box, her mind in a mess. She returned to her bedroom and stayed awake all night. Early the next morning, Haruka changed her clothes and walked down. Without a word, she snatched the porridge and sandwich in front of you and stuffed them into a takeout box. "Stop eating, come with me." You were full of confusion, but followed her into the car. Soon, the car stopped in front of a solemn building, the Kun City Notary Office. You were dragged by Haruka into a reception room. A man with gold-rimmed glasses had been waiting for a long time. He pushed a document toward Haruka. Haruka didn't even look at it, pushing it over. She spoke coldly. "Sign it." You looked down at the words at the top of the file. "Real estate gift agreement. Donor Haruka Kujo. Dunny Kaitoyo. Granting a top-tier riverside mansion in Kun City. A top-floor duplex apartment, plus 2 parking spaces." You were completely stunned, looking at her in surprise. "Miss Kujo, what does this mean?" "Literally," Haruka said calmly. "From today, this house is yours." The lawyer next to her handed over a pen. "Mr. Kaito, just sign here." You looked at the document as if it were a burning iron. You shook your head and pushed the document back. Haruka's brow furrowed. "Do you know how much this house is worth?" "I don't want it." Your voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear. "Why?" Haruka's patience finally ran out. She couldn't understand. "Something an ordinary person couldn't get in several lifetimes. Why don't you want it?" You stood up, looking her in the eyes for the first time. Those eyes that were usually submissive were now full of stubbornness. "Miss Kujo, my grandfather let me come to the Kujo family to repay a debt of gratitude. He said I should protect you just like he protected Grandpa Kujo." You said each word clearly. "I came to the Kujo family to protect my sister, not to want money." Haruka froze completely. All her logic about interests and binding was shattered by your sentence at this moment. You called her sister. This was the first time. Not Miss Kujo, and not President Kujo. It was sister. She looked at you. The iceberg that had been piled up with indifference for over 20 years collapsed instantly. All rationality and calculations vanished, leaving only a crazy thought she herself feared. "Say that again." Haruka's voice was trembling. "I am." You were a bit frightened by her sudden change in aura, but before you could finish, Haruka suddenly took a step forward, and in the jaw-dropping view of the notary lawyer, she said hoarsely but powerfully, "You don't want the house." She then brushed past your wrist and rushed out of the notary office. Sitting in the Maserati, the air pressure in the car was terrifyingly low. She regretted it, feeling incredibly annoyed at her loss of control. She started the car, her voice cold as frost. "What just happened? That was just an accident." Your heart was frozen and then thrown into a fire to be scorched. You saw a layer of pink rise on her fair neck, so she gets nervous too. A week later, at the Akun Second High basketball court, the final whistle blew, and your class won by 2 points. You were busy handing out water to everyone. Just then, the school beauty, Ren Shizuku, wearing a white dress, walked through the crowd to you. Her cheeks were flushed as she gathered the courage to hand over her water. Kaito-kun, I like you. Boom! The whole stadium exploded. The whistling and screaming almost flipped the entire court. You held the water bottle, completely dazed, your cheeks blushing. You wanted to refuse but couldn't get the words out. Just as you were at a loss, a piercing engine roar sounded from far away. A black Maybach stopped on the side of the basketball court with an extremely violent screech. The whole stadium went silent instantly. The door pushed open, and Haruka Kujo stepped out in 10-centimeter heels. She wore sunglasses, her red lips tightly pressed, her aura fully unleashed, like a queen visiting her territory. She walked straight to you and Ren Shizuku, not even looking at you. Her gaze from behind her sunglasses was fixed on the bottle of water Ren Shizuku was holding out. The next second, she reached out, elegantly took the water from Ren Shizuku's stiff hand, and under the shocked gaze of the entire school, twisted off the cap and took a drink. When she put down the water bottle, a bright ring of lipstick was left on the rim. Then she shoved the water bottle, now marked with her own lipstick, directly into your arms. Go home, eat. The voice was light, but it was like a thunderbolt. After she finished, she put on her sunglasses and turned to leave, not giving anyone else a glance. You were like a spell had been lifted, holding the bottle that still carried her residual warmth and fragrance, following her like a lost soul. The Maybach sped away, leaving only a stadium of dumbfounded people and a pale-faced school beauty. In the stands at the corner of the stadium, Emi held her phone and laughed hysterically. She quickly sent the video she just recorded into the Fairy Sister Descends to Earth group chat. Hee hee hee, President Kujo, your reputation is gone. This vinegar jar tipped over so hard, I could smell the sourness all the way from the 3rd floor stands. Tagging Haruka Kujo. After watching it, Yuruya also chimed in. Whoa, Ice Queen is mighty. This official wife aura is incredibly domineering. I love it. In the car, Haruka picked up her phone, looked at it, and replied with one word. Get lost. Back at the villa, you felt like you had caused trouble again and had to do something to apologize. So you opened the refrigerator with only one thought in your mind. You had to pull out your best skills. 2.5 hours later, when Yuruya and Emi came downstairs smelling the aroma, they were completely stunned. On the dining table sat several exquisite dishes, and in the very center was a clear soup. Quietly lying in the soup were a few pieces of cabbage hearts cooked to perfection. Yuruya's eyes almost popped out. Ka! Kai shui bai kai! Boiled cabbage? Emi was also full of disbelief. This dish looks plain and water-like, but it's the pinnacle of state banquet cuisine. Just then, Haruka changed her clothes and came downstairs, her footsteps suddenly pausing. You immediately walked out of the kitchen with your apron still on, your face full of conciliation. Miss Kujo, I'm apologizing to you. Haruka didn't speak and sat down in the main seat. You hurriedly served a small bowl of soup and placed it gently in front of her. She picked up the spoon. The moment the soup entered her mouth, an indescribable freshness exploded on her taste buds. Her face, which had been tight all afternoon, finally relaxed involuntarily. She put down the spoon and looked at you. Don't let it happen again. You nodded heavily, a look of relief appearing on your face. The atmosphere at the dinner table finally eased. Yuruya and Emi also served themselves a bowl each, full of praise. Having a younger brother like you, we sisters are truly blessed. But just as you were enjoying this rare, warm moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Yuruya put down her bowl and got up to open the door. Who is it so late? Letting people eat, or what? She yanked the door open. Standing outside was a middle-aged man in a suit with an elegant demeanor. He was followed by 2 bodyguards in black suits. The man bypassed Yuruya, his gaze fixed precisely on you in the dining room. In those eyes, excitement, guilt, and the ecstasy of recovering something lost bubbled up. The next second, he said, his voice trembling as he held a thick envelope. I am here to find Kaido. I am his biological father. I'm looking for Kaito, the man repeated, his voice carrying deliberate ingratiation. I am his biological father, Tubushukoshi, Takeru Heike. The moment the words biological father were spoken, the blood drained from your face. The chopsticks in your hand clattered onto the table. You felt that the bowl of hot-boiled cabbage had instantly gone cold. Emi's charming smile disappeared. Her eyes looked at him coldly. Biological father? You only thought to find him now? Isn't it a bit too late? Takeru Heineke's smile stiffened instantly. He waved his hands hurriedly. Not late, not late! It's me who is sorry to this child. I've been looking for him for many years. Before he could finish speaking, Kaito was interrupted by Haruka Kujo. She didn't even stand up. She merely gave him a cold glare. Why are you looking for him? However, Takeru Heineke's gaze remained pinned on you. That look was a mixture of guilt, excitement, and a sliver of greed. His voice trembled as he shouted, Kaito, I'm your father! Father has come to take you home. Hearing this, your whole body trembled uncontrollably, but you didn't answer. Instead, you stood up silently and walked step by step behind Haruka. You reached out and gripped the back of her chair tightly, your fingertips turning pale from the pressure. This small action acted like an invisible wall, completely separating you from that man. Haruka understood in an instant. This wasn't ordinary fear. It was a deep-seated rejection of the very word family that emanated from your bones. She also realized that this so-called father wasn't here to make up for lost time. He was targeting their household for the sake of that marriage contract and the massive benefits behind it, and you were nothing more than a stepping stone for him to get through the door. He says he's been looking for you for many years, Haruka said in a flat tone, asking you who stood behind her. Your hand tightened further on the chair back. You hung your head low, your voice barely audible but laced with suppressed tremors. I've been in an orphanage since I was small. This single sentence instantly shattered all of Takeru Heineke's lies. His expression turned incredibly ugly. Emi sneered out loud. Did you hear that? When our Kaito was suffering in the orphanage, where was a dear father like you making your fortune? Takeru Heineke's eyes darted around, but he immediately put on a heartbroken expression. It's my fault. It's my fault for not fulfilling my responsibilities as a father. Kaito, come home with me. Father will definitely make it up to you properly in the future. As he spoke, he actually tried to force his way in. Haruka finally stood up. She was tall, and stepping in high heels, her aura instantly crushed the middle-aged man in front of her. She stood before you, shielding you behind her like a mother lion protecting her cub, and coldly spat out a single word, leave. Takeru Heineke was stunned on the spot. He never imagined this woman would be so direct. He tried to argue, Miss Kujo, this is a family matter, but Haruka didn't even acknowledge him, picking up her phone and dialing an internal line. Security. 2.5 seconds later, 2 bodyguards in black suits emerged from the shadows of the villa, their gazes cold and stern. Takeru Heineke's face turned deathly pale. He roared at Haruka. Haruka, you can't do this. I am his father. I have the right to take my son away. Take him away? Haruka smiled, that expression full of icy mockery. She turned slightly to let Takeru Heineke clearly see you, pale and trembling behind her. Ask him yourself. See if he is willing to go with you. Your clear eyes were filled with nothing but fear. You poked half your head out from behind her, looked at that stranger, and shook your head vigorously. Seeing your reaction, Haruka withdrew her gaze and gave the final order. Throw him out! Haruka! Takeru Heineke's shouting was cut short. The 2 bodyguards grabbed his arms like they were plucking a chick and dragged him straight out. With a loud bang, the heavy carved iron gate shut, isolating all the noise from the outside. No one spoke in the dining room. On the table sat that bowl of boiled cabbage, a dish you had poured your heart and soul into just to please her. That night, you developed a high fever, your skin turning bright red. You kept babbling in your delirium. Don't hit me, it's mine, it's my steamed bun. Haruka stayed by your bedside, helping you cool down with warm towels over and over again. Emi and Yuria were also rushing around in a panic. One went to brew ginger soup, while the other brought over the medicine kit. Late into the night, the fever finally broke, but you were still trapped in nightmares. You sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for breath, your forehead drenched in cold sweat. Haruka turned on the light, the soft glow illuminating your tear-stained face. A nightmare? You looked at her, your eyes hollow, saying nothing. Haruka's heart ached. She pulled you from the bed, wrapped you tightly in a quilt, and half-carried you to the living room sofa, letting you lean against her. "Sleep now," she said, turning off the main lights and leaving only a dim floor lamp on. "Don't be afraid. Your sister is here." Your warm body leaned against her, like a weary bird that had finally found a harbor. Just when she thought you were asleep, a voice with a thick nasal tone sounded softly in her ear. "Sister, in the orphanage winters, there was no heating." You spoke calmly, as if telling someone else's story. "You had to fight for food. I was slow, so I could never get any. Once, I was hungry for 3 days, and the kitchen lady secretly slipped me a cold, steamed bun." You paused there. Haruka could clearly feel the body leaning on her shoulder trembling slightly. "Then the older kids at the orphanage saw. They dragged me to the bathroom and pushed my head into a water bucket until I gave that steamed bun to them." Yuruya, holding your arm, tightened her grip unconsciously. Dawn was approaching. The first rays of morning light shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gilding the living room with a pale golden halo. Emi and Yuruya came down from upstairs on tiptoes. When they saw the scene on the sofa, they stopped in unison. In the living room, you had spent the night sleeping against Haruka. Repeated content. Haruka's eyes were bloodshot, and she looked anxious. She looked at her best friends, her voice hoarse, but calm to the extreme. "Investigate. Investigate that man named Takeru Heineke. Investigate every single one of his ancestors." As she spoke, she lowered her head to look at you, still sleeping in her arms with tear stains on your face. Her voice sounded cold, as if it came from hell. "I want to make him wish he were never born." Half an hour later, Secretary Jiang's call came in, his voice filled with suppressed excitement. "President Kujo, I've found out that Takeru Heineke is no businessman at all. He is a total gambling addict. He lost everything in the gambling city and owes 12 million. He found Kaito because he wanted to sell him to his creditors to settle the debt." Haruka listened, merely raising her hand to gently brush away the damp strands of hair from your forehead. She commanded in a very soft, hoarse voice. "Clean it up. I don't want to hear this name again, and I don't want to see this person ever again." After this fever, you became even clingier. When Haruka was in the study processing documents, you would move a small stool to sit at her feet, quietly reading a book. When she went to the company, you would wait for her at the entrance half an hour early, helping her hold her briefcase and car keys. As long as she was there, your gaze always followed her, like a small animal afraid of being abandoned again. Emi teased, "It's over, it's over. Our Haruka has successfully tamed the little puppy into an accessory." Yuria laughed mischievously. "What accessory?" "This is called a loyal dog." Haruka would say she was annoyed, but her body was honest. She found she no longer needed an alarm clock. What woke her every day was that domineering yet gentle aroma of rice porridge from the kitchen downstairs. At the dining table, you placed a bowl of warm millet and pumpkin porridge in front of her. "Miss Kujo, it's getting colder today. Drink some to warm your stomach." Haruka looked at the golden bowl of porridge, then at your clean, clear eyes. She suddenly remembered that before meeting you, her mornings consisted of an iced Americano, 2 stomach pain pills, and the churning, burning pain in her stomach. It turned out that the iceberg wasn't melted by you. It was warmed up, bit by bit, by bowl after bowl of hot porridge. Days went by, and soon your 15th birthday arrived. The group chat with her best friends exploded early in the morning. Amy sent the first message. "Emergency notice. Today is Arkaita's birthday. I've prepared limited edition AJ sneakers." "Haruka, what have you prepared? Don't tell me you forgot." Yuria followed right after. "I've booked the studio's top photographer to take a portrait session for him." Haruka looked at the screen, her fingers pausing for a long time before she typed only 2 words. "Cake." The chat went quiet instantly. Both Emi and Yuruya teased her for being too perfunctory, but Haruka turned off her phone and dialed another number. "Help me prepare a gift, yes, for a 15-year-old boy. It needs to be one of a kind." In the evening, when you pushed open the door with your school bag, you weren't greeted by the familiar aroma of food, but by the pop of party poppers and colorful glitter dancing in the air. The living room lights were all off, and only the cake with 15 candles on the dining table emitted a soft glow. "Happy birthday!" Amy and Yuruya jumped out wearing silly birthday hats. You were stunned on the spot, your eyes instantly turning red. Growing up, you had never celebrated a birthday. You had even forgotten when your actual birthday was. Amy gave you a big hug, bustling around and urging you. "Why are you crying, silly boy? Hurry up and make a wish." The candlelight flickered, reflecting on your clean face. You looked at Emmy's smiling face and Yuruya's blessings. Finally, your gaze landed on Haruka not far away. She wasn't wearing a birthday hat, nor was she smiling, just looking at you quietly. But those cold eyes were filled with the soft candlelight. You closed your eyes, hands clasped together, and whispered in your heart, "I hope I can always be with my sisters. Forever." "All right, blow out the candles." You blew them out in one breath, and the living room lit up instantly. Emmy and Yuruya couldn't wait to shove their gifts at you. A pair of limited edition sneakers, a top-tier portrait contract. You thanked them solemnly. "Thank you, Emine-san. Thank you, Yuruya-san." "Haruka, what about yours?" Emi shouted at her. Haruka walked over and handed you a deep blue velvet box. "Happy birthday." You opened it nervously. Inside lay a wristwatch quietly. The dial was a deep starlight blue, with tiny diamonds inlaid to form a star chart, Orion. You recognized it instantly. It was the only constellation you could identify back in the orphanage. You looked up at her, stunned. When you were delirious with fever, you had mentioned that winters at the orphanage were cold, and the only joy was watching the stars. She had remembered all of it. Haruka looked at herself, clearly reflected in your eyes. The iceberg in her heart melted completely at this moment. It wasn't because of responsibility, and it wasn't because of guilt. It was simply because the person before her was you. She reached out and naturally helped you put on the watch. "I am your home. I will accompany you for every birthday from now on." Hearing this, your tears could no longer be held back, hitting that starry sky on the watch face, drop by drop. But just then, ding-dong, the doorbell rang at the wrong time. Emmy went to open the door, annoyed. "Who is it? Can't they see we're having a heart-touching family ceremony?" When the door opened, she froze. Standing outside was a woman in her early 40s in a Chanel suit, with an extraordinary temperament, with a Bentley parked behind her. The moment Haruka saw that woman, her gaze suddenly narrowed. Why is it her, that legendary woman who stirred up the financial world and created a vast business empire, was the goal Haruka had always looked up to and chased in secret. However, Aoi Kurosawa's gaze bypassed everyone and landed precisely on you. For the first time, a crack appeared on that face, which was always calm and composed. Her eyes were slightly red, and she said in a trembling voice, "I've come to find my son." Inside the villa, Haruka and the others were celebrating your 15th birthday. But just then, a woman named Aoi Kurosawa suddenly appeared, claiming to be your biological mother. She spoke coldly to Haruka. "Miss Kujo, I am Kaito's primary guardian. I am taking him away." Emi got agitated on the spot, rushing up to question her. "You claim to be his mother now? Where were you when he was hungry and digging through trash cans?" But before she could finish, 2 bodyguards stood like a wall, blocking Emi and Yuruya tightly. Aoi Kurosawa didn't even lift an eyelid. She took a checkbook from her assistant, tore off a check, and held it between her fingers. "Your family's cash flow has been a bit tight lately, right?" The corner of Aoi Kurosawa's mouth curled into a smile devoid of warmth. "Here is 100 million. Consider it a thank you fee for taking care of my son." However, Haruka lowered her eyes, remaining motionless. Seeing this, Aoi Kurosawa tore off another check. "Add another 100 million. Then she scanned the home and scoffed. "If Kaito stays with me, he can attend the best schools and inherit my business empire in the future. Staying with you? Being a nanny? Or playing house? In Achawa, sister-brother romance? Haruka, you can't give him a future." You stood between them, hanging your head, unable to say a word. Just then, Aoi Kurosawa lost patience. She reached out to pull your arm. "Kaito, come with mother. Mother will take you abroad." Seeing her hand about to touch your shoulder, you recoiled as if electrocuted, your back crashing into a warm embrace. It was Haruka. You gripped her sleeve tightly, your fingers turning white. "When I had a 40-degree fever, only sister stayed with me. When I was bullied, it was sister who stood up for me." You looked at the strange woman in front of you. "You have money, you have big houses, but I don't know you. I won't go with a stranger." Ioi Kurosawa's face turned black as a pot. She slapped the check on the shoe cabinet nearby, just about to erupt. Rip! Haruka picked up those two $200 million checks and tore them to shreds in front of everyone. The scraps of paper drifted onto Aoi Kurosawa's expensive heels like snowflakes. Aoi Kurosawa's eyes widened, and she screamed as if she had gone mad. Haruka, you're crazy! That was $200 million! But Haruka merely clapped the paper dust off her hands. She reached out to take your cold hand, wrapping it tightly in her palm. She looked Aoi Kurosawa in the eyes and said, word for word, Kaito is not merchandise, and I am not negotiating a deal with you. He is my family. My people are not for sale, no matter how much you offer. With the last word, her voice wasn't loud, but it instantly froze the entire room. After the words fell, Aoi Kurosawa stared fixedly at Haruka, her chest heaving violently, clearly incensed. But a few seconds later, she took a deep breath and put her sunglasses back on to cover the gloom in her eyes. Haruka, you will regret this. After that, she turned and left. Bang! Ami slammed the door shut, and the world was finally quiet. All the tension broke at this moment. The strength in your body seemed to be drained in an instant, and your knees went soft, causing you to collapse. Kaito! Haruka caught you quickly, preventing you from falling to the floor. Your forehead was full of cold sweat, your face pale as paper, gasping for breath, the exhaustion that follows an adrenaline-fueled stress response. Haruka wanted to help you to the sofa, but you gripped her sleeve, refusing to move. You raised your head, eyes filled with moisture, and a thick nasal voice. Don't send me away. I'm not going anywhere. I just want to be with you. Haruka's heart felt like it was being squeezed hard, both sour and swelling. She raised her hand and gently wiped the tears from the corner of your eyes. Her movements were light, but her voice carried a hint of helpless indulgence. Silly boy, besides me, where else can you go? The villa was suddenly filled with a mountain of gifts, limited edition sneakers, new computers, telescopes, etc. Adding them up, they could buy a small apartment in Kun City. Emmy sat cross-legged on the sofa, rolling her eyes while eating sunflower seeds. Ta, ta, ta. Some people didn't even give him a steamed bun before, but now they're playing Santa Claus. What do we call this? Late affection is cheaper than grass. You stood in the corner with your school bag, looking at the pile of things with nothing but fear in your eyes. I don't want them. Yuruya walked down from upstairs, kicking a bag that was blocking the way. Then throw them out. Or donate them. Just don't leave them here to be an eyesore. It makes me lose my appetite. You didn't say anything, hanging your head and bypassing the gifts to escape to school. However, what made you even more miserable were the rumors that had suddenly emerged at school. Today, their eyes were filled with probing, jealousy, and undisguised malice. Did you hear? That Kaito is an illegitimate child of a wealthy family. Is it true? The female CEO of the GU group came to pick him up herself, and he still wouldn't go. He doesn't even recognize his own mother for money. These words were like knives, stabbing into your ears one by one. You sat in the last row of the classroom, burying your head in your arms, trying to isolate yourself from the rumors. After school, you went straight home and hid in the kitchen to cut vegetables. But your mind was full of those shrill sounds. Illegitimate child. For money. Teesk! The knife fell, and a piercing pain radiated from your fingertip. You clumsily wrapped it in gauze, only to end up wrapping your finger into a swollen radish. Just then the door opened. Haruka walked in, looking exhausted. Seeing the room full of gifts, her brows tightened instantly. Still not thrown away? Emi shrugged, waiting for you to return and decide. After all, it's the handwriting of the great CEO GU. But before Haruka could answer, she saw you walking out of the kitchen. Her eyes narrowed instantly. What happened to your hand? She walked over in a few steps and grabbed your wrist. The gauze was already seeping with a touch of crimson. Cutting vegetables was careless, you said softly, trying to pull your hand back. But Haruka stared fixedly at the wound, then moved her gaze to your evasive eyes. She understood instantly. This child was not just injured in his hand, but his spirit had been crushed. It was clear that someone had been stabbing him in the back. Haruka let go of your hand, turned, and dialed a number directly. The polite voice of Aoi Kurosawa's secretary came from the other end. Miss Kujo, does Master Kaito like those gifts? Haruka interrupted her coldly. Tell Aoi Kurosawa if she doesn't want the GU Group stock price to hit the limit down tomorrow, she should take back her disgusting tricks. Also, keep her mouth shut. If I hear one more word about Kaito at school. She swept her gaze over the room full of luxury items, saying word for word, I will burn all these things for her. Consider it paying respects at her grave in advance. After speaking, Haruka hung up the phone fiercely and took a long breath. She suddenly thought of something, frowned, kicked a gift box at her feet, and looked at you. Go change your shoes, come with me. Inside the convenience supermarket, Haruka pushed a battered shopping cart in front. Her cool aura was completely out of place with the elderly shoppers there. She suddenly looked back at you. What are you standing there for? Pick out some eggs. You blinked, unable to believe it. Pick out eggs? Haruka pointed at the special offer section, her tone matter-of-fact. Otherwise, look for ones that are even in size and have a slightly rough texture on the shell. Fresh. Looking at the way she was directing, you couldn't help but smile. The woman who had torn up a 200 million check so easily was now only concerned about potatoes at 2.5 per jin and green onions at 1.8 a bunch. You walked over and carefully picked out the eggs, and the unease of being talked about vanished instantly. You called her softly, Sister, let's have tomato and egg noodles tonight. Returning to the villa, those eyesore gifts had indeed been cleared away completely. In the kitchen, steam was rising, and 2 bowls of simple noodles were placed on the table by you. Haruka sat opposite you, picking up a bite of noodles and putting it into her mouth, eating slowly and seriously, even drinking most of the soup. You looked at her, your eyes curving into crescents. Is it good? She put down her chopsticks and took a tissue to wipe her mouth. Her gaze finally landed on the finger you had wrapped in gauze, then shifted to your face, which finally had some color. At that moment, what was in her eyes was a sense of peace that no amount of money could buy. Haruka looked at your back as you tidied the dishes, her hand on her lap suddenly clenching into a fist. She knew that to protect this peace, tearing checks was far from enough. Aoi Kurosawa was a tiger that ate people without spitting out the bones. The only way was to be stronger than her, strong enough to snap her spine with one kick. June in Kun City was unusually sweltering. You sat in the study with a mountain of practice papers in front of you. You were memorizing ancient poems and chemical formulas even in your dreams. After all, this was the truly great exam of your life. The door clicked and opened. Haruka walked in wearing loungewear, holding a cup of hot milk. She placed the milk by your side without a word, turned, and sat on the sofa picking up a financial magazine to pretend to read. To accompany you for the exam, she had pushed back all her social engagements, even postponing a project worth tens of millions. You looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 11:30 p.m. You rubbed your eyes, your voice hoarse. Sister, you should sleep first. I'll sleep after I finish this set. But Haruka didn't even lift her head, changing her posture and crossing her legs. Drink the milk. You picked up the milk, warm and sweet, instantly suppressing all your anxiety. You stole a glance at her. The female CEO who was heartless in her work was now pulling an all-nighter with you. Although you knew she didn't understand these junior high geometry problems at all, as long as she sat there, the problem wasn't so hard to solve. During the 3 days of the high school entrance exam, the sky in Kun City seemed to have a leak. It rained continuously. Haruka drove you to school herself, not even calling the driver. The car drove into the rain. The wipers swung frantically. You sat in the passenger seat, looking at the blurred street view outside the window, feeling an unprecedented sense of security in your heart. Soon, the car stopped steadily at the entrance of the test site. Haruka unbuckled her seatbelt, took a black umbrella from the back seat, and reminded you, "Be careful getting out of the car." But just as you pushed the car door open, a commotion broke out in the crowd. A familiar, loud voice pierced through the rain. "Kaito!" Your whole body froze. You looked in the direction of the voice and were petrified on the spot. In the most conspicuous spot at the school gate, Emi and Yuruya were holding a huge banner with a line of large words printed on it that made you wish you could die right then and there, warmly congratulating our little chef Kaito on achieving great success. Go for it, school festival. Emi was also frantically waving glow sticks, while Yuruya held a transparent umbrella, laughing as if it were none of her business. Surrounding students and parents looked over. Some even took out their phones to take pictures. Seeing this, your toes curled so hard you wanted to make yourself invisible. I don't know them. You buried your face in your school bag and muttered. And Haruka looked at the banner, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly, but she didn't say anything. She just reached out to straighten your collar, her voice cold but exceptionally reassuring. Don't mind those two lunatics. I'll take you to eat hot pot after the exam. You nodded heavily, took a breath, and turned to rush into the rain with your umbrella. On the other side of the road, a black Bentley was parked quietly in the shade of a tree. Aoi Kurosawa took off her sunglasses, watching you wave to Haruka before walking into the school gate, with a defenseless smile on your face that she had never seen before. The assistant in the front seat asked in a low voice, "CEOGU, shall we go over and say hello?" Aoi Kurosawa was silent, looking at the tutoring materials and nutritional supplements list she had prepared, which now seemed so superfluous. No need. She raised the window violently, tossed the document bag aside, and said, "Back to the company." After the final English exam, the bell rang, and you felt your whole body had become lighter. Flowing out of the test site with the crowd, the rain had stopped. You stood on your tiptoes and saw that familiar figure in the dense crowd of people at a glance. Haruka was standing right at the front of the police line, coldly refusing a man trying to strike up a conversation. You pushed through the crowd and ran to her, breathing slightly. "Sister." She looked at you, your hair slightly messy and your eyes full of joy, and reached out. Without a hug or a handshake, she gently patted your head twice. Her movements were clumsy but unexpectedly gentle. "Hard work, let's go home." You smiled from ear to ear. "Let's go home." Half a month later, the score-checking system opened. Emmy was faster than anyone else. She stared at the screen, so excited she almost threw the mouse away. "In! Top 10 in the city." I knew Arkaido was a straight-A student. Yuria was cheering and clapping beside her. You looked at the score, sighed in relief, and immediately turned to look at Haruka. She was holding a coffee, with no expression on her face, but her eyes were full of pride. Just then, your phone vibrated violently. It was an MMS from an unknown number. You swiped the screen, your pupils shrinking. Haruka noticed your strangeness, put down her coffee cup, and walked over. You didn't speak, just handed the phone to her. Haruka scanned the screen, and her eyes instantly turned cold. Haruka looked at the English admission letter in the MMS. The name of the foreign noble school hit her eyes. Soon, a text message popped up. "If you think Kun City's educational resources are not good enough, this ticket is always reserved for you. Go see the world outside. Don't limit your vision to a small kitchen." Haruka's eyes sharpened. Sure enough, Aoi Kurosawa hadn't given up. She had changed her method. She had packaged the word future into a golden bait and placed it in front of a 15-year-old boy. This was a conspiracy. Haruka returned the phone to you and asked softly, her voice revealing the calm before a storm, "Do you want to go?" You stood silently by the coffee table, the phone lying there, the crest of the foreign noble school on the screen looking piercingly sharp. Haruka spoke in a businesslike tone, her voice terrifyingly steady. She raised her chin, pointing to the screen. "That is the best boys' school in the world. Once you graduate, you are an elite, a darling of high society, instead of staying in this kitchen, making me boiled cabbage." You kept your head down, saying nothing. After a long time, you asked softly, "Sister, do you want me to go?" Upon hearing this, Shirishi Haruka's heart tightened. She wanted to say she didn't want you to leave, that without you, this villa felt too cold and lonely. But when the words reached her lips, they turned into two icy syllables. After speaking, she stood up abruptly, downed a gulp of cold coffee, and turned to head upstairs. You were left alone in the vast living room. You picked up your phone, its light reflecting on your face. You went up to the second floor, returning to the guest room Haruka had arranged for you. You sat quietly, your thumb gently rubbing the deep blue watch face. The cool sensation brought you immense peace of mind. The next morning, a burnt smell permeated the entire hall. There was no breakfast on the table, no porridge, and none of that familiar figure busy in the kitchen. Emmy and Yuria were both stunned. "What's going on?" Emi asked. "Did the kitchen explode?" In the center of the living room, you were squatting in front of a stainless steel basin. A roaring fire was burning inside. It was the enrollment guide for that overseas noble school, along with the gold-leafed admission letter. "Are you crazy?" Haruka rushed over, her face ashen, trying to salvage them, but it was already too late. You slowly stood up, brushed the ashes off your hands, and remained as calm as if nothing had happened. Amy's jaw nearly dropped. That was the famous Noble School's admission notice. How many people would fight tooth and nail just to get in? You just burned it? I know. You nodded, your gaze fixed directly on Haruka. Her chest heaved violently, her voice trembling. Give me a reason. You smiled, revealing your two small fangs. I don't like it there. It rains every day, and the food is terrible. Just because of that? Haruka laughed in anger. Do you think you're only meant to spend your whole life hovering around the stove? Just then, your phone rang. You took it out, saw it was Aoi Kurosawa, and without hesitation, pressed the speakerphone in front of everyone. Aoi Kurosawa's sharp, angry voice exploded from the receiver. Kaito, the school admissions office just called me. You refused the enrollment invitation? Have you lost your mind? Do you know how many favors I had to call in for that spot? On the other end, Aoi Kurosawa roared hysterically. Are you trying to infuriate me? Haruka stood to the side, lips pressed tight, her face full of anxiety. But you held the phone and spoke slowly. President GU, that place is too far away. Aoi Kurosawa acted as if she had heard the greatest joke. Far? It's only a 10-hour flight. What exactly are you trying to do? You replied calmly. I want to stay in Kun City. I've already submitted my application to Aikun No. 2 High School. I'll be a day student. Why? Aoi Kurosawa's scream nearly pierced your eardrums. Don't give me that ghost story about not wanting to leave home. Upon hearing this, you slowly raised your eyelids. Your gaze swept past everyone and finally landed on Haruka's reddened eyes. Because I want to cook for my sister every night. She doesn't like the food outside. After you finished, you hung up the phone. The whole world fell silent instantly. The toothbrush in Emi's mouth clattered onto the floor. Haruka stood there, motionless. But you acted as if nothing had happened. You put your phone back in your pocket and turned toward the kitchen. Breakfast will be fresh fish slice porridge. Give me 10 minutes. Haruka turned abruptly, her back to the living room, and quickly wiped the corners of her eyes with her hand. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and she muttered a low, laughing curse. Useless. Idiot. In the blink of an eye, it was September. Early this morning, you pushed open your door and walked downstairs. You were wearing the same Aikun No. 2 suit uniform, but the trousers that used to fit well were now awkwardly stuck above your ankles, and the sleeves were much too short. Emi was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, munching on an apple. When she looked up, her eyes widened, scanning you from head to toe. My goodness, Kaito! Did you sneak some hog feed when we weren't looking? She jumped off the sofa barefoot and ran to you, gesturing with her hand. She felt you had only reached her chin not long ago. Now, she had to tilt her head back to see the clear, firm line of your jaw. You felt a bit awkward and scratched your head, glancing down at your pant legs. Your voice was no longer soft and youthful. The uniform seems to have shrunk. It didn't shrink. You've had a growth spurt. Yuria leaned against the entrance, her fox-like eyes sparkling. She walked over and pinched your shoulder. Hey, you're all muscle now. Your face flushed bright red. You subconsciously stepped back. Yuruya-ni-san. Yuruya laughed until she shook. Seeing this, she stopped teasing you and shouted toward the stairs. Haruka, stop staring! The little puppy you raised has mutated. Haruka stood by the second-floor railing, holding a coffee cup, silent. Her gaze landed on the boy downstairs, her expression somewhat dazed. Only half a year until he turned 16. The little boy who used to shiver while hugging a woven bag. The child who needed to stand on tiptoe to pat her head. He seemed to have vanished overnight. Replacing him was this young man who made her feel like a stranger. Haruka took a sip of coffee, suppressing a strange, inexplicable feeling in her heart. Go change your clothes. I'll take you to buy new ones. The seasonal flu was aggressive. You fell ill. This time, you were burning with fever, unable to even get out of bed. You lay there, cheeks flushed, forehead covered in cold sweat. Haruka canceled 2 international meetings specifically to stay and take care of you. She poured a glass of warm water and walked to the bedside, bending over, extending a hand to support your shoulder as she used to, trying to help you up to drink. But the moment her hand exerted force, her expression changed instantly. Too heavy. The once light little body was now like a solid lump of iron. She couldn't lift you with one hand, so she put the glass down and slipped both hands under your arms, using all her strength to pull you up. However, you were weak from the fever, and your whole body uncontrollably fell toward her. Your scorching chest slammed firmly into her shoulder. The force knocked her back, and she nearly lost her footing. The hard skeleton, the firm muscles, and the heat rushing toward her. This aggressive weight made Haruka's mind go blank for a moment. One thought crazily emerged. This is no longer a child. This is a man. At this moment, you buried your head in the crook of her neck, your hot breath spraying against her sensitive skin. You murmured vaguely, "Sister." The next second, your hand subconsciously wrapped around Haruka's waist and tightened. The warm, masculine aura made her body tense up instantly. Her face flushed, and her heart raced wildly. Haruka's body went rigid, her instinct to push you away flaring up, but hearing that weak "sister," her hands froze in mid-air. In the end, she just stiffly patted your back twice. "Drink your medicine." You obediently let go, leaning against the headboard, those eyes hazy with fever staring straight at her. Haruka immediately averted her gaze and thrust the medicine bowl into your hand. "Drink it yourself." After recovering, it was as if you had been spurred into action. Where you used to head to the kitchen after school, now you went straight to the gym in the basement. "One more set," you muttered, lying on the bench press. Sweat soaked your t-shirt, clinging tightly to your developing chest muscles. Amy watched from the side. "That's enough, you just got over your fever." You gritted your teeth and shoved the barbell up, veins bulging in your arms. Breathing heavily, sweat dripping from your chin, you said, "Last time I was sick, sister had a hard time supporting me. I was too heavy. I was a burden." Amy rolled her eyes. "Silly boy, being heavy means you've grown up. Don't tell me you want your sister to carry you for your whole life." You didn't answer, just stared at the ceiling with deep eyes. "You want to hold her. From now on, it should be you carrying her." On a weekend afternoon, in the backyard basketball court, the sound of you dribbling the ball was dull and rhythmic. In the second-floor study, Haruka hadn't turned a page of her document in half an hour. Her gaze drifted downward uncontrollably. In the yard, you were gasping for air, sweat soaking your clothes, making them cling to your body. Under the sunlight, your wide shoulders and narrow waist shone with sweat, smooth and fluid like a cheetah. You lifted your hem to wipe your sweat, exposing those firm abs. Your wild, untamed movements crashed straight into Haruka's eyes through the 2 layers of glass. Her heartbeat skipped a beat. Then came an inexplicable panic. Slap! She slammed the folder shut, stood up, and pulled the curtains. A movement so exaggerated, it only highlighted her hidden intentions. She cursed at the air, "Haruka Shiraishi!" Just then, your panting and excited shouts drifted up from downstairs. Haruka froze, fingers clutching the curtains tightly. She was hesitating. She was afraid. 5 seconds later, she took a deep breath, reopened the curtains, and pushed open the balcony door. You were standing downstairs, looking up at her, grabbing the basketball, and laughing brilliantly and arrogantly. "Haruka-ni-san! Come down! I want some water." Haruka didn't move. She looked down at you, looking at that unconcealed burning heat in your eyes. That wasn't a look a younger brother gave his sister. It was the look of a male eyeing a female, probing, yearning, with the ambition to swallow her whole. Haruka's heart trembled. She didn't even dare to meet your gaze for more than 2 seconds. "Get it yourself," she said, turning to walk back inside. But you were unrelenting. "I want you to pour it for me." That voice was coaxing, yet filled with an undeniable dominance. Haruka's steps came to a sudden halt. She picked up a dry towel from the side and, without even looking, threw it down from the balcony. The towel drifted down, landing right on your head, covering those eyes that made her heart race. You brat!" She slammed the balcony door shut as if escaping. Leaning against the cold glass door, Haruka pressed against her own chest, where her heart felt like it was about to jump out. She closed her eyes, but her mind was filled with your sweat-soaked chest and those wolf-like eyes. It's over, she thought. This isn't raising a brother. This is raising a wolf ready to eat her at any moment. At 7 a.m., you came down from upstairs. You were wearing your high school uniform, but those trousers that were once a perfect fit were now awkwardly hanging 3 inches above your ankles. Emi jumped off the sofa when she saw you. She poked your hard arm, then turned and shouted toward the second floor. "Come out and look! The little puppy you raised has mutated into a little wolf." You awkwardly tugged at your cuffs, which ended up pulling the neckline. You swallowed, and your protruding Adam's apple bobbed with the movement, carrying a burgeoning masculine hormone. Haruka, just about to come downstairs, paused. She stayed silent, her eyes fixed on you, and specifically on that prominent Adam's apple. An unexplainable sensation washed over her. 15 minutes later, at the school gate, the black Maserati came to a steady stop. The door opened and a long leg stepped out. Even though the pant legs were still a bit short, it didn't affect that overwhelming youthful energy. You stepped out with your backpack and waved at Haruka through the window. "Sister, I'm going to class!" Surrounding students turned to look. Several seniors were stunned, their steps slowing down. "Oh my god. Is that Kaito from the first year? How did he grow so tall after one summer? These legs, this waist. His Adam's apple is so sexy." The comments weren't loud, but they drifted through the half-open window and into Haruka's ears. Her hands gripping the steering wheel suddenly tightened. She scanned outside. Those girls were blushing, their eyes glued to you, some even taking out their phones to sneak photos. You were completely unaware, just feeling the shirt was too tight, subconsciously raising a hand to undo a button. The neckline fell open, and your collarbone and long neck were blindingly exposed in public. Haruka's brows knit tightly. An unnameable fury surged from her heart to the top of her head. He is hers. She fed him bit by bit. Why should others get to look? The next second, she rolled down the window and spat out 2 cold words at you. "Get in." Your foot just stepped out, pulled back in, confused. "But I'll be late." Haruka didn't look at you, eyes fixed ahead. "I said, get in." You felt wronged. "I'm not going." Haruka's face was taut. "We're going to buy clothes." At the tailor shop in the old district, an old tailor in his 60s smiled as he greeted you. "Oh, Haruka-san, you're here." He then looked at you, instantly amazed. "Is this that little child from before? He's grown so much. This build is a natural clothes hanger." Haruka sat on a mahogany chair and nodded. "Take his measurements, make a few suits." She paused, scanned your body, and added, "Something a bit more modest." The tailor chuckled. "All right, young man, come over and lift your arms." You walked obediently to the full-length mirror and spread your arms. To get accurate measurements, you took off your jacket, leaving only a thin white shirt. The tape measure tightened, and the muscle lines of your back immediately flared. Wide shoulders, narrow waist, a classic inverted triangle. The tailor reported the numbers as he worked. "Chest size has increased quite a bit. It'll take more material." Haruka sat behind, holding a fabric catalog without glancing at it. Her gaze was locked on your back, watching the tape measure glide over you, tightening to reveal the contours of your muscles. At that moment, the agitation from the study returned. "Turn around," the tailor said, wrapping the tape around your neck. You felt it was too tight and instinctively raised your chin, making your Adam's apple more prominent. "Is it too tight?" you asked, reaching up. "Don't move." Haruka suddenly stood up, walked over to you, and took the tape measure from the tailor's hand. "I'll do it." In the cramped space, only the 2 of you remained. She leaned in extremely close, and the cool cedar perfume wrapped around you. You could even feel the chill of her fingertips and the burgeoning heat from your own body. She tightened the tape around your neck, her fingertips inevitably brushing against your scorching skin. Your body stiffened and your breathing grew chaotic. You called her name in a hoarse, panicked voice. "Sister." Haruka didn't respond. Her gaze was fixed on your open neckline, where a vast stretch of collarbone and your restless Adam's apple were displayed recklessly. If those little girls at school saw this, thinking this, she loosened the tape and used her slender fingers to grab the first button of your shirt, buttoning it up one by one until the very top one, tucked tightly below your Adam's apple. She looked up into your dazed eyes. "From now on, when you're outside, you are not allowed to undo this button." You looked at her face, inches from your own, your throat dry. "Why?" Haruka didn't explain, only deftly tying your tie into a beautiful Windsor knot. Having done all this, she stepped back half a step to inspect you, now meticulously packaged by her own hands. You looked solemn and proper, with not a trace of charm leaked out. Yet, That repressed wildness became even more intense. No reason. It's the rule. Haruka turned away, not letting you see the frantic possessiveness in her eyes. She grabbed her bag, opened the door, and left. Let's go home. You stood in place, raising your hand to touch that tightly fastened button. It was a bit tight, but you liked the feeling. You looked at Haruka's retreating back and smiled faintly. Sister, you know this button can lock a neckline, but it can't lock a heartbeat. After dinner, the living room was brightly lit. You reached out to pick up your school bag to return to your room for homework. Who knew the zipper wasn't fully closed? A heart-decorated envelope slipped out from the gap. The air instantly froze. The hand holding Imi's remote control stiffened in midair. Yuruya looked over from behind her wine glass. Haruka, sitting in the main seat, lifted her eyelids upon sensing the commotion, her gaze locking onto that glaring heart. You felt a chill down your spine, just bending over to pick it up. However, one hand was faster. Whoosh! Imi sprang from the sofa like a carp and snatched the envelope. She held it with 2 fingers, shaking it under the light. Oh ho, what is this? A trophy? You felt your scalp go numb. Ching-ching-ne-san! Don't move, Haruka said. Her voice wasn't loud, but it forced your outstretched hand to stop mid-air. Bring it here. Imi gave a giggle and presented the envelope. The 3 women surrounded the pitiful, heart-shaped envelope like a 3-pronged attack. You stood there like a prisoner awaiting a verdict, not daring to move a muscle. Imi raised an eyebrow. Shall we open it? Not just open it. Read it aloud. Yuruya laughed, swirling her wine glass, though her eyes were cold. Let's see what the literary talent of today's high school girls is like. Rip! Emi tore open the seal without hesitation, pulled out the heart-shaped paper, and cleared her throat. Kaito-kun, hello. I am Ji Taimei, from class 1 to 4. She paused, making an exaggerated gagging face. Ji Taimei! Just the name sounds so pick-me. She continued reading. From the day I saw you at the opening ceremony, I felt you were very different. Your eyes are like stars in the sky, lighting up my high school life. Yuruya nearly spat out her wine. She set the glass down, laughing until she shook. Stars? That line is so outdated. Is this girl failing language class? Imi continued reading with an affected, dramatic quiver in her voice. I know you like basketball. I look at you every time I pass the court. If you're willing, I'd like to take you to a movie this Saturday at the Bada Theater. After finishing, Imi slammed the paper onto the table. Bada? That's too ridiculous. If she wants to chase our Kaito, she should at least book a private theater. She turned to look at you, looking hateful of your lack of ambition. Kaito, your current value is something we built up. You'd let a few $dozen of movie tickets trick you away? Aren't you cheap? You opened your mouth, face flushed red. I didn't. The handwriting is ugly. Haruka, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. She pointed a slender finger at the letter. Can't even write properly. Grade deductions. She looked up, her gaze crossing the table to fixate on you. What does this Ji Taimei look like? You shrank your neck. I don't remember. Maybe the one with the ponytail. Maybe? Haruka narrowed her eyes and a dangerous aura instantly permeated the room. I really don't remember. You quickly raised 3 fingers to swear. This letter was shoved into my bag after school. I didn't even see who it was. Haruka stared at you for a few seconds. Then she reached out. You didn't dare hesitate, pulling out your phone, unlocking it, and handing it over. Haruka took it and expertly opened the apps. A nickname caught her attention. She pointed to an avatar. Who is Love Strawberry Jam? Facing Haruka's interrogation, you replied cautiously. The English class representative. Unexpectedly, Haruka coldly spat out. Delete it. After saying that, she performed the blocking and deletion in one fluid motion. And this, only cats know, you tried to explain it was someone from the neighboring class who borrowed notes. Haruka interrupted immediately. Borrow notes? Go find the teacher. Why are you looking for them? Delete it. In the blink of an eye, she was like a ruthless cleaner, purging all the ambiguously noted opposite-sex contacts from your list. Yuruya leaned on your shoulder, her breath smelling like orchids. Kaito, boys need to protect themselves when they're out. There are so many female hoodlums now. You must uphold your masculine virtue. Bang! Haruka smashed the phone back onto the table, her presence fully unleashed. From today, let's set some rules. She leaned back against the chair with the suffocating pressure of a negotiation table. First, no dating before graduating high school. Second, no eating with the opposite sex alone. Third, if you receive another love letter, throw it directly into the trash bin. The living room fell into instant silence. Emi stared at you, waiting to see your adolescent rebellion erupt. However, you just silently pulled out a chair and sat down, put on disposable gloves, and picked up the freshly cooked stir-fried prawns, skillfully peeling the shells and removing the veins. A pink, clean prawn tail was placed directly into Haruka's bowl. "I understand," you said, your voice unusually steady. You even peeled 2 more for Emi and Yuruya. You took off the gloves and gave Haruka a sweet, obedient smile. "Girls outside are too noisy. I'm not interested. I only listen to sister." Emi clutched her heart and collapsed on the sofa, calling you too obedient. Yuruya marveled even more, saying you were practically ready for marriage with that level of awareness. Looking at the prawn in her bowl, Haruka's nameless fire vanished instantly. She picked it up and put it in her mouth, giving a cold hum. "You're sensible enough." In the dead of night, a paper shredder suddenly sounded in the second-floor study. Haruka clutched the pink love letter, her eyes coldly terrifying. Without a moment's hesitation, she shoved the letter into the shredder. Instantly, the girl's secret heart turned into snow-white confetti. Looking at the waste bin, her eyes were filled with extreme possessiveness. No one is allowed to touch him. By 2:30 a.m. the next day, the villa door was pushed open. Haruka walked in, clutching her stomach tightly. For the sake of a project, she had blocked 3 cups of icy white wine on an empty stomach. At this moment, it felt like torture. Cold sweat covered her forehead as she searched the drawers for stomach medicine. Empty. The emergency stomach medicine was nowhere to be found. Just as the pain threatened to make her pass out, and she was preparing to go to the kitchen to find hot water to tough it out, she noticed a light on in the kitchen. Then, a mild, citrusy rice fragrance wafted out. The frosted glass door pushed open. You were wearing pajamas, carrying a steaming white porcelain bowl. You didn't look at her disheveled state, just placed the bowl on the dining table and pulled out a chair. "Come here." Only 2 words. Calm, steady, and filled with an undeniable strength. At this moment, you didn't look like a younger brother, but a hunter waiting for its prey. Haruka was in too much pain to care about your tone. She could only lean on the wall and fall into the chair. "Where's the medicine?" she asked weakly. You pushed the bowl to her. "Threw it out. The side effects are too strong, it hurts the liver." After saying that, you handed her a spoon, signaling her to drink. Looking at the bowl of porridge, the churning nausea in Haruka's stomach actually subsided significantly. You didn't speak, just stood aside, watching her trembling hands lift the hot porridge to her mouth. A bowl of porridge later, the sharp, stabbing pain in her stomach turned into a dull ache. Covered in cold sweat, she leaned limply against the back of the chair. "Does it still hurt?" you asked softly. Haruka closed her eyes and hummed. The next second, you leaned over, one arm hooked under her knees, the other around her back, and lifted her up sideways. You held her with surprising stability. Your hard, iron-like arms and scorching chest pressed tightly against her cheek. "Put me down," she gasped, instinctively, gripping your collar. You only looked down at her with pitch-black eyes. "Don't move. You don't have the strength to walk upstairs right now." You carried her steadily up to the second floor. You kicked open the master bedroom door, placed her onto the soft bed, and tucked her in. She curled into a ball like a cooked shrimp, too drained of energy to even scold you for crossing the line. You didn't leave, sitting right on the edge of the bed. "Take your hand away." Haruka clutched her stomach, bracing herself not to move. You sighed helplessly, moving her hands away with force. You placed your large, scorching palm over her stomach right through her thin clothes. The astonishing temperature of your palm made Haruka stiffen. "What are you doing?" You began to knead rhythmically. The moderate pressure, carrying that scorching heat, seeped little by little into her cold stomach. Back at the orphanage, the old director had a bad stomach. I learned acupressure. The calluses from years of holding knives and doing chores moved in circles on her abdomen, now light, now heavy. Gradually, that heat flowed through her meridians over her whole body. Haruka's tense body actually began to soften under this warmth, bit by bit. The feeling was 100 times more effective than cold pills. "Don't drink that kind of wine anymore," you said, your hands not stopping. That was Aoi Kurosawa's social gathering. In business, there's no way around it. You didn't even lift your eyelids. Then take me with you. I can drink. Shiraishi Haruka couldn't help but laugh out of anger, scolding you for wanting to get her arrested, even though you weren't an adult yet. However, you corrected her with complete seriousness. In 6 months, by the traditional lunar age, you'd be 17, which, rounded up, practically makes you an adult. Haruka let out a soft hum, but her expression softened completely. For so many years, she had been accustomed to finding medicine for herself in the middle of the night, or driving alone through torrential rain. But now, not only was there someone to cook porridge for her in the dead of night, but he also claimed he would take the brunt of the alcohol for her. This feeling of being held in someone's palms was too intoxicating. A second later, her eyes hazy, she looked at your handsome profile and murmured your name in a daze. Kaito, Kaito, don't stop your hands. You replied with a hum. Looking at the female CEO, who was usually so decisive and efficient, you found her huddled in the blankets like a little kitten. That hard, impenetrable shell of hers had finally cracked for you. You smiled and leaned down close to her ear. Even though she was already asleep, you whispered, "From now on, as long as I'm here, you won't feel a hint of stomach pain." You tucked her into the blanket, withdrew your numbed hand, turned around, and flicked off the light. In the second half of the night, Haruka slept with unusual peace. In her dreams, there were no endless financial reports, only a steaming bowl of millet porridge and your embrace. The next morning, her biological clock woke Haruka up right on time. She opened her eyes and subconsciously rubbed her stomach. It didn't hurt anymore, and there was even a warm, comfortable sensation. She walked over to the full-length mirror and discovered her complexion was rosy, and the dark circles under her eyes had faded. There was no trace left of the half-dead state she was in the night before. As she changed her clothes and prepared to go downstairs, she heard Imi's boisterous voice from below. "Wow, are you trying to nourish yourself this early in the morning? What is this black stuff?" You didn't even lift your head, your voice calm. "Stomach-soothing soup. It's for my sister." "Hee, my sister, my sister! You only ever think about your sister?" Emi pouted as she leaned in, sounding a bit jealous. "I want some too." "No," you refused decisively. "The ingredients aren't suitable for you. You have too much internal heat. You'll get a nosebleed if you drink this." Hearing this, Haruka couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. As your eyes met, your footsteps faltered for a moment. You scanned her from head to toe, and finally, seeing her healthy complexion, you let out a long sigh of relief. After finishing up, you brought the soup to the dining table. "Sister, drink it while it's hot." Haruka walked over, sat down, and picked up the spoon. Amy, chewing on half a fried dough stick, Yutiao, kept her eyes darting between the two of you mischievously. "Hey, Haruka," Amy whispered, full of gossip. "Did I miss something last night? How come I heard someone go into your room in the middle of the night and not come out for a long time?" Haruka's hand paused, and she stared at Amy with a deadpan expression. "No, no, no." Amy waved her hands repeatedly, pointing at you as you were taking off your apron. "I just wanted to say, is this little cabbage of ours a bit too thoughtful?" He's not like a younger brother at all. He's basically... Time passed. 10 minutes after the school bell rang at Akun No. 2 High School, you walked out with your backpack on one shoulder. Your tall, slender figure stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens, and your youthful face caught the eyes of all the girls around. Suddenly, a sharp shout blocked your path. "Kaito-kun!" The person blocking you was none other than Riko. Her face was flushed red, and she held a dark blue gift box in her hands. Her chest heaved as she gathered all the courage she would ever have in her life. "This is for you. The school anniversary is next week. I want to invite you to be my dance partner." As soon as she finished speaking, the surroundings were filled with teasing and whistling. "Say yes," but you stopped and furrowed your brows ever so slightly. You glanced at the gift box. It looked expensive. From the shape, it was likely a tie. The meaning of a girl giving a boy a tie was painfully obvious. You took a half step back, creating a safe distance, your voice cold and distant. "I don't participate in dance events." Riko's eyes turned red instantly. She bit her lip and moved closer, unwilling to give up. "Why? I spent a long time picking this out. It's an Ermenegildo Zegna seasonal release. It really suits your vibe." You didn't even give it a second glance. "I don't like wearing ties." You lowered your head to look at the watch on your wrist, 5:40 p.m. If Haruka saw this, the consequences would be unimaginable. The moment that thought crossed your mind, The roar of an engine like a beast's low growl tore through the noisy crowd. The black Maybach glided to the school gate in silence, yet with an aura of dominance. The window slowly lowered, and a cold, beautiful face wearing sunglasses appeared. Even with half her face covered, the pressure was enough to make one's knees go weak. Seeing this, Rico's hands holding the gift box trembled violently. Your own back straightened instantly. Haruka took off her sunglasses and tossed them onto the passenger seat. Her cold, clear eyes swept over Rico indifferently, finally locking onto the dark blue gift box. She stared at it for a full 2.5 seconds. Then she actually laughed, though the warmth didn't reach her eyes. Is the schoolwork too light nowadays? Rico was completely stunned, stuttering as she looked at the woman in the car. You are... I'm his guardian. Haruka rested one hand on the car window and looked at Rico with an indifferent tone. What grade are you in? Rico was so suppressed by this aura, she could barely breathe. First year high school. Haruka nodded thoughtfully. Azegnatai, 3, 800 yen. How much of your weekly allowance is left? As soon as those words were spoken, Rico's face turned completely pale, but Haruka didn't give her a chance to catch her breath. Her gaze became sharp as a blade. Using your parents' money to block a boy at the school gate to give him such impractical things, is this the kind of upbringing you have? And one more thing, Haruka added coldly, pointing at you. He has the municipal physics competition next week. He doesn't have time to play these childish dance games. If his grades are affected, can you take responsibility? There wasn't a single dirty word in her speech, but it was like a slap across Rico's face. Even the surrounding students were terrified, not daring to even breathe loudly. Rico's tears burst forth. I'm sorry. She clutched the gift box to her chest, turned around, and ran away crying, covering her face. A grand confession had turned into a farce in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Haruka withdrew her gaze, put her sunglasses back on, and coldly spat out 2 words. Get in. Hearing this, you didn't dare hesitate, immediately opening the passenger door and sitting inside. However, the moment you fastened your seatbelt, the Maybach zoomed off with a roar. The air pressure inside the car was terrifyingly low. You turned your head and stole a glance at Haruka. She was gripping the steering wheel so hard her knuckles were turning blue. Sister? You probed softly. Shut up, Haruka interrupted coldly. Just then, the car braked hard at a traffic light. She took off her sunglasses, turned her head, and stared at you with eyes full of rage. Are you a trash can? The Maybach was silent, except for Haruka's gaze burning into you. Kaito, are you a trash can? You let any piece of cheap garbage get close to you. She pointed toward the school gate, dismissing the girl you had just rejected as worthless. You actually have an eye for that kind of cheap aesthetic? You narrowed your eyes, listening to her nagging. Instead of being angry, the corners of your mouth curled up little by little. So the high and mighty Haruka could be jealous too. That unreasonable possessiveness was suffocating. I didn't have an eye for it, you whispered, your voice gentle. I already rejected her. Hearing this, Haruka let out a cold hum. You didn't reject her thoroughly enough. Next time, tell her to get lost. That kind of girl who spends family money and thinks about dating all day instead of studying. If you dare to get involved with people like that, don't even think about stepping into the Shiraishi household. Her chest heaved slightly. And that tie. What kind of taste is that? It's so old-fashioned. Even if it were a gift for her father, it would be considered tacky. Looking at her, acting out of annoyance, the light in your eyes burned even hotter. You reached out and tugged at your tightly buttoned collar, leaning forward slightly. Sister? Your voice carried a unique, magnetic, husky tone for a young man. I don't like that tie. Your Adam's apple bobbed as you leaned into her ear with a submissive air. If it were a gift from you, no matter the color or the style, as long as it were tied by your own hands, even if it were tied enough to choke me, I would love it. Screech! The tires rubbed violently against the road, and the Maybach screeched to a halt on the side of the road. Haruka's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head and crashed into your clear, possessive eyes. Visible to the naked eye, a flush of crimson quickly climbed up her fair earlobes. She looked away in a panic, gripping the steering wheel tightly to hide her inner turmoil. She scolded you lightly, but her tone was incredibly soft. Smooth talker, sit properly. Let's go home and have dinner. For a full week, the gloomy, rainy weather in Kun City made the air pressure so low it was hard to breathe. Haruka, who had pulled 3 all-nighters to finish a murder case, just took off her high heels. However, the moment she straightened her back, everything went dark before her eyes. The world spun, and her body swayed uncontrollably. At that critical moment, you strode forward, one hand firmly supporting her elbow, the other grabbing her slim waist. Your strength was enough to almost embed her into your embrace. Sister? You tightened your arms, the scorching temperature of your palms branding her waist through the silk shirt. What's wrong? Low blood sugar? Haruka wobbled in your arms. She took a deep breath, trying to stand straight, but realized half her weight was already hanging on you. Your chest, covered in solid muscle, felt a bit hard, yet radiated a lethal sense of safety. I'm fine. Haruka took a deep breath and managed to stand steady with your support. She then moved a step away as if nothing had happened, scrambling to pull away from your aggressive embrace. She tidied her hair, trying to hide the turbulence in her heart. Over the next few days, the cold wind in Kun City pierced to the marrow, and the villa's heater happened to break down. Haruka, wrapped tightly in a cashmere shawl, huddled in the corner of the sofa processing documents. Her fair fingers were already stiff from the cold, and her typing speed was slowing down. Achoo! Haruka rubbed her red nose, her beautiful face etched with fatigue. Amy, wrapped in a thick pajama set nearby, was sitting cross-legged playing video games. Hearing the sound, she immediately looked up. Haruka, you're too weak, aren't you? She then secretly kicked you as you were chopping fruit nearby. Hey, Kaido! You immediately stopped your knife and turned around. What's wrong, Emine-san? Emi pursed her lips toward Haruka with a wicked grin. Look at your sister. She's freezing. You're like a little furnace, so don't just focus on chopping fruit. If all else fails, why don't you go warm up the bed for her? Haruka's hand froze at these words. She lifted her head and sharp, icy knives flashed from her eyes toward Emi. Emi, your skin is itching for a beating? But Emi kept shouting, It's true though! In this kind of weather, you should shove the cats and dogs into the bed to keep warm. We don't have cats or dogs, just one little wolf dog. Might as well put him to use. Haruka coldly threw out one sentence before closing her laptop and standing up. I'm going to take a bath. She intentionally avoided your gaze, tightened her shawl, and headed upstairs. The sound of her weary high heels faded away in the stairwell. Suddenly, the large living room became quiet. You silently placed the cut oranges on the coffee table, then locked your deep gaze onto the master bedroom door on the second floor. I'll go boil some water, you whispered, turning toward the kitchen. 10 minutes later, you stood outside Haruka's door, holding a warm rubber hot water bottle. You were about to knock, but stopped in midair. There was the sound of rushing water inside. She was already bathing. You took a deep breath, your Adam's apple bobbing. With a strange impulse, you pressed down on the doorknob. It wasn't locked. The moment you pushed the door open, a familiar scent of cedar hit you. A large, dark gray silk sheet was spread over the bed. In winter, this material felt like a cold slab of iron. You walked straight over, flipped back the corner of the blanket, and shoved the hot water bottle to the bottom. But this meager heat was a drop in the bucket for a 2-meter-wide bed. Just then, Emi's joke spun through your mind. You subconsciously turned toward the bathroom. The sound of water continued. You swallowed hard, your Adam's apple bobbing violently. A second later, you kicked off your slippers like a thief, knelt on the edge of the bed on one knee, and crawled toward the spot where Haruka would be sleeping. You dove into her silk bed, the chilly, woody scent wrapped around you tightly. The silk fabric against your skin sent a shiver of goosebumps down your spine. You gritted your teeth, not daring to move, and simply stretched your limbs out, acting as a giant human hot water bottle to warm the bed for her in this freezing weather. Lying in bed, the rainy night from 2 years ago flashed through your mind, the night she picked you up from the mud, shielding you from all the rumors. She was your high and mighty goddess, but now you were using this mortal body to commit such an act of arrogance. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped. You froze, not daring to stay for even a second. You quickly retreated from the bed, smoothed out the wrinkles, grabbed your slippers, and bolted out the door. 2.5 seconds after you closed the door, Haruka walked out wrapped in a bathrobe. She shivered, frowned, and slid into bed. The coldness she expected didn't come. Instead, it was a wave of dry, vibrant warmth. Her toes even touched a scorching hot water bottle. This made Haruka freeze completely. Then she buried her face in the pillow that still held your scent and cursed, "You idiot," under her breath, though she couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from rising. Her stomach didn't hurt, her hands and feet weren't cold. She might actually get a good night's sleep. Meanwhile, in the guest bedroom on the second floor, you pressed yourself against the door, your heart feeling like it was about to burst from your chest. The sensation of the silk against your skin and that lingering cedar scent had become fatal thorns hooked into your nerves. You were a 16-year-old man in his prime. Reason and instinct were tearing you apart. You rushed into the bathroom and splashed cold water on your face. You looked at the panicked eyes in the mirror and growled in a hoarse voice. "That is my sister. She is my benefactor. I must not think crazy thoughts." You took a breath, sat at your desk, opened a thick English dictionary, and forced your eyes to focus on the dense words. Abide, to comply. Abstain, to refrain. Boundary, limit. Each word was a spell, a charm to seal the beast within. You held a pen and copied them over and over on your draft paper. On this cold winter night, you used a method bordering on self-abuse to guard that precarious red line, even though you knew that line had been blurred long before you crawled into that warm bed. Reality, however, gave you no room to breathe. A few days later, a heavy paper bag was slammed onto the coffee table. The flap was stamped with the acronym of a top-tier school in embossed gold lettering. Aoi Kurosawa sat opposite, taking a sip of Dahong Pao tea, staring intensely at Haruka through the rising steam. "This is a direct admission." She put down the cup and tapped her nails against the paper bag with a dull thud. "As long as you nod, he starts in the fall. No entrance exams, no interviews. The buildings the Jiyu family donates every year are more than enough to trade for a spot." Haruka leaned back on the sofa, not touching the file bag. She tilted her head toward the kitchen. At this moment, behind the frosted glass, you were humming along with the range hood, chopping meat with a kitchen knife. Aoi Kurosawa followed Haruka's gaze and sneered at the kitchen. "How much longer are you going to keep him trapped in that tiny world?" 14 to 16 are a boy's most precious years. You have him wearing that ragged apron, turning around the stove, haggling with vegetable vendors for pennies. Haruka's lashes trembled. She tried to counter with a cold tone. "He likes to cook," but there was a fragility in her voice even she didn't notice. "Likes?" Aoi Kurosawa laughed aloud. "That's a joke. No one is born liking to serve others. He just hasn't seen the neon lights of Wall Street or the libraries of the Ivy Leagues." Aoi Kurosawa stood up, looming over Haruka. "Don't be too selfish. You're using his attachment to you, treating him as an emotional crutch. You can't give him a future. The hands of a Jiyu family son are meant for signing billion-dollar contracts, not for washing dishes." Aoi Kurosawa left without looking back, the front door slamming shut. The living room was deathly quiet. Haruka stared at the gold-embossed bag, her heart in chaos. She thought of the calluses you'd worn down from years of cooking, and your eyes, red from keeping watch over the stew pot at night. You pushed open the kitchen door, wearing an old hoodie with sleeves rolled up, revealing your solid forearms. You were steadily carrying a bowl of clear, golden stew and delicate side dishes. "She's gone?" You glanced at the empty sofa, your expression as calm as if a salesman had visited, instead of your own multi-billionaire biological mother. You walked to the coffee table, about to bend down to set down the hot soup. "Don't bother," Haruka said suddenly, her voice raspy. You paused and looked at her. "Is your stomach uncomfortable again?" Haruka sat up straight and shoved the paper bag toward you. "Look at this." You lowered your eyes, glancing coldly at the gold lettering. You didn't even touch it, just set the tray steadily on the table while avoiding the file. Haruka became anxious, her brows knitting together. "You didn't even look. This is an Ivy League admission. It's an opportunity your classmates wouldn't even dream of. If you go there, you could study finance or management in the future." "Like Aoi Kurosawa?" you interrupted her. You stood tall under the light, staring at her. "Sitting in a 100-ping office, unable to see my family even once a year? Treating money as the measure for everything? Calculating my own biological son like a return on investment?" You shook your head and reached for the paper bag that symbolized an elite future. Just as Haruka thought you were going to open it, You walked straight to the trash can and let go. Plop. The Ivy League admission spot was now mixed in with potato peels. Haruka stood up in shock. I don't like that world. You turned and stepped toward Haruka, your voice deep and filled with stubbornness. Over there, it's just cold salads and half-raw steak. I'm not used to it. Most importantly, you looked at her. You aren't there. In the villa living room, you tossed the elite school's admission documents into the trash. Haruka stood up, alarmed. Kaito, what are you doing? You looked into her eyes, your voice low and stubborn. I don't want to go, because you aren't there. Haruka's breath hitched. All the logic and pros and cons she had weighed collapsed before that one sentence. She opened her mouth, but her throat felt blocked. You'll regret it. That's the peak of the pyramid. Sister, you didn't let her finish, reaching out to take her somewhat cold fingertips, leading her back to sit on the sofa. You then placed the hot soup in front of her, revealing all the stomach-nourishing ingredients you had meticulously prepared. The next day, in the piano room on the second floor, warm yellow light cast two long shadows on the floor. The melody of the waltz number 2 flowed elegantly from the vinyl record player. Stop! Haruka took a step back, her cold voice like a blade cutting the rhythm of the music. You immediately pulled back your hand, lowering your head, eyes fixed on the patch of light near the hem of her dress. Are you dancing? Or are you trying to sneak around? Haruka crossed her arms, scanning your tense face with a critical gaze. I'm hovering my hand 3 centimeters away, and my body is tilted back 15 degrees. Do I have thorns on me, or do I have a virus? You bit your lip, your Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. I'm afraid of stepping on you. An excuse. Haruka pierced through your lie mercilessly. She stepped forward and pointed a finger at your heart. What are you afraid of? Afraid this expensive suit doesn't fit you? Or afraid of the way those people will look at you at next week's banquet? You fell silent. You were afraid, of course. Even if you were first in school and comfortable in the kitchen, standing in this artistic piano room facing Haruka, who had grown up in this circle, the inferiority etched into your bones grew like wild grass. Again. Haruka didn't give you time to wallow. She stepped directly in front of you. At a distance of only 1 step, the familiar, cool cedar scent wrapped around you tightly. The next second, she grabbed your hands, interlocking her fingers with yours, with a refusal that would not be denied. Then, she took a sudden step forward, almost colliding into your chest. Your breath hitched. Too close. Close enough that you could count her curled lashes and feel her warm breath spraying against your neck. Support my waist. Her voice was right in your ear, with a hint of unnoticeable huskiness. Your palm trembled, but eventually it settled. The warmth and softness under your palm, through the thin fabric, made the shape of her bones clear. A burning sensation spread from your palm through your whole body. Follow my steps. She looked up at you, her eyes focused. 1 step, 2 steps, turning. Your body was as stiff as a piece of wood. Every step was like walking on thin ice, terrified of crossing the line. Your gaze wandered, not daring to settle on her face. Look at me! Haruka seemed annoyed. The hand on your shoulder tightened, her nails almost pinching into your flesh through the shirt. Look into my eyes. You were forced to lower your head. In that moment, the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. In her dark pupils, you saw yourself in an expensive suit, hair combed perfectly. You looked presentable, but you knew clearly that inside this skin was still the little beggar, shivering in the rain while clutching a tattered woven bag. Your voice was so low, it was almost a plea, desperately trying to pull your hand away. This intimacy, this illusion that she belonged to you, filled you with panic. I really can't do this, sister. In that setting, I'll only embarrass you. Your steps fell into chaos. The toe of your leather shoe slammed hard against her heel. You went pale and let go as if electrocuted, backing up until your back hit the cold wall. I'm sorry, you said, head bowed, hands pressed against your trouser seams, not daring to look at her. Let Uncle Jean go with you. Or the company executives. They are all better than me. Better than you at what? Haruka interrupted you abruptly. She stood there, the dim light making it hard to read her expression. Better at socializing and drinking, or better at reading people's faces? She walked toward you step by step. Each sound of her high heels hitting the floor sounded like a strike against your heart. You subconsciously held your breath, not daring to lift your head until those heels stopped right in front of your toes. A hand reached out and pinched your chin, forcing you to meet her gaze. "Kaido." Her finger brushed the stubble that had just sprouted on your chin. "Do you know the nature of next week's banquet?" You shook your head blankly. "That is the Shiraishi Group's annual appreciation banquet." She leaned in even closer, your warm breaths mingling. "It is also the occasion where I plan to formally introduce you to everyone." Hearing this, you were completely stunned. "Introduce me?" "Yes." Haruka let go but didn't retreat. Instead, she wrapped her arms around your waist, resting her head gently against your chest. This sudden action sent all the blood in your body rushing to your head. "I don't need a dance partner who knows how to dance. I could hire a truckload of those." Her voice was muffled against your chest, transmitting clearly into your ears. "The one I'm taking is the person who will stand by my side in the future." She looked up. Those eyes, usually cold as frost, were shockingly bright. "Those old things have been eyeing the position of my fiancé, wanting to stuff their own good-for-nothing sons into my life. I'm sick of it." Haruka reached out to straighten your slightly crooked tie, her movements unbelievably gentle. "So you have to go. Don't be afraid of dancing wrong, and don't be afraid of stepping on anyone." She patted your chest, the muscle underneath as firm as stone. "Even if you spill wine on the mayor, no one will dare make you apologize." Your throat was dry, and you couldn't say a word. After a moment, you finally found your voice, sounding wrecked. "Why?" Haruka smiled. It was a smile you had never seen before, carrying 3 parts arrogance and 7 parts protectiveness, with the confidence to poke a hole in the sky. The next second, she stood on her tiptoes, her warm lips brushing against your earlobe, leaving you with a sentence that made your soul tremble. "Because you are Haruka's person, the only male master of this villa and the entire Shiraishi family." In the villa's piano room, Haruka pushed you against the wall, stood on her tiptoes, and whispered against your ear. "Because you are Haruka's person, the only master of this villa and the entire Shiraishi family." Boom! Something exploded in your brain. The title, Master, was hotter than any love confession and heavier than any promise. It instantly smashed all your inferiority to pieces, dragging you out of the dust. After saying this, Haruka stepped back half a step, assuming the dancing stance again. She raised an eyebrow, regaining her queenly posture. "Now, put your hand up." This time you didn't hesitate. After a deep breath, you stepped forward and placed your right hand firmly on her slim waist, no longer hovering but pressing down firmly. That sense of control spread from your palm throughout your body. The music flowed, and 2 figures rotated in the light. This time there were no stumbles, no shrinking back, only 2 hearts drawing closer and closer. In the warm kitchen, you scooped up a bowl of soup, blew on it, and brought it to Haruka's lips. "To Aoi Kurosawa, the world is Wall Street, but to me, the best place in the world is this kitchen, because the moment I walk out this door, I can see you." Haruka was stunned, staring at the spoon. She opened her mouth to take a sip. It was warm, fresh, and delicious, instantly soothing the old wounds in her stomach and the wrinkles in her heart caused by Aoi Kurosawa's words. "Idiot?" she scolded, but her voice was nasal and her eyes shone with tears. She took the spoon and lowered her head to hide her heart palpitations. You didn't speak, just sat beside her, quietly watching her finish the whole bowl. "Do you want more?" "Yes." Haruka handed the bowl to you, acting with justified, pampered confidence. "Go get another bowl." At that moment, Aoi Kurosawa's $100 million bet was completely defeated by your bowl of medicinal soup, defeated by your heart that only had room for Haruka. At 2:30 a.m., a hurried gasp suddenly rang out in the darkness. You bolted upright in bed, huddled into a ball, your forehead covered in cold sweat, heart nearly slamming out of your chest. The dream had been too real. In the dream, there was no light, only that slim, warm waist held in your palm, that cool cedar scent, and a call that carried a soft gasp. Just the memory alone set your entire body on fire. You lowered your head and pulled back the blanket. The next second, your face flushed red, hot enough to bleed. A huge sense of shame, mixed with unprecedented panic, submerged you instantly. Haruka. The name pressed down on you, making it hard to breathe. That was your sister, your goddess who pulled you out of the mud. How could you? How could you have such a reaction to her? You gritted your teeth and jumped out of bed barefoot, clutching the soiled sheets and clothes like a thief, and slipped into the bathroom. Splash, splash. Turning the cold water to the max, you buried your head deep into the water. Not until your lungs hurt did you finally lift your head. The young man in the mirror had red-rimmed eyes and a face full of self-loathing. You cursed at your reflection in a hoarse voice. Kaito, you are disgusting. Haruka said. 7 in the morning. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of soy milk. You stood at the counter, stirring the soy milk with stiff movements, your mind a blank slate. Haruka said. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed from behind. Click, 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 every step striking your nerves. Your back instantly straightened, Haruka said. The voice of Shiraishi Haruka carried the lethargy of someone just woken up, along with a hint of huskiness. Your hand jerked violently. The spoon clattered against the pot's edge with a sharp sound. You didn't dare turn around, your voice floating, full of guilt. Gee, good morning, sister. Shiraishi Haruka pulled out a chair and sat down, Haruka said. She was wearing a white silk shirt today, the collar slightly open, revealing a glimpse of fair skin. You turned around holding the soy milk, Haruka said. But as your gaze brushed over that snowy white skin, the damn dream flooded back into your mind, Haruka said. In your dream last night, your hand had been pressed against that very silk fabric. Boom! A rush of heat surged to your brain. You quickly lowered your head and set the soy milk down heavily on the table, even splashing a few drops. What's wrong? Shiraishi Haruka sensed something was off. She looked up, her gaze falling on your abnormally red face. Your face is so red. Are you running a fever? As she said this, she reached out to touch your forehead. You reacted sharply, taking a huge step back and dodging her hand entirely. Your movement was so abrupt that you knocked over the vinegar bottle nearby. Clatter. Dark vinegar spilled all over the table. Shiraishi Haruka's hand stopped in midair, her brows knitting tightly. This kid actually dodged her. Just then, a light chuckle came from the stairs. Yo, what kind of scene is being played out so early in the morning? Yanagiruka leaned against the banister with a smirk. She walked over, her gaze sweeping over you and stopping at the dark circles under your eyes. Dark circles are so heavy. Did you go do something sneaky last night? As she spoke, Yanagiruka's lips curled, and she leaned in close to you. The scent of perfume mixed with hormones washed over you. Little brother, or should I say, did you have some unspeakable dream last night? Upon hearing this, your body instantly stiffened. With your secret being poked at, your complexion turned from red to white, and then from white to a bruised purple. You stammered incoherently. No, big sister Ruka, don't say nonsense. Yanagiruka raised an eyebrow, reaching out a finger to hook your chin. Little brother, you've grown up, haven't you? Even know how to be shy. I'm going to wash the dishes. You didn't dare to engage, dropped that nonsensical excuse, and turned to flee into the kitchen. Bang! The frosted glass door was pulled shut with force, cutting off the view from outside. Shiraishi Haruka stared at the tightly closed door and turned to look at Yanagiruka, her tone unfriendly. Why are you teasing him? Yanagiruka just shrugged, picking up a slice of bread. What's wrong with teasing? He's a pubescent boy. Having a few secrets is normal. She glanced at the kitchen with meaningful intent. Haruka, that brother of yours is likely at the age where he should know how to be a man. Inside the kitchen, the faucet was running loudly. You weren't washing dishes. Instead, you held a rag, frantically wiping the range hood that was already as bright as new, over and over again. Only by exhausting yourself to the point of collapse would those images in your mind disappear. She was your benefactor, the unattainable moon. You closed your eyes, telling yourself over and over in your heart, you could even go, but you must never have those thoughts about her. That was being a traitor, repaying kindness with malice. You whispered in a low voice, your tone full of self-loathing. Kaito, you are just a rat in a gutter. Don't dream of touching the clouds in the sky. Outside the kitchen, Shiraishi Haruka hadn't touched her food. She turned sideways, looking at the blurred, frantically busy figure behind the glass door. That back, panicked, disheveled, revealed a desperate need to escape. She remembered the way you looked at her just now, Shifty, panicked, shameful. It lacked the open, trusting dependence you used to have. That look was a man's look toward a woman, carrying a poorly concealed restraint. Shiraishi Haruka impatiently set down her cup with a dull thud. She blinked, finally realizing that something had started to change after that rainy night in the music room. Time flowed, and soon it was your 16th birthday. You blew out 16 candles in one breath. Pop! The ribbon popper in Jiu Qingqing's hand exploded, and colorful paper scraps fell all over your head and face. Yanagi Ruka walked over with a smile, helping you pick the ribbons out of your hair. Her fingertips grazed your earlobe. Our little Kaito is 16 now. You're a reserve pillar of the family. Stop teasing him, Shiraishi Haruka said from the head of the table, pushing a dark green velvet box toward you. It was a Patek Philippe, a watch with a deep blue starry dial. However, you only glanced at it and then closed the lid respectfully. Thank you, sister. Shiraishi Haruka raised an eyebrow, asking if you didn't like it. You answered honestly, "It's too expensive. I'm afraid that if I wear it while chopping vegetables, oil will splash onto it." Upon hearing this, Jiu Qingqing almost sprayed out the rib she was chewing. She widened her eyes. "Big brother, this is a Patek Philippe. You're actually thinking of wearing it while chopping vegetables?" As she spoke, she tossed a pair of limited edition sneakers to you. "My gift is the practical one. Running errands to the market in these, you'll definitely be fast." Yanagi Ruka gifted a bottle of men's perfume and whispered in your ear, "Spray this when you go out. I guarantee the girls at school won't be able to look away." Shiraishi Haruka's expression darkened instantly. She knocked on the table, her voice turning colder. "Eat! The food is getting cold." A table full of dishes, still all cooked by your own hands. Jiu Qingqing couldn't help but sigh. Compared to this bite of meat, their gifts were nothing. This was the dimensionality reduction strike of a top-tier chef. Dinner went on for a long time. Shiraishi Haruka, whose eyes were hazy from the wine, suddenly stared straight at you. She hooked her finger at you. "Come here." You immediately got up and knelt beside her, like a devout believer. Shiraishi Haruka's scalding hand cradled your face, her thumb caressing the corner of your eye. She whispered, 16. You've grown up." Her body suddenly leaned forward, resting against your shoulder as if she had no bones. The rich scent of wine mixed with her cold, cedar-like aroma instantly engulfed you. Her voice, both bossy and gentle, sounded against your neck, her warm breath hitting your skin. "From now on, you are not allowed to run away." Hearing this, your whole body went stiff. You didn't dare to move, your heart rate accelerating. Shiraishi Haruka sniffed your scent, gritting her teeth and continuing, word by word, as if being fierce, yet also acting spoiled. "If you dare to go off with that, what's her name, Jiu Qinghan? I will break your legs." The dining room was silent. Jiu Qingqing and Yanagi Ruka exchanged a look, both sensibly staying quiet and even starting to pack up, ready to slip away. You felt that heavy weight on your shoulder. It was your entire world. You turned your head, your lips almost brushing her hair, and promised with a hoarse voice, "I'm not going anywhere." However, she muttered, "Liar," before passing out completely drunk. Seeing this, you reached out, slipping your arms under her knees and back, and lifted her steadily. The woman in your arms shifted, finding a comfortable position, burying her face in your chest, her hands unconsciously gripping your shirt. You carried her step by step up to the second floor, arriving at her bedroom. But just as you placed her on the bed and were about to stand up, your collar was suddenly grabbed tightly by Shiraishi Haruka. "Kaito, don't go." At that moment, your collar was being pulled tightly by a pair of soft, delicate hands. Shiraishi Haruka's eyes were tightly shut, her brows knit together. "Don't go. Don't leave me alone." This weak, dreamlike murmur instantly struck your heart. "I won't go." You knelt directly on the rug by the bed, letting her hold on tightly without pulling away. Looking at her beautiful face glowing under the moonlight, you were mysteriously compelled to reach out your right hand, wanting to smooth out the creases between her brows. But your fingertips hovered in midair, a mere few millimeters from that defenseless skin. The temptation to test the boundaries of taboo grew in your heart. You were picked up and brought home by her. She was your benefactor, your sister, and even more, your high and mighty fiancé. But she was not a woman you could profane. You took a sharp breath, forcibly retracting the hand that wanted to touch her. You pulled over the silk duvet and carefully wrapped her up tightly. Then you sat on the rug, back against the bed frame, listening to the steady breathing behind you, enduring the long night. The next morning at dawn, Shiraishi Haruka, still suffering from a hangover, rubbed her temples and opened her eyes. Memories flooded back, the cake and red wine last night and that warm embrace. She sat up and looked down to see you curled up asleep by the side of the bed. Her gaze traveled down your side profile, finally fixing on your slightly bobbing Adam's apple. She suddenly realized with a shock that you were no longer just a little kid. She couldn't help but reach out, her palm gently pressing against your cheek. In your sleep, you subconsciously rubbed against her palm, as obedient as a wolf cub protecting its food. Shiraishi Haruka smiled. On that usually cold face, a terrifying possessiveness emerged. 16, huh? Now that you've been tamed. Kaito, you can never escape me for the rest of your life. 7:30 in the morning. You were already busy in the kitchen. Behind you came Shiraishi Haruka's footsteps, followed by a cold. Put it down. Sister, breakfast is almost ready. You turned around in surprise, your voice sounding severely raspy. I told you to put it down. Shiraishi Haruka bit her red lips, her gaze fixed on the dark circles and bloodshot eyes under your lids. Before you could say anything, Shiraishi Haruka stepped forward, snatched the spatula from you, and shoved you out of the kitchen. Go get some sleep. I'll make breakfast today. Hearing this, you stood there stunned, looking at her delicate jade-like hands, which were currently clumsily holding a raw egg. Crack! Egg liquid mixed with shell fragments splashed into the smoking hot oil. Suddenly, hot oil splattered everywhere. Shiraishi Haruka jumped back, her brows immediately furrowing. Watching thick black smoke rise from the pot, you couldn't help but remind her. The heat is too high. Shiraishi Haruka gritted her teeth to flip the egg, but with one jab of the spatula, she pierced the yolk, leaving a miserable mess at the bottom of the pan. The kitchen was silent for 2.5 seconds. Clang! She threw the spatula into the pot. When she turned around, her cheeks were flushed crimson, and her tone was fierce, though clearly lacking confidence. You sighed helplessly in your heart, walking forward naturally. Sister, why don't you go sit down? You dumped that catastrophic dark cuisine into the sink. There are experts for every field. This kind of rough work really isn't for you. Shiraishi Haruka looked unwilling to accept this and wanted to retort, but looking at the unidentified lump in the sink, she could only snort coldly and walk out. 10 minutes later, a perfect breakfast of bacon, poached eggs, and steaming millet porridge sat on the dining table. Ji-Yu Ching-Ching walked downstairs yawning, her eyes widening instantly as she stared at Shiraishi Haruka, who was currently peeling an egg for you by hand. Yo, becoming virtuous now? Ji-Yu Ching-Ching pulled out a chair and sat down with a playful expression. Our CEO Shiraishi has had a change of heart? After drinking last night, are you playing the wife role today to repent? Shiraishi Haruka slammed the peeled egg into your bowl with such force that the egg white cracked open. Eat your food. Her face was cold, but her hands didn't stop, piling all the bacon from the plate into your bowl until it was a small mountain. Eat more. She stared at your startled face, her tone stiff. You're as skinny as a monkey. It's embarrassing to bring you out in public. You looked at the mountain of meat and swallowed hard. Sister, I can't finish all this. If you don't finish it, you aren't leaving this table. Ji-Yu Ching-Ching slapped her thigh, laughing from the sidelines. Just then, Yanagiruka walked over gracefully with coffee and sat down, her gaze sweeping between you two. Kaito, the roses in the back garden need trimming. The gardener is on leave. You might as well practice your hand and save some labor costs. No! Shiraishi Haruka slammed her chopsticks onto the table. The whole room went silent. Why? You asked, lifting your head in confusion. I know how to trim them, back at the orphanage. I said no, and that means no. Shiraishi Haruka pulled out a tissue and wiped the corners of her mouth elegantly. The sun out there is poisonous. Who's going to be responsible if you get a sunburn? She suddenly pointed across the table at your well-defined hands. Your hands are for holding pens and cooking, definitely not for digging in the dirt. Yanagiruka rolled her eyes. Know how precious they are now? He didn't show this much concern when you made him scrub the toilet before. Shiraishi Haruka ignored her teasing, looking down at her watch. Are you full? You just swallowed the last piece of bacon and nodded repeatedly. She picked up her bag and stood up. From today on, Uncle John will be responsible for driving you to and from school. You quickly waved to refuse. No need, sister, I'll take the bus myself. This is a notification, not a negotiation. Shiraishi Haruka stared down at you intensely. Public security isn't good out there lately. I don't want my fiancé to be led astray by any riffraff. On the way to school, the black Maybach drove steadily. Shiraishi Haruka leaned back, eyes closed, but her mind was filled with your hot embrace from last night. She opened her eyes and turned to look at you. You were reading with your head down, sitting upright, your school uniform collar buttoned up tight, looking extremely ascetic and obedient. Bring your backpack over here, she suddenly said. You were stunned for a moment, then obediently passed the backpack over. I'll check your homework. Shiraishi Haruka took it and unzipped it, using her rights as a guardian as a grand excuse. She flipped through the textbooks and test papers. They were all marked with check marks, the handwriting so neat that not a single flaw could be found. Suddenly, her fingers stopped in a pocket of the backpack. The touch felt extremely wrong. It was a crumpled, soft object. She pulled it out. It was a bright pink eyesore of an envelope. Shiraishi Haruka unfolded the crumpled paper. Just looking at the first line, her eyes instantly narrowed into dangerous slits. To my favorite classmate, Kaido. Inside the car, Shiraishi Haruka found the love letter crumpled in your backpack. She unfolded the paper. The first line made her blink. To my favorite classmate, Kaito. The handwriting was elegant, and there was even a heart drawn over the word favorite. The air pressure inside the car dropped to freezing. You were busy memorizing words when you suddenly felt a chill on your neck. You looked up and met Shiraishi Haruka's smiling yet not smiling eyes. She pinched the pink letter, her gaze cold. Kaito, from now on, if you receive things like this again, you are to hand them over to me. The September weather was irritatingly hot. You wore your baggy school uniform, backpack over one shoulder, walking along the edge of the hallway wall. Suddenly, a hand blocked your path. The buzz-cut boy at the front chewed gum, his gaze scanning you with disdain. I heard you live in the Icon Villa. His hand suddenly slapped onto your shoulder, squeezing hard. Lend some money, the boys are a bit short on cash. You stepped back, your shoulder sinking to dodge his hand. No money, but these words were like lighting a fuse. The buzz-cut boy's face darkened instantly. He let out a scoff and slammed into you with malicious intent. You didn't dodge, crashing into the locker. Clatter. The stack of new books in your arms scattered all over the floor. And the water bottle that Shiraishi Haruka had looked down upon rolled far away. A roar of laughter erupted around you. The buzz-cut boy pretended to dust off his pants. Oops, sorry. The road is too narrow. I didn't see an invisible person here. A dirty foot stomped hard onto your physics book, grinding into it. You looked down at the footprint, showing no anger and offering no argument, just silently squatting down to pick up the books one by one and dusting off the grime. The group saw there was no fun in it, so they swore and walked away, even kicking your pencil case into the air on their way out. Just then, a chubby boy approached and helped you pick up the last pen. He whispered, "You're Kaito, right? I'm Fatty Wang. You provoked the wrong person. That's Wang Defa. You should avoid him in the future." You took the pen and looked up with a gentle smile. I don't look for trouble. During lunch, you took out the 2-tier thermos you'd brought from home. It was the sweet and sour pork ribs you'd made at 5 this morning. However, when you opened the lid with anticipation, your movements froze. The glistening rice was covered in a layer of grayish-brown sand, and floor sawdust was sprinkled over your carefully crafted ribs. You stared at the lunchbox for 2.5 seconds, showing no anger and no trembling, just calmly snapping the lid shut again. Then you stood up and dumped the untouched lunch into the swill bucket. Later, you went to the convenience store to buy bread and a bottle of water, then circled to the flower bed behind the teaching building. There was no one here. You sat on the cement steps and took a bite of the bread, but you didn't know that on the administrative hallway on the second floor, Yanagi Ruka, wearing 7-centimeter heels, was holding a file, ready to go to the principal's office to discuss sponsorship. Her casual gaze swept downstairs and her footsteps paused. She saw you there, head down, alternating between bites of bread and cold water. You look like a pathetic stray cat. Yanagi Ruka felt blood rushing to her head, her hand gripping the file trembling. She let out a curse. This kid is pampered like a treasure by Shiraishi Haruka at home, and now he's gnawing on 2 yen trash at this dump of a school. Yanagi Ruka wanted to rush down, but she knew your personality. If she made a scene, you would only act like you were fine for her sake. This matter had to be handled by the person in charge. She took a deep breath, pulled out her phone, and zoomed in. In the video, you were choking on the bread, clutching your chest in pain. Click. At the top-floor office of Shiraishi Group, Shiraishi Haruka was somewhat distracted in a meeting. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, a special notification tone. She raised a hand to pause the meeting, picked up her phone, and swiped it open. A video of over a dozen seconds appeared. The meeting room went silent. All the executives watched as their Ice Queen president's face turned to frost, followed by a sky-high rage. In the video, the teenager who was forced to eat bird's nest at home was crouching on the ground, his face flushed red as he tried to swallow a mouthful of dry bread. Snap! The priceless fountain pen was broken in half by Shiraishi Haruka. Black ink stained her fair hands and the multi-billion-dollar contract. President Shiraishi. Secretary Zhang nearby was startled and quickly handed over a tissue. Shiraishi Haruka stood up instantly, her chair making a screeching sound. She forced out 2 words. Shiraishi Haruka didn't even wipe the ink off her hands. She grabbed her car keys and rushed out. She wanted to meet the people who dared to touch the one she was raising. In the afternoon classroom, you were hit in the back of the head by a paper ball during class. You didn't turn around, continuing to write formulas, your back still marked by half a dusty footprint. Suddenly, a deep engine roar pierced through the classroom windows, followed by a second and a third. Everyone leaned out to look, sucking in a cold breath of air. A jet-black Maybach was parked right in front of the teaching building. The door opened. 2 bodyguards in black paved the way, and Shiraishi Haruka stepped out, sunglasses, red lips, full aura activated. A commotion began in the classroom, buzzing with whispers. The tip of the pen in your hand paused. You heard the familiar click of heels outside. Every sound felt like it was stepping on your heart. Bang! The classroom door was pushed open by the bodyguards. The teacher was so scared he dropped his chalk. Who are you looking for? Haruka took off her sunglasses, her gaze scanning the classroom like a blade, finally fixing precisely on you. She walked in on her heels, her voice cold. Looking for someone, picking up my brother to take him home. As she said this, her gaze shifted to Wang Defa, who was lounging with his legs crossed. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. By the way, cleaning up some trash. In the classroom, Wang Defa was stunned, forgetting even to chew his gum. He, who was usually a tyrant, felt a chill run down his spine just from one look from Shiraishi Haruka. The teacher tried to maintain order, but Shiraishi Haruka didn't even look at him, interrupting directly. I know this is a school. She walked straight to you. You stood up, head hanging low, fingers gripping your school uniform tightly. A sister? Shiraishi Haruka didn't respond, instead reaching out to gently pat the dust on your shoulder, the mark left by Wang Defa when he rammed into you. Her movements were as gentle as if she were wiping a precious treasure. The whole class was silent, everyone watching this woman with the crushing aura dusting off your clothes while you usually stood there and let people bully you. Who did it? She stopped her movements, turned around, and swept her gaze over the whole room like a knife. Nobody dared to speak. Wang Defa swallowed a mouthful of spit, subconsciously tucking his feet under his desk. Not saying? Shiraishi Haruka let out a light laugh, then ordered the bodyguards behind her. Go to the principal's office. Get the surveillance footage for this floor. I don't believe the cameras at Aikun No. 2 High School are conveniently broken. Hearing the word surveillance, Wang Defa's face went pale. He stood up tremblingly. Don't check, I was just joking with him. Shiraishi Haruka repeated the words, walking step by step toward Wang Defa. Throwing his books on the floor and stepping on them. You call that a joke? Making him eat rice mixed with sand? Is that also a joke? With every question she asked, Wang Defa trembled even harder, until Shiraishi Haruka stood right in front of him, smiling coldly. Then let me play a joke on you too. She took out her phone and dialed a number, putting it on speaker. Secretary Zhang, check the Wang family, the one that does building materials in Kun City. Within 10 minutes, I want to hear that their supply chain has been severed." A respectful response came from the other end. "Understood, President Shiraishi." After the call ended, Wang Defa's legs went soft, and he slumped into his chair. You can't." "I can." Shiraishi Haruka looked down at him, her eyes full of disgust. "Kaito is my own family. Do you think you're worthy of touching him?" Having said that, she turned and didn't look at that pile of trash again, taking your hand. "Let's go." She held your hand tightly, fingers intertwined, as if trying to transfer her warmth to you. On the ride back, the air pressure was terrifyingly low. You huddled in the corner, not daring to lift your head, only able to feel her gaze, which carried both fire and ice. A moment later, you finally broke the silence in a low voice. "I'm sorry. I caused you trouble again." Shiraishi Haruka let out a cold hum, reaching out to loosen your school tie. "You don't even say a word when you're bullied like that. Kaito, you've grown some guts, haven't you? I didn't want to distract you." "Shut up." She turned her head away, her chest heaving violently. The wolf cub she had raised in her own hands was being kicked around like a dog outside. This account isn't settled yet. Back at the villa, the atmosphere in the dining room was even heavier than in the car. On the table sat your favorite steamed sea bass, but you didn't touch it. Shiraishi Haruka sat across from you, silent, just mechanically picking up the fish and meticulously removing every tiny bone. You looked at the small mountain of fish meat piling up in front of you, your throat tightening and your nose aching. This silent protection was even more breaking than her dominance at school. "Sister, I'm not hungry. Eat." She pushed the plate toward you. It was just one word, but the tone allowed no room for disagreement. You had no choice but to pick up your chopsticks and put the fish in your mouth, but you couldn't taste anything. Only after watching you finish the fish did Shiraishi Haruka's expression soften slightly. "Kaito." Your heart tightened, sauce still on the corner of your mouth. "Yes, sister?" Shiraishi Haruka reached out, her thumb wiping the sauce off your mouth forcefully. Her voice was faint, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. "Don't worry about the school. Starting tomorrow, Jiyu Qingqing will report to your school." You were stunned. "Sister Qingqing? What is she going there for?" Shiraishi Haruka swirled her red wine glass, took a sip, and a hint of cruelty flashed in her eyes. "To be a mandatory PE teacher. I want to see who dares to touch a hair on your head from now on." The next day on the playground, a sharp whistle pierced the lazy air. The troublemakers like Wang Defa were currently lying on the rubber track like dogs. "Stand up!" Jiyu Qingqing's clear voice rang out, devoid of emotion. Wang Defa flipped over, wanting to be lazy. "Teacher, I really can't run anymore." The whistle blasted in his ears again. Jiyu Qingqing kicked the grass next to him. "Did I say stop?" She bent over, a smile on her extremely deceptive doll-like face, but her eyes looked like she was sizing up a punching bag. "You have plenty of stamina when bullying classmates, and plenty of strength when tearing up people's backpacks. You're weak now?" Hearing this, Wang Defa shivered all over, forced to crawl up by that stair. Not far away, you were wearing baggy basketball clothes, raising your hands to shoot. The basketball drew a beautiful arc. Swish! A clean swish into the net. Jiyu Qingqing changed her face instantly. 1 second, a hellish drill sergeant. The next, a fangirl bringing water. She grabbed a cold drink and trotted toward you. "Kaito, drink some water." She unscrewed the bottle and held it to your mouth, practically wanting to feed you herself. "Are you tired? Want to rest a bit? Big sister will wipe the sweat for you." Wang Defa and his lackeys were all stunned. "Is this the same person?" You took the water, pulling back somewhat embarrassed. "Sister Qingqing, this is school." Jiyu Qingqing glared at the lazy Wang Defa nearby, raising her volume. "So what if it's school? I'm the PE teacher. I'm concerned about my star pupil. Who has a problem with that?" As she spoke, she turned and yelled at the troublemakers. "What are you looking at? 5 more laps." A middle-aged man with a potbelly was slamming the table, spittle flying. "This is corporal punishment. I'm going to sue you. My son is here to study, not to be a laborer." Wang Defa hid behind his father, looking smug. And Principal Zhang was sweating profusely, apologizing repeatedly. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Jiyu Qingqing strode in, followed by you, having just changed into your school uniform. The next second, she pulled out a chair and sat down with a bold, masculine stance, crossing her legs. "So, you're the one who wants to report me?" Kaito said. At this moment, in the principal's office, Haruka sat on a chair with her legs crossed, Kaito said. She pulled a red booklet from her pocket and slapped it onto the table. "Report me?" Heh. "National Women's Sanda Champion, National Level 1 Fitness Instructor." Haruka raised her chin slightly and pointed at the booklet. "This is my teaching qualification," Kaito said. "As for your son, that was a special training session tailored for students with poor physical fitness." "What? Is that a problem too?" Kaito said. The chubby, middle-aged man was choked up on the spot, his aura instantly cut in half. Well, that doesn't mean you can train him to the point of..." Hearing this, Haruka stood up, her hand landing directly on your shoulder. "When your son threw his classmates' books on the floor and stepped on them, why didn't you consider whether he was stepping on another person's self-esteem?" As she spoke, she took out her phone and gave it a shake. "Want to report me?" Kaito said. "Sure, go ahead. The legal department of the Shiratori Group is worried about a lack of performance, and it just so happens we can settle the school incident all at once." Hearing the words Shiratori Group, the middle-aged man's face turned green. He backhanded Kaito, slapping his son. Kaito said, "You little brat! Apologize to your classmate right now." Kaito stood there, completely stunned. He looked at you, now shielded behind Haruka, and finally understood what it meant to kick an iron plate, Kaito said. "From that day on, your treatment at school changed completely. Every time you went to the cafeteria for lunch, the crowd would automatically clear a path. The cafeteria lady didn't dare to shake her ladle anymore, piling your portion of braised pork until it was overflowing," Kaito said. "Just as you sat down with your tray, your phone vibrated," Kaito said. It was a short video notification from Yanagiruka. In the video, you were seen from behind, shooting a basketball on the playground. "A clean, crisp three-pointer," Kaito said. The background music was incredibly hype, and the caption was simple and brutal. "Who touched my little brother?" The likes had already surpassed 100,000. The comments were full of people shouting, "Big sister is so cool," and "Little brother is so handsome." Your face turned hot instantly, and you quickly turned your phone face down on the table. Being surrounded on all sides by 3 big sisters was a bit suffocating, but the feeling was truly reassuring. Kaito said, "Late at night, you were called to Shiraishi's bedroom. She made you stand in front of the floor-length mirror," Kaito said. Her voice was cold and detached. "Do it again." "You took a deep breath," Kaito said. "You spoke in a low voice." The voice was too soft. Shiraishi frowned. Kaito said, "Not good enough. You had no choice but to raise your volume. Your expression is wrong." Shiraishi stood up and walked over to you, reaching out to pinch your chin. "Your eyes need to be sharp. When you reject others, don't leave any room for negotiation, whether it's asking you to buy the food or asking for help with chores." As she spoke, her fingers slid down from your chin, Kaito said. They brushed against your skin faintly, finally stopping at your collar. "Or even those love letters those girls hand to you," Kaito said. Hearing this, you held your breath instantly, not daring to move. "She slowly helped you fasten your buttons," Kaito said, covering your collarbone completely. "Did you remember?" Your Adam's apple bobbed as you nodded with difficulty. "I remembered. Once she finished, you felt like you had been granted amnesty. You turned to escape back to your room, but just as you reached the door, the doorbell downstairs rang," Kaito said. "Who could be coming so late?" Shiraishi frowned, walked to the window, and saw an unfamiliar black business car parked outside the gate. Footsteps sounded from downstairs as the door opened, and the voice of the housekeeper, Jung-san, drifted up. "Lady, there is a guest." You followed Shiraishi downstairs to see a woman in professional business attire standing in the living room. It was the chief secretary of Kujo Sarai. The secretary adjusted her glasses, her gaze passing over Shiraishi and landing directly on you, as if she were looking at a product waiting to be sold. Kaito said. Shiraishi's face was covered in frost. She crossed her arms and stared at the other party. "Speak your piece." The secretary smiled, pulled a stack of documents from her briefcase and said, "President Kujo asked me to deliver these. This is the latest information regarding Mr. Kagahei-kun. the biological father of Master Kagatsuyoshi. Upon hearing that name, your hand tightened into a fist. The secretary's steady voice continued. He gambled away everything in Macau, fell into debt with loan sharks, and even signed a betting agreement, Kaito said. The secretary looked up and gave you a professional, artificial smile. It is a transfer of guardianship for Master Kagatsuyoshi before he comes of age. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of high heels echoed from outside, and Kujo Sirei walked straight in. She didn't even glance at you, sitting directly on the sofa. President Shiraishi, the Shiratori Group is launching its IPO next month, Kaito said. If it leaks that the Shiraishi family is harboring the son of a degenerate gambler, how do you think the investors will react? Kujo Sirei thought she had cornered Shiraishi, and her lips curled upward triumphantly. Kaito said. She pointed at you. Let him come with me. Let him stay abroad for a few years, Kaito said. When that old bastard, in the casino, he can come back to inherit the family business. She took out a pre-filled check and pushed it toward Shiraishi. This is his food and lodging expenses for the year, Kaito said. Is that enough? You looked up, your eyes, usually gentle and submissive, now completely devoid of life. I'm not going. Those 3 words shattered Kujo Sirei's smug smile. She frowned, looking at you properly for the first time. What did you say? I said I'm not going, you repeated. Grandfather's will is very clear, Kaito said. Until I come of age, I am to live with the Shiraishi family. Fool, Kujo Sirei slammed the table. Are you going to rot here acting as a servant? Kagatsuyoshi, you have the Kujo blood flowing through your veins? Is this all you're worth? Giving up your future for a woman? Shiraishi, who had been silent, suddenly laughed. You've mistaken one thing. The person I, Shiraishi Haruka, raise. I can spoil him however I want. Even if he tore down the kitchen, that would still be my family business. As for my reputation, the Shiraishi family hasn't fallen so low that we need to sell my little brother to maintain our stock price. Kujo Sirei was shaking with rage. Fine, we'll see. When that gambler comes knocking with the agreement in hand, let's see how you clean up this mess. Just then, a lazy voice drifted down from the 2nd floor. Kaito said, What a pity. He you're talking about won't be able to come knocking. Yanagiruka walked down from the 2nd floor and threw a tablet onto the coffee table. You're quite good at honey traps, aren't you? On the 3rd of last month, you transferred 5 million to the casino, and immediately after that, Kagase-kun went red-eyed from losing and signed this betting agreement. Kaito said. Yanagiruka walked up to Kujo Sirei and smiled like a fox. Kaito said, Setting up a trap for your ex-husband just to force your son home? Kaito said. If this news got out, the persona of the Kujo group would crumble to dust, wouldn't it? Hearing this, Kujo Sirei's face went pale instantly. She stared fixedly at the tablet. You were investigating me? Haruka directly plugged a flash drive into the TV and a surveillance video appeared, Kaito said. In the video, Kujo Sirei's secretary was pushing a box of gambling chips to your biological father, who was sweating profusely from his losses. The evidence was irrefutable. Kujo Sirei sat limply on the sofa, Kaito said. Her arrogance was gone. She looked at you in a panic, trying to play the emotional card. Tsuyoshi, Mother had no choice. Mother just wanted you to come home. You looked at her, your eyes holding no hate, only a chilling sense of detachment. You raised your wrist to look at your watch, your voice calm. Kaito said, Miss Kujo, it's getting late, please leave. The hawthorn and pear soup in the pot only needs 7 more minutes to reduce. It's hard to control the heat with you here. Kujo Sirei was stunned on the spot. She couldn't believe that between her, his biological mother, and a pot of soup, you had chosen the latter without hesitation. You're chasing me away just to make soup for your sister? You turned and walked into the kitchen, leaving only your back to her. Kaito said. It was a silent order to leave. Shiraishi pointed at the front door and said only one word. Kujo Sirei gritted her teeth and stumbled out the door. 20 minutes later, you brought a bowl of soup, Kaito said, and lightly knocked on the study door on the 2nd floor. You placed the small white porcelain bowl on the corner of the table, avoiding all the files, and nervously held the tray while coaxing her. Kaito said, Sister. Shiraishi stopped working and looked up at you. Your eyes were as clean as a puppy's, filled entirely with her. You handed over the spoon and added softly, Drink it while it's hot. Your stomach won't hurt after drinking it, Kaito said. On the weekend at noon, the villa gate was pushed open violently, and a chilling wind poured in. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit walked in with a sharp gaze and a powerful aura. Kaito said. Shiratori Takeru, Shiraishi Haruka's father. Shiraishi, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up abruptly. Aren't you in Australia inspecting the branch office? Why did you suddenly rush back? Takeru tossed the sandalwood prayer beads in his hand onto the cabinet, Kaito said, making a crisp clack sound. If I didn't come back, would this house be changing its surname to Kujo? His gaze passed over his daughter and locked onto you. Haruka, for the sake of a boy who doesn't even know if he'll amount to anything, Kaito said, you've offended the Kujo family. You're too impulsive. Shiraishi's face darkened, and just as she was about to protect you, Kaito said, You stepped out first. You bowed respectfully to Takeru and called out, Good afternoon, Uncle Shiratori. But Takeru snorted coldly, looking you up and down. Good. At 14, you've already learned how to hide behind women. Your mother was right. Spending all day around the stove. You really have no ambition. You didn't refute him, nor were you angry. Just looking calmly at his pale lips, Kaito said, and his hand which was pressed against his stomach. You haven't eaten yet, have you? The diet in Australia is on the cold side, and your stomach has caught a chill, Kaito said. Let me make you some pickled fish to warm your stomach. Is that all right? Kaito said. Takeru flatly refused. I'm not eating, but you ignored his rejection. I'll add a plate of stir-fried pork kidney. I'll control the heat perfectly, Kaito said. I guarantee it won't be tough. Once done, you turned and ducked into the kitchen, Kaito said. Less than 2.5 minutes later, a sizzle of oil came from the kitchen. The aggressive aroma of scallions, ginger, and garlic stir-fried to perfection forcibly dispersed the heavy, gloomy atmosphere in the living room. Takeru's Adam's apple bobbed. He had been eating steak and salad abroad for half a month, and his stomach was already rebelling. Smelling the authentic Sichuan flavor, his stomach growled uncontrollably, Kaito said. 20 minutes later, Kaito said, dishes were carried to the table by you. Pickled fish still sizzling with hot oil, vibrant and glossy stir-fried pork kidney, and a plate of refreshing smashed cucumber with garlic. Takeru sat down with a straight face, Kaito said, and picked up his chopsticks. I'm only eating one bite. After saying that, he picked up a slice of fish and put it in his mouth. The fish melted the moment it touched his tongue, the sour and spicy freshness instantly exploding on his taste buds. A warmth slid into his stomach, instantly soothing the organ that had been tortured for half a month. Takeru's chopsticks stopped, he said, and then he reached for another piece of pork kidney, Kaito said. Crispy and tender, without a hint of gaminess, he said, and he put down his chopsticks, evaluating it stiffly, Kaito said. The heat was 3 seconds too long. But it's better than the pig swill they have abroad, Kaito said. No sooner had he finished speaking than Haruka's chopsticks moved with lightning speed. Since Uncle Takeru thinks it's just, average, then the rest belongs to me. After saying that, she accurately snatched a large piece of the most tender fish belly. Hey, you girl, Kaito said. Takeru reflexively tried to protect his food, his face flushing red after realizing what he had done. At the dinner table, the usually stern leader of the Shiratori family was currently locked in a stare-down with Haruka over the last piece of pork kidney. Meanwhile, you were holding the rice cooker, smiling as you served everyone rice. This sense of human warmth was something this cold, luxurious mansion hadn't seen in over a decade, Kaito said. After the meal, Takeru held the pu'er tea you handed him and sighed comfortably. As he watched you cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, the sharpness in his eyes faded significantly. Kaito said, Haruka, this boy is quite interesting. Takeru blew on the tea foam. Keep him. If the Kujo family dares to come for him again, tell him to stand at the door with a spatula. I'd like to see who dares to enter. Hearing this, Shiraishi's lips curled up slightly. Dad, Kaito said. Late at night, Shiraishi fell asleep on the sofa, exhausted from working on files. You walked downstairs from the second floor, tiptoeing with a cashmere blanket in your arms. You knelt halfway on the carpet, carefully draping the blanket over her. and gently removed the file from her hand, folding it neatly. At this moment, in the shadows on the second floor, a figure smoking a cigarette witnessed the entire process. He curled his lips and muttered to himself, "I'll give you credit for being a decent kid," Kaito said. Today is the 50th anniversary celebration of Aikun No. 2 High School. The logistics corridor is a scene of chaos, and you, as the general coordinator for the anniversary cold buffet, are standing in front of the cold chain transport truck. The school cafeteria obviously couldn't handle a buffet of this scale, so the school administration dumped this hot potato of catering onto you, who had already gained a reputation in the culinary world despite being a first-year high school student. The supplier is a bald man who shoved the inventory list into your hands with a beaming smile. Kaito said, "Student, check the goods and sign, please. These are top-tier Australian lobster and M9 Wagyu beef. I had them shipped overnight from the port." You didn't take the pen. You walked to a box of Boston lobsters and squatted down, pressing lightly on the shell. You leaned in and sniffed. A faint scent of ammonia, masked by lemon water, drifted into your nose. Kaito said. You stood up abruptly, your gaze cold. "Is this what you call overnight shipping?" The bald man's eyes flickered, Kaito said. "What do you mean? Look at the size and the color." "The color is from chemical soaking, and the shrimp meat has already started to liquefy." You pointed to the box of beef. Kaito said. "And this meat, the water injection has made the texture fall apart. You can squeeze water out of it just by touching it." You slapped the inventory list onto the box with a thwack, Kaito said. "Who let this kind of trash be delivered here?" The bald man was humiliated and angry. "What does a student like you, who hasn't even grown hair, know? If the school anniversary is ruined, can you bear the responsibility? The one who can't bear it is you." You immediately ordered the boys behind you, "Close the kitchen door. Not a single item of these goods is allowed in," Kaito said. "If anyone dares to force their way in," Kaito said, "don't hold back." The bald man stomped his feet in anger. Just as he was about to flare up, his phone rang. Kaito said. You couldn't be bothered with him and pulled out your phone to dial Shiraishi's number. On the other end of the line, Shiraishi instantly heard the tension in your voice. "Did something happen?" "Someone is messing with the ingredients. None of them are up to standard." You paused, Kaito said. "Most likely they are targeting me, or coming for our family." "How much time is left?" Shiraishi on the other end gripped her fountain pen tightly, Kaito said. "If this banquet were to be ruined today, you, as the coordinator, would be ruined, and she, as your guardian, would become the laughingstock of the circle. There are 4 hours left until the evening banquet begins." "Send me the list," Kaito said. Shiraishi hung up the phone and looked at the secretary beside the conference table. "Notify the procurement department. Within half an hour, I want to see the freshest ingredients delivered to Aikun No. 2 High School. Utilize our helicopters at the port." Hearing this, the secretary was stunned. Kaito said, "President Shiraishi, did I ask you to calculate the cost?" Shiraishi glanced at her coldly. Kaito said, "Also, investigate who is behind the supplier that just delivered goods to the second school." At this moment, the atmosphere in the second school's kitchen was already tense. The bald man was actually trying to force his way in with several movers. Unexpectedly, a figure suddenly blocked the path. "Yo, how lively!" Kaito said. Yanagi Ruka walked in on high heels, holding a selfie stick with her phone. Her live stream audience was skyrocketing. She shoved the camera directly in front of the box of lobsters and laughed wildly. Kaito said, "Family, look at the top-tier ingredients for our second school's anniversary. Hee, this shrimp is colder than my ex-boyfriend's heart," Kaito said. The bald man's face turned pale instantly when he saw the camera, and he subconsciously tried to block it. "Don't film," Kaito said. Yanagi Ruka dodged to the side, Kaito said. The camera turned, aiming directly at you, as you commanded the scene. "Let me introduce to everyone. This is our executive chef for today, Kaito-kun," Kaito said. Just a moment ago, it was him who saw through this trash that was being passed off as quality goods. As she spoke, Kaito said, the comments section exploded. "Holy crap, isn't that the little brother of the chef god? Feeding students dead shrimp? The supplier must be strictly investigated. Meanwhile, at the Kujo Group headquarters, Kujo-sere watched the live stream and was so angry she smashed her tablet on the floor. Useless! All of them are useless! She had originally arranged everything. As long as this batch of ingredients got in, even if one person got a stomachache at the banquet, she could bribe the media to paint Kagatsuyoshi as a useless brat who couldn't do anything right, forcing the Shiraishi family to abandon him. But now, this bucket of dirty water had splashed right back onto herself. Half an hour later, the roar of massive propellers suddenly echoed over the second school's playground. 3 helicopters bearing the Shiratori Group logo were hovering in midair. Box after box of top-tier ingredients labeled air freight were hoisted down. Teachers and students throughout the school ran out to watch, Kaito said. The scene was comparable to a blockbuster movie. You stood at the kitchen entrance, watching the supplies falling from the sky, and smiled helplessly. This is too exaggerated. But you didn't have time for sentiment, Kaito said. You waved your hand, Kaito said. Open the boxes. You put on your brand new chef's uniform. When those hands, which were usually used to holding books, picked up the boning knife, they were as steady as an old master craftsman. Australian lobster was carved for sashimi. Wagyu beef was diced and slowly pan-seared, and this batch of matsutake mushrooms was used to clarify the broth. The previously chaotic kitchen, under your command, began to operate at high speed like a clockwork machine. Yanagiruka's camera faithfully recorded everything. Your focused gaze, Kaito said, the smooth flowing knife work, and the fine beads of sweat on your forehead. At this moment, no one thought of you as a kept man relying on your sisters. You were the king in control of the entire field, Kaito said. The banquet was an extreme success. Under the spotlight, the principal, with a glowing red face, held the microphone. We want to give special thanks to the general coordinator for this banquet, Kagatsuyoshi, from Class 2 of the first year. Applause thundered. You walked onto the stage a bit shyly, took the trophy, and subconsciously searched for that familiar figure in the crowd. Right in the front row of the VIP seats, Shiraishi sat quietly. She wasn't frowning as usual, nor was she looking at her phone. She was simply watching you, bathed in the halo of the stage. The little beggar who once shivered by her car wheels was now able to stand on his own. Shiraishi smiled. That smile held pride, satisfaction, and more of that feeling of a little wolf cub, Kaito said, finally growing its fangs. Yanagiruka leaned over and nudged her. Haruka, put away that, motherly smile of yours. It's creepy. Shiraishi ignored her, simply taking out her phone and snapping a photo of you on stage. In the photo, you were holding the trophy, smiling shyly and radiantly. Then, she sent this photo to Kujo-sere, Kaito said. There was no text, just a simple emoji, Kaito said. Smile.jpg. 3 days later, at the Kun City First People's Hospital, the red light of the emergency room was blindingly bright, Kaito said. Shiraishi, who suddenly received the news, rushed over overnight, Kaito said. At this moment, outside the hospital emergency room, Shiraishi was sitting nervously on a bench. Her face was whiter than the wall, her fingers twisted together, her knuckles turning pale. Why haven't they come out yet? Kaito said. Haruka was pacing back and forth in anxiety. She looked at Yanagiruka, who was texting on her phone. Did you find out? The old man's body has always been strong. Why did he suddenly have heart failure? Yanagiruka's fingers tapped rapidly on the screen, Kaito said. Her complexion was ugly. I'm checking the surveillance of the old estate. Yesterday, Shiratori Shoshin from the second branch went over, and he left after less than half an hour. It's that old bastard again. The flames in Haruka's eyes instantly shot up. We didn't settle the score for him, poisoning the ingredients at the school anniversary last time, and now he dares to lay a hand on the old man? At this moment, the emergency room door opened, and the doctor walked out, removing his mask, sweating profusely. Shiraishi stood up all at once, her legs giving out, almost falling. How is my grandfather? The doctor sighed. Temporarily resuscitated, but the situation is not optimistic. The old man seems to have eaten something inappropriate, which caused acute heart failure. He is awake now, Kaito said. But this breath... The doctor didn't continue, but everyone understood the meaning. Kaito said. Shiraishi's body swayed, almost collapsing. At this moment, the elevator door dinged, and a peculiar fragrance, Kaito said, Kaito said, instantly dominated the disinfectant smell in the hallway. You came rushing out, clutching an old ceramic thermos, Kaito said. Sister, I'm late. The heat wasn't enough to bring out the medicinal properties. You held the thermos to your chest, Kaito said, as if protecting a rare treasure. Shiraishi hadn't recovered from her previous fear. She stared at the thermos with a vacant look. Kaito said, What is this? We have to rely on this soup to keep him going. The doctor beside them frowned and was about to stop you, but smelling the refreshing herbal aroma, he swallowed the words that had reached his lips. Suddenly, a sharp shout came from the end of the hallway. Kaito said, Nonsense. Shoshin arrived aggressively with a bunch of relatives. He pointed at your nose and cursed. The old man is already in the ICU, and you, a brat with an outsider's surname, are using this junk to harm people. That's a human life. However, Shiraishi didn't even turn her head. She said only one word. Kaito. Scram. Hearing this, Shoshin was stunned on the spot, his face turning a purplish red. I am your second uncle. How dare you talk to me like that? I told you to scram, Kaito said. Shiraishi turned around, her eyes extremely cold. You know in your heart why grandfather had this attack. Haruka, block these people here. If anyone dares to move forward, break their legs. You got it! Haruka cracked her knuckles. She stood firmly in front of the ward door. Uncle Shiratori, let's have a little spar. Looking at the murderous aura radiating from Haruka, Shoshin was so scared he instinctively shrank his neck, not daring to move. Shiraishi pushed open the ward door and brought you inside. The old man on the hospital bed was wearing an oxygen mask, his face gray and decaying, his chest rattling like a broken bellows. You placed the thermos on the bedside table and poured out a small bowl of brown soup. You stirred and blew on it with a spoon, and when it seemed right, you brought the spoon to the old man's shriveled mouth. Kaito, grandfather. The old man struggled to open his murky eyes, and after realizing it was you, his tightly clenched lips miraculously loosened, and he swallowed the first mouthful of soup. There was no instant miracle, Kaito said, and no magical golden light. But visibly, Kaito said, the old man's tightly knit brows slowly relaxed. The stagnant, turbid energy in his chest dissipated with the hot soup and vanished through his pores. One mouthful, two mouthfuls. The bowl of hot soup was completely finished. The old man's rapid, bellows-like breathing stabilized, Kaito said. Although he was still weak, Kaito said, the gray, decaying look on his face had faded. The nurse beside them was so shocked she covered her mouth, Kaito said. Heart rate stabilized, oxygen levels are up. Shiraishi stared fixedly at the monitor, tears hitting the floor without warning. The old man took off his oxygen mask, Kaito said, and let out a long breath. That withered, skinny hand actually had some strength now as he gripped your wrist. Good boy, Kaito said. This is the taste of the Shiratori family. Those unfilial descendants only ever give me grief. He caught his breath, Kaito said, and looked at Shiraishi. Call the lawyer tomorrow. I want to change the will. I'm transferring 5% of my group shares to Kagetsuyoshi. The old man patted your hand. This child is the lucky star of our family. With him here, my old bones can hold on for a few more years. As soon as these words were said, Shoshin, who had just pushed the door open, nearly popped his eyes out. Have you lost your mind? That 5% is worth billions. You're giving it to an outsider? Kaito said. An outsider? The old man sneered, his gaze sweeping over the group at the door. He is more of a human being than you bunch of Shiratoris. Shiraishi didn't even raise an eyelid. Billions in shares meant no more to her than waste paper. She only looked at you as you meticulously wiped the soup stain from the corner of the old man's mouth, your eyes incredibly gentle. Uncle, did you hear that? Kaito said. Shiraishi's voice was flat. Grandfather is tired. You can leave now. Shoshin still wanted to make a scene, but Haruka directly took out her phone and played a recording. Kaito, if that old bastard, how do we split the shares? The sound of Shoshin's scheming echoed clearly in the ward, and his face turned as pale as paper. Do you still want me to? Yanagiruka shook the flash drive in her hand. The surveillance is all copied. The results from the lab regarding what you put in grandfather's tea should be out soon. At this point, Shoshin couldn't squeeze out half a word. He fled in a panic, taking his people with him. The ward returned to silence. You calmly packed up the bowls and spoons and tightened the thermos again, never glancing at the priceless share documents, nor caring at all about the high society family drama that had just occurred. You carried the half bowl of hot soup and walked to Shireishi's side with light steps. You looked at her pale complexion and spoke in a low voice. Kaito said, "Sister, grandfather is fine," Kaito said. "You should drink some too. You don't look well." Shiraishi drank the hot soup in one go, Kaito said. That warmth traveled down her throat straight to her heart, completely dispelling the fear and coldness of the night. Afterward, you walked out of the ward side by side, Kaito said. The sky outside was already starting to brighten. You hugged the thermos tightly to your chest and stared at your toes. "Sister, I can't take the shares. I saved grandfather because I wanted to, not for the money." "I know." Shiraishi leaned quietly against the wall, tilting her head to look at you. In the gray morning light, your silhouette appeared exceptionally tall. You looked up, your eyes shining brilliantly. "From now on, I will watch over every meal and every bowl of soup for the Shiratori family. As long as I am here, I will never let that kind of filth into our kitchen again." Shiraishi's heart skipped a beat. She looked at you. You were clearly still the shy boy who only knew how to cook, but this single sentence just now carried more weight than any oath, Kaito said. "Kagatsuyoshi!" Shiraishi suddenly took your hand and took a big step closer. The distance between you two instantly closed. "If you really grow up in the future and don't need sister to protect you anymore, will you still keep watching over us?" In the blink of an eye, it was June. The air conditioning in the villa was turned up high. You had just finished a set of science practice papers, and your brain was still buzzing. Haruka, who was sitting to the side, sat cross-legged with a lollipop in her mouth and patted your bicep. The texture was quite firm. "Sister will take you to practice a few rounds of boxing tonight to relax." Faced with these wolf and tiger words, you smiled helplessly. "Haruka ni. My hands will shake after boxing," Kaito said. "What will I do if my handwriting gets messy and I lose points on the exam?" Listening to your magnetic voice after your voice change, Haruka's ears turned red for no reason, Kaito said. She turned her face and muttered, Kaito said. Then we'll do stretching, no sparring." Yanagi Ruka, who was painting her nails nearby, chuckled. She pushed an English textbook toward you, and her body, heavy with perfume, leaned straight toward you. Kaito said, "All right, physical education class is over. Now it's English time." "Read this essay aloud," Kaito said. "Especially this sentence. I love my family." "Remember," Kaito said, "you have to read it with that deep, affectionate flavor." You obediently picked up the book, and an extremely standard London accent poured out. Yanagi Ruka's warm, soft fingers touched your lips, Kaito said. Her eyes flickered and winked at you. "Too dry," Kaito said. "Do it again. Think about how you're confessing to your sisters." A surge of heat rushed to your cheeks. You subconsciously shrank back, Kaito said. "Ruka-ni, this is an argumentative essay, not a love letter," Kaito said. A slap interrupted you all. On the single-person sofa, Shiraishi's red pen slammed heavily onto the coffee table. Her cold gaze swept across the room. "Have you played enough?" Kaito said. Yanagi Ruka shrugged her shoulders and sat back down obediently. Shiraishi frowned slightly, pointing at the math paper you had just finished. "The logic for this derivative problem is correct, but why did you take the long way around for the second step of derivation?" Hearing this, you quickly leaned in to look at the problem. By now, your height had shot up to an astonishing 1.80 meters. Even just leaning over while sitting, Kaito said, your shadow could envelop Shiraishi completely. Shiraishi felt the light dim, Kaito said. She looked up and met your Adam's apple, which was only inches away and moving sexily up and down with your breathing. The fingers gripping the pen tightened, that little puffball who hadn't even reached her shoulder. "When did he grow so tall?" Kaito said. The current distance was a bit dangerous. "Sister?" Seeing her stunned, Kaito said. "Would it be faster to use L'Hôpital's rule for this problem?" Kaito said. Shiraishi came back to her senses, leaning back calmly to open up the distance. It can be used in competitions, but try to follow the steps in exams. Don't give the teachers a chance to deduct points. You replied. Kaito said. You didn't retreat, but instead walked behind her, placing your warm, large hands on her shoulders, which made Shireishi's body stiffen abruptly. You exerted a little force, your fingertips precisely kneading her trapezius muscles, Kaito said. Sister, your neck has turned into stone again. Between helping me review and looking down at files all day, Uncle Zhang said you were still replying to emails at 2:30 in the morning. The sore muscles relaxed bit by bit under your massage. Byakuya Reika closed her eyes, her tense nerves slowly easing. She said, "It's nothing," but her tone remained stubborn. "I'm not tired." "You're lying." You continued your work, lowering your voice with a light chuckle. "I'm just going to take an exam, Reika-ni. It's not like I'm heading to the gallows." "Why are you more nervous than I am?" Byakuya Reika opened her eyes and reached back, resting her hand on yours. "I'm afraid you won't do well and end up crying your eyes out." You took her hand and squeezed it gently. "Don't worry. If I still fail even with you all watching over me like this, I'll punish myself by cutting onions in the kitchen for a month." Nearby, eating grapes, Gusei immediately added, "Cutting onions is getting off too easy. You'd have to prepare a full-course kaiseki banquet." Amidst the jokes, the atmosphere in the room gradually loosened. The day before the exam, as you walked out of the school gate, someone blocked your path. It had been a long time. There were a few fine lines at the corners of Gukansu's eyes, but her overbearing demeanor remained unchanged. This time, however, she had no bodyguards and no secretary. Gukansu took off her sunglasses and squeezed out a smile she clearly thought was affectionate. "You've grown so tall. Mother almost didn't recognize you." You stopped and looked at her as if she were an irrelevant passerby. "Miss Gao, do you need something?" The smile on Gukansu's face froze in midair. She took a breath and pulled a gold leaf envelope from her bag. "This is an interview invitation for Stanford," Gukansu said, her tone urgent. "As long as you say yes, you don't have to finish high school. We can go through the international student channel right now." You didn't take it. You didn't even take your hands out of your pockets. "Why are you being so stubborn?" Gukansu grew anxious. She raised her voice, causing passersby to cast frequent glances. "Do you have any idea how many people would kill for this opportunity? What's so good about staying in this country? Mixing in the business world with that woman from the Byakuya family? Or continuing to be a pathetic cook in the kitchen? You have the blood of the Gu family flowing in your veins. Can't you have a bigger vision?" You smiled, leaning toward her well-maintained but trembling hands. "Ms. Gao treats her own son like a bargaining chip, placing her bets wherever the profit is greatest." Gu Kansen's face turned pale. "I'm doing this for your own good." "No, you're doing it for yourself." You stepped back, widening the distance. "When I had a high fever and was almost... You were busy acquiring a company. It was my sisters who stayed by my side for 3 days without a wink of sleep. When I was being bullied and stepped on at school, you were busy hosting charity galas. It was my sisters who personally pushed open the principal's office door to protect me." You lifted your head, your gaze passing over her and fixing on the familiar school building in the distance. "My roots are here. It was the Byakuya family that taught me how to be a person, and it was my sisters who protected me with their lives as I grew up. As for the Gu family," you pulled your gaze back. "To me, it's just a prefix on a family register." Gukansu's hand shook violently. You will regret this sooner or later." "Perhaps," you said, slinging your school bag over your shoulder and turning to leave. "But right now I'm more worried that if I go back late, my sisters' pork rib soup will be overcooked." 2 days later, after the exam, you were walking out of the school with the flow of people when you were stunned by the sight before you. Outside the gate, an incredibly arrogant horn blast cut through the crowd. You jumped and looked toward the sound, instantly wishing you could cover your face. 3 luxury cars were parked side by side, occupying the center of the school gate. One red and flamboyant, one black and imposing, and one gray SUV that looked wild and rugged. The doors opened simultaneously. Gusei was holding a giant vegetable bouquet containing broccoli, carrots, and leeks. Yanagi Ruka, wearing sunglasses, was holding a selfie stick and live streaming. Beside the black Maybach, Byakuya Reika leaned against the car door, arms crossed. When she saw you, she smiled faintly and waved a hand at you. "Tsuyoshi, Let's go home and eat. A few days later, in the villa, Goussier sat cross-legged on the living room rug, staring intensely at the report card she had just received. She dropped her lollipop in surprise. 1030 points. First in the grade. She widened her eyes and looked up at you, where you were crouched by the coffee table feeding the samoyed. No way! Tsuyoshi, are you a demon? 9 subjects in the first year of high school, and you got full marks on everything except a 10-point deduction in Japanese. The exams at Aikun number 2 high are notoriously difficult. You patted the dog's head, your tone as calm as if you were discussing dinner. The physics problem at the end of the final exam happened to be mentioned in the university textbook in my sister's study, so I solved it on the spot. Listen to that, Yanagiruka chimed in, pointing at the report card in amazement. He's at this level in his first year. Won't he be the top student in the prefecture by his 3rd year? And look at this handwriting. It's flawless. He probably got full marks for the presentation. Byakuya Reika, sitting in the main seat on the sofa, was tapping her phone screen rapidly. Usually ruthless and decisive at the negotiating table, she couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. Ding, ding, ding! 2 other phones on the coffee table vibrated wildly. Goussier grabbed her phone and almost bit her tongue. The Byakuya executive group chat, the family chat, and even their private group chat were flooded with eye-catching transfer notifications. Congratulations to our younger brother for topping the final exams. A gift for everyone. 20,000 yen each. Bonuses for the month are doubled. Reika, isn't this a bit too much? Goussier pointed at the string of zeros. This is just a first-year final exam. If he takes the college entrance exam, won't you set the Byakuya headquarters on fire to celebrate? Byakuya Reika tossed her phone aside and took a sip of her iced Americano, her gaze never leaving you. It's only natural for a Byakuya to be first. He deserves the reward. She spoke calmly, but she felt a sense of pride that the brother she raised had become so successful. Yanagiruka smilingly accepted the red envelope and looked at you. It's a long summer vacation. We can't just stay cooped up at home. Why don't we take our little brother to the beach to see the world? I want to see him in beach shorts, and I want to go surfing. No, Byakuya Reika put down her coffee cup, leaning back against the sofa and looking at Yanagiruka vigilantly. It's 38 degrees outside. You want him to get a sunburn? Plus, he's only 16. Stop taking him to those chaotic places. We'll just use sunscreen, Goussier joined in. I also think we should go out and have fun. The first year is just a warm-up. He's not in his 3rd year yet. Hurry up and take the kid to the ocean to swim and tone his muscles. You just want to see his muscles, Byakuya Reika retorted mercilessly. She stood up and headed straight to the kitchen. Stay home. We aren't going anywhere. Let him recover from the exhaustion of this semester first. In the kitchen, the sound of running water splashed. You were standing at the counter preparing to cut a watermelon. Byakuya Reika walked up behind you silently. You were long accustomed to her presence. You cut the very center piece, careful not to drop any black seeds, turned around and handed it to her. Sister, try this. Byakuya Reika didn't take it. She took a step forward and raised her hand, her cool fingertips lightly brushing your forehead. How did you get so much sweat? You shrunk your neck but didn't pull away. Your ears turned red. Mrs. Zhang didn't turn off the stove when she was making soup earlier. It's a bit hot. By the way, sister, are you really not going to the beach? Not afraid of the sun. Byakuya Reika withdrew her hand and took the watermelon, taking a small bite. It was very sweet, suppressing the restlessness in her heart. It's too noisy outside, she said after swallowing, her voice lowering. I'm busy at the company all the time. Now that the exams are over, and it's summer, I just want a few quiet days. No social engagements, no reports to deal with. Isn't it nice just having us? You paused, looking into Byakuya Reika's eyes, which were usually full of scrutiny but were now crystal clear, reflecting only your figure. You smiled, your eyes curving into crescents, revealing the freshness of youth. Whatever sister says. The sun began to set, and the golden red glow filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, dyeing the living room a warm orange. The 4 of you sat on the rug, holding slices of watermelon. Hey, little brother, Yanagiruka spat out a few seeds. You'll have to choose between science and liberal arts in your 2nd year, right? With your grades, you'd crush it in either, but have you thought about your path? Do you have to pick science to inherit the family business? Byakuya Reika wiped her hands methodically, but her ears perked up. High society planning was always better done early. Science, you said, putting down the rind and grabbing a wet wipe to clean your hands. I want to study medicine or biomedical engineering. Medicine? Gusei said strangely. But the Byaka family has such a massive business. The business has you and sister, you said calmly, turning to look at Byakuya Reika. Sister has always had a weak stomach, and all medicine has its side effects. If I can learn more, I can truly help, whether it's through diet or medical care. Besides, you gestured to the textbooks on the coffee table. Back at the orphanage, I thought the world was very small. After coming here, the world grew bigger, but I realized that no matter how the world changes, the place I want to guard most is still beside this table, making hot meals for my sisters. The living room went silent, with only the humming of the air conditioner. Gusei bit her lip, her eyes inexplicably reddening. She turned her head and cursed. Dumb kid, what's with all the sentiment? Yanagi Ruka also fell silent, looking at you, only 16, and suddenly feeling that you were far more mature than the 20-something rich kids she knew. Byakuya Reika looked at the new slice of watermelon you were holding out to her, her heart feeling incredibly soft, yet a bit sour. You were only a first-year student, yet you were already considering her and everything you did? Silly. She took the watermelon and scolded you, but her voice was 9 degrees softer than usual. She lowered her head to hide the fluctuation in her eyes. Peace and tranquility. In the blink of an eye, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. The smell of firecracker smoke still lingered in the air of Kun City. You were wearing an apron, busy in the kitchen. The pressure cooker hissed, and the rich aroma of meat aggressively pushed through the door cracks, instantly filling the entire living room. You walked out with a long platter, the final dish, fish for the new year. It was a 2.5-pound grouper, scored with a decorative knife pattern and doused in sizzling hot scallion oil. It was steaming hot. Gusei had already picked up her chopsticks at the table. Hurry, hurry! I've been smelling this for half an hour. My drool is about to flood the carpet. Byakuya Reika sat in the main seat. She picked up the first piece of fish and put it straight into your bowl. Eat! You should eat more too. School starts for the second semester of the first year soon. The workload is heavy. You nodded obediently and took a bite of rice. The food on the table was fragrant, and the atmosphere was peaceful. However, at that moment, Byakuya Reika's phone, placed face down on the table, suddenly vibrated. It wasn't a normal notification, but a special alert that vibrated 3 times in a row. Byakuya Reika's brows furrowed instantly. She picked up the phone and saw an official notification from Aikun No. 2 High School. When she saw the content, her face darkened instantly. Gao Sei was busy gnawing on a pork rib and noticed Byakuya Reika's change in expression. She asked vaguely, "What's wrong? Did the company's stock drop? Or is that old hag from the Gu family acting up again?" Byakuya Reika didn't speak. She pushed the phone to the center of the table. The content on the screen was blindingly harsh. All first-year students at Aikun No. 2 High School are mandatorily required to live on campus. Full-scale militarized management will be implemented. No commuting allowed without special circumstances. The pork rib in Gusei's mouth dropped into her bowl. She widened her eyes and stood up abruptly. No way! All those sweet and sour ribs, squirrel fish, and health soups. I won't be able to eat a single one of them. This is inhumane. I'm going to go on a hunger strike in protest. In her eyes, not being able to eat delicious food was practically the end of the world. Yanagi Ruka also frowned, her eyes full of worry. Is eating the point? The point is living there. She shuddered and grabbed your hand. I heard that in the boys' dormitory, 8 people share a room, with the smell of feet and sweat mixed together. Tsuyoshi, you're so clean. You'll be driven mad if you go in there. You didn't speak. You just lowered your head and looked at the fish in your bowl, expressionless. Byakuya Reika tapped her fingers on the table. Since it's a decision by the school board, there's room for negotiation. I'll make a call in a moment and have the school vacate a single room in the faculty apartments. She turned her head toward the window, her gaze landing in the direction of the school. Or I can buy a house in the school district opposite the school. It won't count as commuting, it will count as an off-campus dormitory. Gusei became excited immediately. Imposing! As expected of CEO Byakuya. I'll go along to chaperone too. I'll apply to be a dorm matron. Just as the three sisters were planning everything for you, you put down your chopsticks and looked up to meet their astonished gazes. I don't want a single room. I want to live in the group dormitory. Your reasoning? Byakuya Reika stared at you, asking word by word. The dorm conditions are poor, the noise is loud, and it will affect your rest. Although your body has improved quite a bit, your stomach still needs care. Can your stomach handle the cafeteria's mass-produced food? I want to try. You looked at her calmly, your voice not loud but firm. I'm 16 and a half. Back at the orphanage, I lived in a communal sleeping hall. I'm not afraid of the noise, and I'm not afraid of the dirt. As you said this, a light flashed in your eyes that they couldn't understand. I want to experience a normal group life. I want to know if I can live well on my own, away from this villa, and away from your protection. The dining room fell silent again. Byakuya Reika stared at you tightly, as if trying to see through your heart. That little beggar who used to shiver by her car tires, that child who cried in the rain wanting to go home, was now sitting across from her with his back straight and a stubborn look in his eyes. You were pushing her away. You were trying to cut that kite string. A surge of inexplicable irritation and panic surged through her heart. Suit yourself. Byakuya Reika stood up suddenly, her chair pushed back half a meter. If you want to go suffer, then go. When your stomach hurts later, don't call me crying. With that, she turned and left without looking back, her high heels clicking sharply and heavily on the stairs, as if she were about to crush them. Gusei and Yanagiruka looked at each other in shock. This was the first time Byakuya Reika had ever lost her temper at you like that. And you had rejected her arrangements so directly for the first time. Deep at night, the moonlight was like water. The door to the main bedroom opened silently. Byakuya Reika, wrapped in a robe, walked out barefooted. She didn't turn on the lights, walking to the door of the guest room from memory. Her cold hand reached for the doorknob. She only needed to twist it to enter, but her hand froze on the knob for a full 2.5 minutes before she finally pulled it back. He's grown up, Byakuya Reika leaned against the wall, pulling the corners of her mouth in self-mockery. When they grow up, they don't listen. When they grow up, they want to fly. She pulled a small white medicine box from her robe pocket. It was an imported stomach medicine you used to take, the one with the best results and the fewest side effects. She squatted down and placed it gently on the rug at the door. Only then did she notice a piece of paper under the door crack. Her heart skipped a beat. Did you expect her to come? She reached out and pulled out the neatly folded paper and unfolded it under the moonlight. It was titled, Instruction Manual for Taking Care of Sister. Byakuya Reika's heart suddenly constricted. Reading on. The first point. The coffee beans have been changed to decaf. They are in the second cabinet on the left. Remember to keep the water temperature at 85 degrees. Otherwise, you'll get acid reflux. Mrs. Zhang always forgets to skim the fat from the soup. Put the oil-absorbing paper in a conspicuous place on the stove. Tell her to skim it before you drink, otherwise you'll feel greasy. Dense text covered the whole page, all reminders for her. Until the last line, where the handwriting was visibly heavier. Sister, I'm only going for 5 days. I'll be back Friday night. Don't forget to eat, and don't be angry. Byakuya Reika gripped the thin paper, her fingertips applying pressure. In her mind, she pictured you frowning while writing seriously under the desk lamp. This wasn't an instruction manual. This was a leave request that one could not refuse. She let out a long breath, pressing the paper against her heart, her eyes feeling hot. She felt that the half-month winter break had been too short. She hadn't eaten enough of the meals you cooked, and hadn't heard you call her sister enough times. How could school be starting already? If only time could stop at that moment. Stop at that afternoon when you were still cutting fish in the kitchen and she was reading documents in the living room. In the blink of an eye, it was the first day of school. Before 7 in the morning, the school gate of Eikun No. 2 High was already hopelessly jammed. A Maybach forced its way to create an empty spot. The window rolled down, and Byakuya Reika, wearing sunglasses and a cold expression, gave instructions to the other end of the phone. Secretary Zhang, postpone the morning meeting. Don't send the merger contract. I'm driving. Holding a pot of ivy, she looked helplessly at the suitcases piled up in the back seat. You're only staying for 5 days. You don't need to bring so much. Before you could finish, Byakuya Reika's face sank. Shut up! She slammed on the brakes at the school gate. The rear door was pulled open. Gusei was wearing a bright pink tracksuit, her baseball cap worn backward. She used great strength to drag out a red, blue, and white striped woven bag the size of a person. Parents pushing fancy suitcases nearby were stunned. Gusei didn't care at all, carrying the bag on her shoulder. "Move aside!" The snacks inside rattled noisily. She counted as she walked. Beef jerky, pork jerky, nuts, and 5 boxes of milk. "Little brother, if you're hungry at night, don't go to the school shop. It has too many preservatives." Your ears turned bright red. You stepped forward, wanting to take the woven bag from Gusei. "Sayane, it's too heavy. Let me." Gusei swiped your hand away. "Heavy? What's heavy? Sis has trained. Those hands of yours are for holding pens. Don't let the straps chafe them." On the other side, Yanagiruka walked over elegantly in 8-centimeter heels, pushing 2 silver suitcases. She was wearing light, exquisite makeup, and her Chanel suit looked completely out of place in this environment reeking of school uniforms. The facial cleanser is in the bag on the left. It's customized for your combination skin. Yanagiruka pointed at the suitcase and added, "And that silk pillowcase, the ones the school provides are too rough. Remember to change it." The students and parents nearby collectively turned to stone. 3 top-tier beauties were actually surrounding you. A tall boy in a school uniform. This lineup was enough to make anyone nervous. It was like some top celebrity coming to film a variety show. Thus, with 3 stunning beauties surrounding you, you marched toward dormitory 520. When the door pushed open, a mixture of dampness and the smell of foot odor wafted out. Your roommates, who had already arrived, were shirtless, making their beds. Seeing this lineup, they quickly pulled their quilts to cover their chests. What the hell? Which young master is descending to the mortal world? Byakuya Reika stood at the door, her brows tightly locked, raising a hand to cover her nose. Her gaze swept over the iron beds with peeling paint and yellowed walls. Her voice was freezing. "You're staying here?" You, however, looked completely natural. You placed the ivy on the balcony, rolled up your sleeves, and began climbing up to the top bunk to wipe away the dust, your movements agile, without a trace of a young master's air. The other 2 sisters weren't idle either. Yanagiruka directed Gusei to stuff the snacks into the locker and filled the washstand with the expensive toiletries. "Tsuyoshi, if anyone bullies you," Gusei scanned your 3 shivering roommates fiercely, "tell your sister. Sis will teach them how to behave." At this, the 3 roommates shook their heads like rattle drums. When things were mostly packed, the whistle for assembly sounded downstairs. You wiped your hands and walked over, urging them to leave. "Sister, there's still work at the company. Go back." Byakuya Reika didn't move, just staring at you with a complex expression. You were clearly the same face, but she felt something was different. After holding it in for a long time, she finally asked, "The school cafeteria food isn't clean. Don't eat it. Did you bring your stomach medicine?" You patted your pocket. "Go on." You smiled and waved at them, then turned and ran toward the playground. Your back was quickly swallowed into the sea of blue and white school uniforms. Byakuya Reika stood blankly on the spot until you could no longer be seen. On the way out of the school, they met the dean of students. He was stunned for a moment, then came up with a fawning smile. "CEO Byakuya, what wind blew you here?" Byakuya Reika took off her sunglasses, her tone devoid of temperature. "Director Lee, I heard the school cafeteria is outsourced." Director Lee's forehead began to bead with sweat. Yes, it is outsourced. But regarding hygiene, we have always... "I don't care about your reports," Byakuya Reika cut him off directly. "My younger brother has a weak stomach. If he gets an upset stomach even once in these 5 days, even if it's just diarrhea, you should know the number for the Byakuya Group's legal department." After saying this, Byakuya Reika turned and got into the car. The car door slammed shut, and the Maybach pulled away. The car was terrifyingly quiet. Even the usually chatty Gusei lowered the brim of her cap, deep in thought. Yanagiruka looked out the window and sighed. It's suddenly a bit empty in this car. Returning to the villa, the familiar feeling that made their hearts panic enveloped them instantly. There was no sound of the range hood, no sound of cutting vegetables, and even less the gentle, "Sister, wash your hands and eat." Even the samoyed just sniffed the slippers you usually wore. let out a soft whine, and laid back down. The dining table was empty, save for a cup of unfinished cold milk. Gosie grabbed her phone in irritation, wanting to order takeout, but stopped. What is all this trash? Yanagi Ruka opened the refrigerator, which was filled with wontons you had wrapped, neatly arranged. She took out a box but silently put it back. She couldn't bear to eat them. That was the late-night snack you had left for Reika. Byakuya Reika said nothing, walking straight to the dining table and pulling out the chair you usually sat in. On the corner of the table, a yellow sticky note was glaringly obvious. "Sister, drink more water. I steeped some dendrobium in the cup." Beside it was a cute, ugly smiley face drawn by you. Byakuya Reika's fingers traced the smiley face gently, but her fingertips couldn't stop trembling. Her heart felt like it had been torn open, and cold wind was blowing inside. This wasn't 5 days. This felt like 5 centuries. Snap. Byakuya Reika tore off the sticky note and stuck it on the back of her phone. She dialed the number, her eyes instantly returning to their strong and cold state. "Notify the finance department. I'm going to donate a cafeteria building to Aikun No. 2 High School. There's only one requirement." Byakuya Reika's voice was icy and firm. "Invite a Michelin 3-star chef team to reside there exclusively for the first-year students. Also, that bedboard is too hard. Replace all the beds in the first-year boys' dormitory." Tuesday noon, the school bell rang, and you joined the thousands of students in blue and white uniforms surging toward the cafeteria. The air was thick with the smell of sweat mixed with the fumes of mass-cooked food, pungent and familiar. You pulled your school uniform zipper up high, wanting to hide. There was no helping it. To live independently for these 5 days, you had signed an unequal treaty with your family. If you caused any more of a stir, the treaty would likely be voided immediately. The fat kid in front was complaining to others. "Did you hear? The bedboards for our grade were all replaced, and a Michelin team even came to the cafeteria. I heard a philanthropist on the school board donated it." Hearing this, your heart skipped a beat. You looked down at your toes, saying nothing. Just then, a hand reached from behind and grabbed the skin on the back of your neck without warning. You went stiff. "Caught you!" A smiling female voice exploded in your ear. Gao Seiei was wearing toad-eye sunglasses that covered half her face, a flashy fluorescent pink tracksuit, and a lollipop in her mouth. She hadn't lowered her voice. The surrounding boys turned their heads in unison, their eyes popping out. "What the hell? Who's that? Does she look like that influencer coach, the Sanda champion?" Gusei didn't bother with these gazes. She pulled down her sunglasses, her peach blossom eyes arching at you. "Little Tsuyoshi, is the cafeteria food good? Do you want sis to get you an extra meal?" You sighed helplessly. "Seine, how did you get in?" "Walked in, obviously." Gusei pointed to the wire fence of the playground not far away. "The security guard even asked me for an autograph." She shoved the tray in your hands into the arms of the fat kid nearby. "I'll treat you to a chicken leg. I'm taking my little brother." Before you could react, Gusei dragged you by your arm, urging, "Hurry up! That person in your family is waiting in the car." Said she was afraid the food would get cold, so she wouldn't let anyone delay for even a minute. You were dragged along, stumbling. Under the watchful eyes of teachers and students along the way, you were dragged to the side of the playground, where the familiar black Maybach was parked. Gao Ce opened the back door and pushed you in. "Got him! I'm gonna go keep watch." With a bang, the door closed. The car went quiet, with only the hum of the air conditioner and the cool scent of cedar. Byakuya Reika was sitting on the other side. Hearing the noise, she closed her laptop. She turned her head, her gaze sweeping over your face, her brows locked tightly. "You've lost weight." You couldn't help but laugh. "It's only been 2 days. The cafeteria food is pretty good, really." Byakuya Reika didn't answer. She reached out and pressed a button, and a small, exquisite table slowly rose. On it sat a 4-layer black lacquer food box, looking like Imperial Palace cuisine. She opened it layer by layer. Sweet and sour pork ribs, glistening red, crystal clear stir-fried shrimp, and a pot of steaming fish maw and chicken soup. The aroma made your stomach cramp. Mrs. Zhang got up early to stew this. Byakuya Reika handed you the chopsticks, her tone not allowing for refusal. "Finish it all. If there's even 1 bite left, you're coming home with me." You took the chopsticks and picked up a piece of pork rib. The sour, sweet, and tender taste was exactly the taste of home. You lowered your head to eat, and she watched you quietly from the side, occasionally grabbing a tissue to wipe the sauce from the corner of your mouth. Is the bedboard hard? Do your roommates snore? Does anyone have smelly feet? It's all pretty good, you said, telling a lie. Actually, the fat kid ground his teeth so hard it sounded like thunder last night, and you hadn't slept well at all, but you didn't dare say it. You were afraid that if you said it, the car would turn around and head straight back to the Icon Villa the next second. The portion was simply too large. You chatted while eating, and the meal took a full 35 minutes. Only when the 4-layer box was completely empty did Byakuya-reika's furrowed brows ease. She pointed to the exquisite paper bag packed next to her. Take the remaining fruit and snacks back to share with your roommates. You carried the heavy bag out of the car, just about to leave. Wait! Byakuya-reika's voice rang out suddenly. She rolled down the window and pulled a stack of things from her bag. Bright red, brand new bills. It looked like 2,000 or 3,000 yen. Without a word, she opened the door and shoved the money into your school uniform pocket. You quickly refused. Sis, I have money. I charged 500 to my meal card. That's for meals. This is pocket money. Byakuya-reika didn't listen. Her palm pressed against your pocket, and through the thin fabric, the heat of her palm instantly made your thigh go numb. Don't save money. Her gaze was gentle, but her tone was unquestionable. Buy whatever you want to eat. If you're wronged, Byakuya-reika spoke, wanting to touch your head, but seeing the surrounding flow of people, she refrained. She just whispered, just come home. Sis is always here. Gosei, who had been chatting with the security guard, saw you get out of the car and ran over to get in. Little brother, see you Friday. Remember to miss me. You stood by the playground, watching the car drive away. You shoved your hand into your pocket, the stack of bills seeming to still carry Byakuya-reika's body temperature, making your heart tremble in the spring wind. Returning to the dorm, your 3 roommates were circling the paper bag you brought back, their eyes glowing green. What the hell? Is this really for us? The fat kid grabbed a Napoleon cake, his mouth covered in cream. This is a limited edition from Black Swan. 1 piece is half a month's living expenses for me. The roommate with glasses picked up a box of cherries and began devouring them. Tsuyoshi, brother Tsuyoshi, from now on, you're my real brother. The fat kid swallowed the cake and leaned in close to you with a sycophantic look. Brother? Who was that in the Maybach? The aura. My legs went weak even from 800 meters away. You hung your school bag on the head of your bed and pulled out your textbook. My sister. The fat kid's eyes went wide. Biological sister? Is our sister missing a little brother? One that can carry bags and warm the bed? If not, even a gatekeeper is fine. You laughed and scolded him, throwing your exercise book into his arms. Eat it, then wipe your mouth clean. Don't smear cream on my bed. You turned around, looking at the spot on the playground where the car had just parked, touched the money in your pocket, and couldn't help but laugh. 5 days. Only 2.5 days have passed. Why does it suddenly feel like time is moving so slowly? Thursday morning. By the small forest next to the library, the sound of reading from the English corner was sparse. You were sitting on a bench, holding an all-English reader, your back straight and focused. But what you didn't know was that behind an old locust tree, a figure was holding up a phone and clicking away at you. Just then, 4 second-year upper-class women surrounded you, practically sticking their faces onto your book. One of them, with a ponytail, leaned forward so much that her hair almost brushed your shoulder. Underclassman, does this word need to be pronounced with a curled tongue at the end? You instinctively leaned back, avoiding that strand of hair, your voice lacking any ups and downs. No tongue curling needed. This is American pronunciation. Oh my, I can't hear clearly. Can you read it again? The girl was relentless, leaning in a bit closer. The person hiding behind the locust tree was none other than Yanagi Ruka. She pushed up the glasses on the bridge of her nose, raised her phone, zoomed in, and click. The intimate moment was captured. Click send. She sent the photo to a contact labeled Queen with a note. This is what you called closed-off management. Byakuya-reika was currently in a morning meeting. When she saw the message, her fingertips holding the phone turned white from the force. She typed a few characters rapidly. Immediately. You had just walked past those 4 upper-class women, intending to return to the classroom, when you passed the old locust tree and were suddenly grabbed by the school bag and dragged into the depths of the woods. Your heart skipped a beat. Before you could resist, you were pressed onto a stone stool. You blinked. The person was Rukani. To match her intern teacher persona for the day, she had specially worn a pair of black-rimmed, non-prescription glasses. The buttons of her white shirt were buttoned up tight, and she even wore an ID badge she'd found somewhere. Only then did she casually take off her glasses and hang them on her collar. That intellectual female teacher aura vanished instantly, and she transformed back into the charming Miss Yanagi. Rukani, you lowered your voice, glancing around. How did you get in? Walked in. Yanagi Ruka set the thermos in her hand on the stone table. As she opened the lid, it was a full box of peeled pomegranate seeds, red and crystal clear. Open wide, Yanagi Ruka pinched a handful and held it to your lips. You had no choice but to open your mouth and take it. The sweet juice burst forth in your mouth. Is it good? Yanagi Ruka narrowed her eyes, her gaze sweeping across your collar. Are those upper-class women sweeter? Or is the pomegranate? You nearly choked on a pomegranate seed. That was just asking about a vocabulary word. Yanagi Ruka scoffed, reached out and grabbed the collar of your school uniform. Does asking about a vocabulary word require getting that close? Does it require tickling you with hair strands? Her slender fingers picked at your top button and suddenly fastened it. Forgot the third rule of the men's virtue code? No looking disheveled in public. The collar tightened instantly, constricting the skin just below your Adam's apple. A sense of abstinence suddenly surged. Yanagi Ruka then patted your chest with satisfaction. That looks much better. You didn't move. Letting her fuss over you, your gaze fell inadvertently, only to discover that her 7-centimeter stilettos had rubbed her ankle raw on the gravel path. A coin-sized red mark was seeping blood. Your brow furrowed. Without a word, you placed the book in your hand on the stone table and suddenly crouched down. Yanagi Ruka was startled, instinctively drawing her foot back. What are you doing? Don't move, you said. You grasped her ankle with one hand, pulled a bandage from your pocket, and lowered your head, focusing intently as you applied it, carefully smoothing out the edges. Don't wear these next time you come, you said, letting go and looking up, your eyes clean and devoid of impurities. The school roads aren't easy to walk on. Besides, you don't need to go to such lengths just to see me. I'll be going back this Friday. Yanagi Ruka opened her mouth, her throat tight. All those flirtatious, burning words she usually had at the ready were nowhere to be found. Her heart hammered against her ribs, shaking her with a sudden sense of panic. Hey, you two there? A rough voice suddenly rang out. Director Lee, the dean of students, sporting his signature bald spot, emerged from behind the bushes with an imposing air. His eyes went round at the sight. A boy in a school uniform crouching on the ground, and before him a stunningly beautiful woman dressed impeccably. The posture looked incredibly ambiguous no matter how you sliced it. In broad daylight. What kind of conduct is this? Director Lee tucked his thermos under his arm and pointed at your nose. Which class are you from? Call your parents. To be in the small woods with someone from outside the school. Yanagi Ruka's expression changed, and she instinctively moved to block you. You stood up a step ahead of her, brushed the dust off your knees, and pulled Yanagi Ruka a half step behind you. You faced a sputtering dean, your expression almost unnervingly calm. You straightened the collar Yanagi Ruka had just fastened, bowed slightly, and spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, carrying a touch of natural confidence. Good afternoon, Director Lee. This is my sister. In the blink of an eye, the day of the school sports festival arrived. You were currently accelerating along the red plastic track as a participant. Cheers from the stands rose in waves. Tsuyoshi, go, sprint! It was the final lap of the men's 3,000-meter race. You gritted your teeth. Your lungs felt as though they were stuffed with scorching sand, and your breath tasted entirely of rust. Ignoring the opponents you'd left half a lap behind, your sweat-blurred vision remained locked on the three figures at the finish line. You saw Gusei, wearing a white t-shirt printed with, "Tsuyoshi is the coolest," her cheer sticks waving so fast they were practically a blur. Yanagi Ruka wore the same outfit, though she had knotted the hem of the t-shirt to reveal a sliver of her slender, pale waist. She even had those support stickers, usually reserved for concerts, on her face. Meanwhile, Byakuya Reika stood in the center. She wasn't wearing her usual do not approach professional attire, nor the embarrassing fan shirt. She simply wore a plain trench coat, gripping a sealed bottle of mineral water tightly in her hand. She stood half a step closer than the security line. Those eyes that usually only looked at multi-billion-dollar contracts now locked tightly onto you. Hurry, hurry, only 100 or 200 meters left. Gusei stomped her feet in anxiety, waving her cheer sticks frantically. Those little brats are about to catch up. Tsuyoshi, sprint for your sister. You couldn't help but smile bitterly to yourself. The people behind you were a full 50 meters away, but you took a deep breath, and your whole body surged forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. The wind whistled in your ears. The red finish line was right before your eyes. The moment you crossed it, momentum carried you forward for several meters. Your stomach churned, and your legs felt as soft as if they had no bones. You slowed down, but before you could even steady yourself, a powerful force grabbed your arm.